What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are going to do a full story video. A full story video is when I sit down, take a bunch of videos, and combine them together into one big video. Now, with that being said, the smaller videos are usually telling one overarching storyline. Now, with that being said, today's full story is going to be Secret Invasion, the 2008 version. Now, that was actually the better version. Either way, though, it was a huge Marvel event where you have Marvel try something new with the alien race known as the Skrulls. Now, remember, when it comes to the Skrulls, they have the ability to shapeshift. And so with that ability, they began to go around the earth and kidnap people, and then replace those people with fellow Skrulls. And then those Skrulls will pretend to be those people to do a secret invasion. On top of that, the reason why they were doing this because in one of their ancient prophecies, they were told that the earth would be theirs one day. But on top of that, to get revenge against the Illuminati who had attacked their home world in the past. And so that is why they're here on Earth right now to technically take over the Earth. And so this is Secret Invasion. Now, we covered the main storyline, but also the important tie-ins as well, and some tie-ins that I actually liked. But with that being said, here is the full story of Secret Invasion, the main storyline, and most of the tie-ins. I do hope you enjoy. Now, to begin today's storyline, we actually do pick up several weeks ago in the past. Now, when we do, we actually pick up with the world finding out about the death of Steve Rogers. Because remember, at the very end of Civil War, Steve Rogers died. It was a huge thing for people in the real world, but also in the Marvel world as well, because Steve Rogers was that guy that everybody cared for. But when he died, it was a huge moment. But we actually pick up at this bar. Now, when we do, we actually do see some guys right now who realize who's at the bar, and that's Dum Dum Dugan. Now, Dum Dum Dugan has been around for years in Marvel Comics. And on top of that, he was kind of like one of those people that Nick Fury and other people who work for S.W.O.R.D, they knew that they could trust him, and they knew that this guy would always have their back. And so, like, he is just that guy you don't mess with because a lot of people care for him, but also he'll protect you and he'll have your back no matter what. But with him hearing the death of Steve Rogers, it seems like it actually affects him so much because that's what Steve Rogers actually did to a lot of people. When he died, a lot of people kind of freaked out. And it seems like right now, so is Dum Dum Dugan. He's freaking out and he just leaves the bar after shooting the place up, how angry he is to hear that Steve Rogers is dead. Now, that is the moment you do have Dum Dum Dugan basically leave the bar. Now, when he does leave the bar, he does run into Valentina. Now, Valentina is a character that we have basically seen in the earlier chapters of our coverage over Secret Invasion. Now, with that being said, though, she is the lover of Nick Fury, the white Nick Fury, at this point in Marvel Comics. Now, here's the big thing about her, though. Right now, she's coming to Dum Dum Dugan actually looking for Nick Fury. Now, for Dum Dum Dugan, he has no idea where Nick Fury is. But the reason why she's coming to Dugan is because when it comes to Dugan, he's a close friend of Nick Fury. And so if you're trying to find the man, you go to Dugan. But this is Dugan saying he has no idea where Nick Fury is at. Because after Secret War, not Secret Wars with an S at the end of it, Secret War with no S, basically Nick Fury went underground. So nobody can find him. Nobody can. But it's Dum Dum saying like, I thought he'll be with you because you guys are lovers. I thought you guys just went ahead and ran away with each other. But this is Valentina saying, no, I can't find Nick Fury anywhere. But that is the moment we come to find out that this is not Valentina, that this is a Skrull. And you actually have her knock out Dum Dum Dugan. Now, when she does that, this Skrull is now going to pretend to be Dum Dum Dugan. And that right there is very huge because now Dugan has been replaced like most people on Earth has, because right now the Skrulls have been kidnapping people and replacing them and pretending to be those people that they have basically kidnapped. But then we actually get this moment that took place years ago. Now, we actually have seen this moment in earlier videos we did for Secret Invasion, but the reason why we're seeing it right now is because this is the main storyline of Secret Invasion. And so it is kind of important to know about this moment. But basically, this is the moment where you have the Skrulls realize that the princess was right. Because remember, in the earlier videos we did, you had the king of the Skrulls kind of ignoring all the different prophecies that were part of the Skrulls race that foretold what the Skrulls were basically go through. Because the king felt like they were all just nonsense. But the princess felt like every single prophecy would basically come true. Now, first, most of the Skrulls believed the king over the princess, but later on, some of the things that were said in the prophecy did come true. And so basically you had the Skrulls realize, okay, the princess was right and we should follow the princess. And so with that happening, right now in this moment, we're actually seeing the Skrulls saying, princess, you were right about the things that are going to happen to us. We want to follow your orders. But of course, in one of the prophecies, it said the Skrulls would basically inherit the earth. And so that is the goal of the princess, to make sure that actually does happen. But then we actually jump over to Iron Man in the present day. Now remember, Iron Man was one of the first few characters who had basically found out that the Skrulls were going around replacing people and pretending to be those people. And so with that being said, Iron Man found out because Spider-Woman brought a Skrull that was pretending to be Elektra. But now this is Iron Man telling Reed Richards and Hank Pym what in the world is going on. Because when it comes to these three guys in the room, they are the three smartest people on the earth, or three of the smartest people on the earth. But either way, it's them coming together and realizing that, oh my gosh, the Skrulls have been going around replacing people left and right, and that right there is crazy. And so with that, we have to figure out what in the world is actually going on. And so with that, you have the Skrulls, you have our heroes kind of like, okay, we have to be on our A game because we have no idea who else in our family, friends, our neighbors, whatever, could be a Skrull. But it's Iron Man saying, I felt like you guys should know about this because it's happening all over the world. And sooner or later, things are going to pop off. But then we actually jump over to the peak. Now, this is where we can say the invasion is about to happen. Like, it's about to pop off right now, and Iron Man spoke too soon. And the reason why I'm saying this because right now at the peak, which is the base for S.W.O.R.D, and remember, S.W.O.R.D is an organization that basically protects the Earth from space things from happening. So while you have S.H.I.E.L.D. on the ground, you have S.W.O.R.D in space. Now with that being said, right now you do have S.W.O.R.D kind of realizing that a random transport ship just passed right by them, and that ship belonged to the Skrulls. Now, of course, that is a huge problem because at this point in Marvel Comics, the Skrulls are enemies. And so why in the world is a transport ship coming out of space crashing onto the Earth for? Like, what in the world is really going on? But here where things get even worse. Because remember earlier, Dum Dum Dugan was basically replaced by a Skrull. And so right now, the Dugan we see on our screen on the base of S.W.O.R.D, that's not Dugan. That is someone else pretending to be Dugan, a Skrull. But then we actually jump back over to Iron Man, Reed Richards, and also Hank Pym. Now you do have our three characters right now kind of studying the body of the Skrull Elektra, trying to figure out more about the Skrulls, but to also try to figure out when in the world did Elektra basically get replaced by the Skrulls, because she had to be kidnapped and she was replaced. But the question is right now is when and why. Now, on top of that, that is the moment you have Maria Hill call up Tony Stark. And the reason why, because when that Skrull ship in space passed by the S.W.O.R.D base, S.W.O.R.D called up S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.H.I.E.L.D. called up Iron Man. And the reason why, because Iron Man is basically in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. at this moment in Marvel Comics. And so they're kind of like, hey man, listen, a random spaceship just crashed onto the Earth. And I feel like you in the Avengers may want to go see what in the world is going on. And so you do have Iron Man say, fine, I'll go check it out. I'm out, bye, and he leaves. Now, when he does leave to go see what in the world is going on, he does call up Spider-Woman. Now, you have to remember, Spider-Woman was actually on Luke Cage's new Avengers team. Because after Civil War, you had two Avengers team. One was the New Avengers, the other was the Mighty Avengers, where the New Avengers felt like the new law that the American government had made, which was to kind of police superheroes, was a bad law. And so they fought against the law. But the Mighty Avengers agreed with the law. Either way, though, Spider-Woman basically switched sides to the Mighty Avengers because her and the New Avengers found a Skrull, Elektra, but she felt like Iron Man should know about this because just in case Iron Man is actually a Skrull as well. And so you have Spider-Woman take the body over to Iron Man, and then she switched sides to kind of be close to Iron Man to make sure that Iron Man is not a Skrull. But this is Iron Man calling her up and saying, hey, listen, we just got word that a Skrull ship just crashed onto Earth, and we have no idea what in the world could happen, but I want the entire Avengers team ready to go in a matter of a few minutes. Now, right after that phone call right there, you do have Jessica Drew, Spider-Woman, basically call up Luke Cage. Now, the reason why you do have Jessica Drew, Spider-Woman, basically call up Luke Cage, because right now, even though she's on the Mighty Avengers, she still feels like she's part of the New Avengers. But this is also Jessica Drew kind of saying like, listen, the reason why I'm calling you guys up right now to tell you that a Skrull ship just crashed onto the Earth, somewhere possibly in the Savage Land. Now, with that being said, I'm telling you guys first because I want to give you guys a head start. But on top of that, even though I did join the Mighty Avengers to be close to Iron Man to make sure he's not a Skrull, I don't trust him because he could be a Skrull. And so I want you guys, the New Avengers, to go investigate before Iron Man and his Avengers team goes to investigate. Because if you guys get there first, that's great. Because I know you guys are basically not Skrulls. And so you do have the New Avengers steal a Quinjet from the Mighty Avengers just to get a head start on the Mighty Avengers to figure out what in the world is going on with the Skrulls. Now, we actually do see Brian Michael Bendis begin the process of paying things off he did at the very beginning of New Avengers Volume 1. And what I mean by that is, basically, back in New Avengers Volume 1, what happened was the Avengers team before the New Avengers, they have disbanded. And that was thanks to Brian Michael Bendis. But then you had a new Avengers team come together because there was a huge breakout at one of the many prisons across America. But with that being said, with this breakout, you had heroes at that prison come together and they formed the New Avengers team. Now, right after that moment, they went to the Savage Land where they had discovered that there is a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents that have gone rogue and were doing some dirty business on the side. Now, the New Avengers were able to shut down an entire thing. But here comes the big problem though, because now back in the present day, you have the New Avengers arriving to the Savage Land, and Luke Cage was there at the last time they came to the Savage Land where they fought against that rogue group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. But you have Luke Cage tell the new team members, things look different. This is not how we left the battle site. Like, yes, there were machines destroyed. Yes, there were a lot of damages done, but a lot of things look different. And that right there should tell you something is off. Either way, you do have Luke Cage and his team continue on to find that Skrull ship that crashed onto the Earth in the Savage Land. Now, when the new Avengers team are actually able to find a spaceship that had crashed onto the Earth, that is the moment you do have them be confronted by the mighty Avengers. Now, this could lead into one of those big battles between the two Avengers teams, but it's not like that at all. This is more of them coming together and realizing that there is something going on with the Skrulls, but at the same time, they cannot trust one another. Now, here is something else I have to mention. When it comes to Luke Cage and his new Avengers team, they know about the Skrulls going around kidnapping people and pretending to be those people. But when it comes to Iron Man, not everybody on his team actually knows that. And matter of fact, only like 2 people know about the Skrulls going around pretending to be people. That's Miss Marvel, Carol Danvers, and also Spider-Woman. I want to say Black Widow as well, but I could be wrong. Either way, though, everybody on Luke Cage team knows about the Skrulls. Iron Man team, not everybody. Now back on the peak, the base that belongs to S.W.O.R.D, that right now you have Maria Hill, Abigail Brand, and also Dum Dum Dugan watching this conversation between Luke Cage and Tony Stark. And you have Maria Hill kind of confused on what in the world did Luke Cage means that he cannot trust Iron Man, or Iron Man is not truly who Iron Man actually is. And then you have Dum Dum Dugan say, oh, it's Luke Cage saying that Iron Man must be a Skrull. And that is the moment you have Dum Dum Dugan, or the fake Dum Dum Dugan, turn into his Skrull version himself, and he says he loves you. Now, of course, with them saying that key phrase right there, he loves you, that means things are going to pop off. And just like that, the entire S.W.O.R.D base just blows up. The peak is gone. Just like that, the defense system that was made to protect the Earth has just been wiped out. And things only get worse from here, because now with the peak being blown up, other things are about to pop off. And that is the moment we kind of find out Jarvis, the butler that belongs to Tony Stark, is not Jarvis. It is actually a Skrull. And you have Jarvis upload a virus that basically then runs through Iron Man's armor, shutting down Iron Man just like that. But things are still not done just yet, because even though Iron Man has now been affected, or really his armor has been affected, you have to remember, Iron Man, Tony Stark, was the one who made the Iron Man suit. He's a genius when it comes to making things. But at the same time, he also made different things for S.H.I.E.L.D. Because remember, Iron Man is the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. And so with that being said, that same virus that was uploaded to Iron Man's armor, yeah, it has now been uploaded to everything that belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. It's a Skrull saying, okay, it's time for us now to basically pop off. And so right now, across the world, anything that is connected to Tony Stark's system has now been affected. And now you have a lot of different things going on left and right, especially like the raft, the prison that was made to hold a lot of super villains. Well, that raft just went offline. So now you have prisoners just being able to escape. Now, one of the prisoners that are actually escaping is going to be very important for later stories, and that is Marvel Boy. And he was a Kree that was basically captured by the Illuminati, I think, if I remember correctly, and he was locked up in the prison. And we saw that in New Avengers Illuminati, the storyline that basically kicked off our coverage of Secret Invasion. But that is the moment you do have Brian Michael Bendis kind of set up different things to happen in tie-ins left and right to kind of get a story more content, but to also say, hey, let's try to boost the sales for Marvel by giving us a bunch of different tie-ins that will fit perfectly into the main storyline for Secret Invasion. And what I mean by that is we actually jump over to Thunderbolts Mountain. Now, at this point right now, Norman Osborn is in charge of the Thunderbolts. He was not upgraded to the leader of Homeland Security just yet. And so right now he leads the Thunderbolts team. But right now you have the team in his office, and that is the moment the office does get blown up. and they are confronted by Marvel, Captain Marvel. Now, we actually already covered the Secret Invasion tie-in storyline for the Thunderbolts. But on top of that, we also covered what's going on with this Captain Marvel, reappearing after being dead for so many years in Marvel Comics, and who actually is this Captain Marvel person pretending to be Marvel. But either way, in the Thunderbolts tie-ins, you do have the Thunderbolts fight against Marvel a tad bit till they lose. But right after that, you then have Brian Michael Bendis continue to build things up for Secret Invasion tie-ins. Now he jumps over to the Fantastic Four. Now the reason why, because we actually do pick up with Sue Richards, who is right now coming home to the Baxter building. The problem is though, when she does come home to the Baxter building, she does go into the laboratory that belongs to Reed Richards. And that is a problem right there, because remember, Reed is one of the smartest people in the world. But on top of that, he does have a lot of different devices that are very dangerous, including the one you have Sue Storm turn on. But this tells us this is not Sue Storm, that this is another Skrull right now pretending to be Sue Storm and just turn on some kind of black hole that is going to suck up everything around this black hole into the black hole. But then getting back over to the new Avengers and the Mighty Avengers, because right now you do have both teams still at the site where, of course, that Skrull spaceship had crashed at. But on top of that, you have everybody wondering what in the world is going on with Iron Man. But things are about to continue to pop off, because that is the moment you do have the spaceship actually open up. And when it does, you do have a bunch of heroes walk out of the spaceship. Now, when these heroes do walk out of the spaceship, some of these heroes are the same heroes you're seeing on the other side right now. So basically, some of the heroes you have seen earlier who are part of the new Avengers or the Mighty Avengers, well, right now we're seeing two of them, and the second ones have came from the spaceship that crashed onto the Earth. On top of that, you have a Steve Rogers there, and that is huge. And the reason why, because Steve Rogers died in Civil War. He has not come back to life yet. And so right now, you have everybody believing, oh my God, is Steve Rogers alive again? Or these are heroes of different characters across the Marvel Universe who were basically kidnapped by the Skrulls, replaced by the Skrulls, and now they found a way to actually get away from the Skrulls, and so they crash onto the Earth. Who is really a Skrull here? The ones who have been on Earth the entire time are the ones who had just crashed onto the Earth, because apparently these heroes we're seeing right now stole the Skrull ship to get back to Earth. Now, you do have Abigail Brand and her S.W.O.R.D agents kind of look out in space, and they realize something big is on its way. A lot of big things on its way right now to the Earth. And of course, it's many, and I mean many Skrull ships beginning the invasion on Earth, because now they're about to go full on out on attacking the Earth to kind of prove that the prophecy was true, that basically the Earth will sooner or later belong to the Skrulls. And if that happens, well, hey, they got a new planet. But to top off the first chapter of Secret Invasion, that is the moment we actually jump back over to Reed Richards and also Hank Pym. Now, of course, by reading this book, you can tell that one of these two characters had to be a Skrull, because with the Skrulls just popping off left and right and doing different things left and right, that means somebody here has to be a Skrull as well, because it makes no sense for the story to jump back over to these two guys who are just studying the body of the Skrull Elektra. But that is the moment we kind of find out that Hank Pym is actually a Skrull. And with that, you have this fake Hank Pym use a device to take out Reed Richards. So Reed was a Skrull, but now he has been taken out. But Hank Pym is a Skrull, and that right there is very huge. Now, as we dive into the second chapter, we actually pick up with the Mighty Avengers and the New Avengers right now being confronted by characters who look like Avengers characters who had just walked off the spaceship that had crashed on Earth. Now, I want you guys to realize something right here. Look at the screen right now. You do see that on one side, you do have the Avengers who we've been following in this entire event look like they're modern Marvel cells. But the ones who came off the spaceship, they look like classic Marvel characters. Now, this was done for two reasons. The first is to give you the ability to say, hey, you know what? I can tell who is who if these two sides get into a huge battle. But on top of that, it's playing with the idea of saying these people who are coming off the spaceship could be the real characters of Marvel Comics. The real Luke Cage, the real Steve Rogers, the real Spider-Man. Meaning that there was a point in Marvel Comics that certain characters that we were actually following weren't the characters that we know of. There were Skrulls who were pretending to be the heroes that we thought we were following. Now, this also kind of plays in what we saw back in Captain Marvel Secret Invasion. Because remember, there was a Skrull who was turned into Captain Marvel, the original Captain Marvel, Marvel. And at first, that Skrull believed that he was actually Marvel. It was just that he was pulled out of time into the present day. But in reality, he was a Skrull. Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up right now, because right now you do have some people who could possibly be on the new Avengers or the mighty Avengers who were Skrulls who were turned to heroes. And they believe so badly that they are, let's say, Luke Cage or Spider-Man. They have no idea that they are Skrulls. But then the real Spider-Man and the real Luke Cage actually appear thanks to that spaceship crashing onto Earth. But this brings a whole lot more questions. But with that being said, though, it leads into a big battle between the two sides. Now, you also have to remember that the Mighty Avengers also have the Sentry. Now, that is huge because the Sentry is a very powerful character who could really just end this entire battle just in like 10 seconds. But for right now, he can't do that. But you do have Brian Michael Bendis kind of remove the Sentry. And what happens is that you have the Vision appear. Now, the last time we saw the Vision in Marvel Comics by this point, the dude was ripped in half by She-Hulk. And with that happening, Vision was no longer online. I take that back. I think he was online and I think he was with the Young Avengers by this point. Either way, you do have a Vision that came off the spaceship that had crashed onto the Earth. And you have this Vision right now coming to the Sentry say, hey, I'm the Void. And thanks to you and we made all of this happen because your future is to wipe everything out across the universe completely out of existence. Now remember, when it comes to the Void is like a dark being inside the Sentry. And if that dark being is able to get out completely, it literally means the end of the entire universe, possibly the multiverse. And so with that being said, you have the Void talking to the Sentry to kind of bring the barrier down to hopefully finally be released and to actually wipe things out across the universe. The thing is though, the Vision who attacked the Sentry is actually a Skrull who just knew what to say to make the Sentry fly away, because the Skrulls had studied almost every single powerhouse character or every single smart person who could affect the outcome of this invasion. But then we have to get back into the big battle, but I really want to focus on one character, and that character is Hawkeye, Clint Barton. Now, by this point in Marvel Comics, he was not Clint Barton. Matter of fact, he was going by the name Ronin because he died in Avengers Disassembled, but then he was brought back to life after House of M. Either way, he kind of gave up the name Hawkeye and called himself the Ronin. Now, with that being said, though, you do have right now Clint Barton just shooting arrows left and right. Instead of trying to find a peaceful way to realize who can he trust and who he cannot trust, he's just shooting arrows left and right. If you bleed red, you're on our side. If you bleed green, you're not on our side. And so right now it's him making sure to see who is who and who he can trust. Now, on top of that, though, we do have Steve Rogers here. Now, this is huge because after Civil War, Steve Rogers died, and Clint Barton took that the hardest because he looked up to Steve Rogers. They were close friends. And so now you have this Steve Rogers just running around. It's now playing with the idea, wait a second, is the Steve Rogers we saw back in Civil War, was that the real Steve Rogers or was that a Skrull? And so now that question is just floating out there now. Now, you do have Harold Danvers take Tony Stark somewhere away from the battle. And the reason why, because remember, his armor was affected by the virus that the Skrulls had to shut down anything that was made by Tony Stark. But you do have Tony tell Harold Danvers, you have to go back to the mainland, go back to America, get any other heroes you can and bring them here to basically help us out, to defend the Earth from this invasion. Now, he does tell her to leave him there because he has to rework his entire system. He has to start from scratch because with that virus in there, his armor shut down. Any kind of Stark weapon that he could possibly use has been shut down. And so he has to restart or rebuild everything from scratch just to give himself and the heroes the chance to fight against the Skrulls. Now, we actually jump back over to the big battle. Now, when we actually do that, this leads into a very important question with the idea of who can you trust and who can you not trust? Now, the reason why that question is floating around for a lot of different reasons, because remember, you had the Mighty Avengers and the New Avengers arrive in the Savage Land. When that spaceship opened up, you had a bunch of Avenger characters walk off that spaceship claiming that they were the real ones. And so the question of who can you trust and who can you not trust is floating around really hard right now, especially on Mockingbird. Now remember, Mockingbird was a character who was deeply in love with Hawkeye, and matter of fact, she died, if I remember correctly. So with that being said, with her being here, it's kind of like, wait a second, is this a Skrull or not a Skrull? Because she died years ago. Now, this is for Clint Barton to decide, hey, is it really her or not? Because this could be a Skrull trick to just bring down the guard of Clint Barton. But at the same time, it could be Mockingbird, and he wants to make sure it is her so that he can finally be with her once again. And so he does ask her one particular question, like, hey, to figure out if you're not a Skrull, what happened on October 12th? And when she answered the question, we kind of find out that she had an abortion. And with that abortion, it basically tells Hawkeye that it has to be her because only her and him knew about that abortion. A miscarriage. I'm sorry, my bad. That basically she had a miscarriage. Either way, though, it tells Hawkeye, oh my gosh, that's my wife or ex-lover, whatever she was to him. That has to be her because only me and her knew about that moment, which means she's not a Skrull. She's actually Mockingbird. Now for Wolverine, it's kind of like, are you sure though? Because she could be a Skrull still who just knew that one particular memory. But to go ahead and wrap up today's video, we actually pick up with the Young Avengers in Manhattan. Now, the reason why we actually pick up with them right now, because remember, in the last chapter, Susan Storm turned on some kind of black hole device in the middle of New York. And so with her doing that right there, you have a lot of different things being sucked into this black hole type weapon. Now, you do have the Young Avengers wondering what can they do to handle that black hole. But that is the moment you do have a bunch of Skrull ships appear. And when they do appear, they release a bunch of, well, Skrulls who have different powers of different characters of Marvel characters on Earth. So like some of these Skrulls have powers of the X-Men, or Fantastic Four, or the Avengers. It's now the Skrulls going ahead and doing a full-on invasion to wipe out the human race and take over the Earth. It's right now seems like the end of the entire Earth. But this And so getting into today's storyline, we actually do pick up where Secret Invasion number 2 left off at. Now remember, in the Secret Invasions chapter 1 and chapter 2 of the main storyline, basically the Mighty Avengers and the New Avengers went to the Savage Land. Now the reason why, because of course a Skrull ship had crashed into the Savage Land. Now I do want to mention this right here. Most of the characters, most of the team members on the Mighty Avengers and the New Avengers knew about what the Skrulls were basically doing, a secret invasion. Either way though, both teams went to the Savage Land, and of course when they find a Skrull ship, and when that Skrull ship had actually opened up, you had other Avenger characters walk off the ship. And so now the question is, okay, were the characters that we have been following actually Skrulls this entire time? Or are they the real deal? Are real heroes? Are the ones who walked off the spaceship, are they Skrulls? Are they the ones who have been our heroes we all care and love for, but at some certain point in Marvel Comics, they were kidnapped and we just never knew about it? It put the idea of who can you trust? Who is really a Skrull or not? Either way though, it did lead into a big battle in the Savage Land. Now you have to remember that in the Savage Land, you have dinosaurs. And so with dinosaurs being in the Savage Land, a T-Rex came through and broke up the fight. But of course, it sent people all over the Savage Land, making things even harder, because now you have to realize you really can't trust anybody. The ones who were on your side in that battle, they could have been Skrulls. Or the ones across you, your enemies, they could have been Skrulls. Or they could have been a real friend, but they think you are a Skrull. It really plays with the idea of who can you trust. It is really, really important with that storyline right there. Now, Spider-Man was one of the characters who basically got lost in the Savage Land thanks to the T-Rex just coming through and breaking up the fight. But you had Spider-Man land somewhere else in the Savage Land, where then he is confronted by Kazar and Sheena. Now, Kazar and Sheena are old Marvel characters. I mean, really old. But basically, they're kind of like your caveman characters who live in the Savage Land. Or you could say they're Tarzan characters, but still live in the Savage Land. Now, with that being said, though, right now you have Spider-Man say that he cannot trust who they are. Because again, the whole Skrull thing. If Skrulls have been going around replacing people left and right and then pretending to be those people, then who can you trust? And for Spider-Man, he's kind of like, listen, Kazar and I are friends, but right now I can't trust the idea that you are actually Kazar or you are actually Sheena, his girl. I have no idea. But then you have Kazar say, dude, it's us. We're not Skrulls. And right now in the Savage Land, we're trying to save our land because right now we're under siege. And then you have Spider-Man realize, wait a second, you're under siege. What in the world has been going on here in the Savage Land? Now, that is the moment you do have the story kind of jump back in time. And now, this is also going to be Brian Michael Bendis kind of wrapping things up, not really wrapping things up, but using past things he wrote in the earlier books of New Avengers and use them right now for today's storyline. Now, what I mean by that is back in Volume 1 of New Avengers, where basically you had the Avengers team come together, one of the things they had to deal with was going to the Savage Land, and when they did, they found a rogue group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. And basically, this group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were out there mining vibranium. Now, that right there is very important because the New Avengers had basically stopped that group from doing what they were actually doing. Now, here's the thing though. This is Kazar and Sheena saying, no, there was another group out there who were basically doing the same thing. They were out there mining vibranium. Now, on top of that though, you had Kazar and Sheena say, we went out into the jungle because we heard noises. And that's when we noticed what was happening in the Savage Land. This group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were basically mining vibranium. But then you had Ka-Zar and Sheena grab one of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, hoping to knock them out and then take them away to gather information from this S.H.I.E.L.D. agent that they had just grabbed. The problem is, though, where Sheena had struck this S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent died. Now, the reason why this S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had basically died is because it was not a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, it was a Skrull. And so now this is Brian Michael Bendis saying, listen, back in New Avengers Volume 1, when you had that rogue group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and right now you have Ka-Zar and Sheena telling a story how a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were once again mining vibranium. Yeah, all of that because they were Skrulls. They were not humans at all. They were basically Skrulls who were looking for vibranium to use for their own personal needs. Because as soon as Sheena killed off that supposed S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, well, that person's body turned back into a Skrull. Because when it comes to a Skrull, their body is different from ours. And so where you might struck them might kill them, instead of actually knock them out like it does to us. But now it tells Ka-Zar and Sheena, oh my gosh, we have Skrulls here in the Savage Land. We have to learn more. And so you have Sheena take off the fake S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's clothes, wears them, and she is going to sneak around this base of theirs to figure out what in the world is going on here. Now, as you have Sheena walk around the place to see what in the world is actually going on here when it comes to S.H.I.E.L.D. in this mining post they have, or really the Skrulls in their mining post they have, we also see that they have made the people of the Savage Land basically work. The mutates. And so right now they're using the mutates to help mine for the vibranium. Now, Sheena at first is doing a great job where basically no one noticed that she's not one of them at all. But as she is walking around, you do have the leader of this group basically talk about the idea that they should be okay. Because right now the Avengers are busy. And the reason why she knows that because she has a spy on the new Avengers. Now this is Brian Michael Bendis telling us, hey guys, on the new Avengers this entire time there was a spy. And the question is though, who is the spy? Now, in the earlier chapters, we did get information that does say, or could say that basically Spider-Woman this entire time was a spy. And we just had no idea about it. Either way, though, basically right now, this leader saying that, listen, right now, we're okay. The Avengers will not bother us. But then you have Sheena's cover get blown. They realize, hey, you should be over there in that part of the building or area. Why over here for? And so, of course, they do attack her. Now, she is able to get away with Ka-Zar, and they do take one of the Jeeps that belong to this group of Skrulls, but basically she got away. Now, you do have Ka-Zar kind of wrap up this story he's telling us by saying that all of that right there took place before the new Avengers had actually arrived in the Savage Land to basically deal with that group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Because now Ka-Zar is saying that after we basically got away from that group, we were going to attack them again. Or really, we were watching them very closely. But that is the moment you guys had actually appeared, which tells us that when it comes to Ka-Zar's story, it does take place before New Avengers Volume 1. Basically telling us that the Skrulls have been doing this for a very long time, and we just don't know how long it actually had begun. Now, with that all being said, though, you then have Ka-Zar say, we saw you guys arrive, we saw you guys fighting against that rogue group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were really Skrulls, and while you were fighting against them, then the actual S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared, attacked the place, Iron Man protected you guys, but then you guys left. But yes, we have basically been under siege by the Skrulls this entire time since New Avengers Volume 1. But now getting back into the present day, we do play around with the idea of Spider-Man and Ka-Zar wondering, okay, can they actually trust one another? Now, for Spider-Man, it's kind of like with that story right there, you're going to have to trust Ka-Zar because it really seems like he was actually trying to fight against the Skrulls. But when it comes to Ka-Zar, can he actually trust Spider-Man? Now, with Ka-Zar having an actual heart where it's kind of like, you know what? I believe the best in people. You have Ka-Zar say, you know what? I think I can trust you. But while you have the two characters actually talking to one another, well, that is the moment you have Steve Rogers appear. Now, this is actually very important. And the reason why, because Secret Invasion takes place after Civil War. And because Civil War, at the end of that, Steve Rogers died. He was killed off. And so now it's been this kind of saying, oh, was that actually Steve Rogers who died back in Civil War, or was that a Skrull? Because right now we have a Steve Rogers right here who's about to attack Spider-Man and Ka-Zar because he believes that they are Skrulls. But then we jump over to New Avengers number 42. Now, New Avengers number 42 is a completely different storyline from New Avengers number 41. And of course, it focused on Nick Fury and Spider-Woman. Now, this issue right here is actually playing off with the idea of what we saw in New Avengers number 41, where basically we heard that there was a spy on the New Avengers team. Now, the earlier content that we had actually covered already told us that Spider-Woman is a spy on the New Avengers team. But this book right here really says now you definitely know who is the spy on the New Avengers team. It is Spider-Woman. Now, with that being said, when it comes to New Avengers number 42, it does take place in the past, and we do focus on Nick Fury and Spider-Woman. Now, with that being said, this is a Nick Fury who no longer works for S.W.O.R.D. Matter of fact, he's now underground because after Secret War, a storyline in the early 2000s, Nick Fury had to go underground. He broke so many laws that he had to stay away from everybody he cared for, or he had to go to jail. And so he went underground. And of course, no one could find him. Now, here's the thing though. Nick Fury found out about the Skrulls and realized he had to help the heroes out deal with this Skrull problem, but to also protect the Earth. And so he was going around finding different people that he could basically trust, like Jessica Drew. Now, at that point in Marvel Comics, Jessica Drew no longer had her Spider-Woman powers, and so she had to get her powers back. And so what Nick Fury did was he told her, go to Hydra, because you used to work for Hydra. They'll take you back in and they'll give you your powers back. But on top of that, you can give me information about Hydra. Now, knowing Hydra, and they know that you work for S.W.O.R.D., they're going to want S.W.O.R.D. information. Unfortunately, I no longer work for S.W.O.R.D., but I can still get you some kind of S.W.O.R.D. information, the weak stuff, to give over to Hydra, so that you'll be able to still gather information of Hydra and give them over to me. You're basically a triple agent because you also work for S.W.O.R.D. It was a very weird, interesting thing. Now, with all that being said, Jessica Drew did go to Hydra. She did go to Hydra and try to get her powers back. The problem was, though, when they had knocked her out and was going to begin the process of giving her powers back to her, well, we come to find out Hydra has also been invaded by Skrulls. And on top of that, you have the Queen say that she is going to replace Spider-Woman, which means that, yes, Spider-Woman this entire time was a spy. But on top of that, it was the Queen of the Skrulls. And that right there is very huge. Now, once the Queen was able to replace Jessica Drew, she then met up with other Skrulls who were also on Earth, but pretending to be other people of Earth. But of course, they began to have these meetings to plot out what they're going to do to the Earth as a way to make the Earth weaker, so that when it comes time for their full-on invasion, they don't run into any kinds of problems. Like, for example, they were trying to deal deal with the mutant race. And the reason why, because the mutant race numbers are high. There are a lot of them. But on top of that, though, they also have powers, a range of different kinds of powers that could basically ruin the Skrull invasion. And so it is the Skrull saying we need to deal with the mutants, but other problems as well. Now, of course, with the Queen replacing Spider-Woman, that means she has been around for a very long time. Matter of fact, ever since the beginning of New Avengers Volume 1. Because remember, Jessica Drew before New Avengers Volume 1 was told to us to be just a regular S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. We had no idea that she worked for Nick Fury. We had no idea she had her powers back. We had no idea that basically she was working for Hydra to be a double agent for Nick Fury. We learned all those things later on in the New Avengers series. But basically now we come to find out that was never Jessica Drew. It was the Queen the entire time. She was the one pretending to be Jessica Drew. And of course, it led to her and her actions reforming the Avengers, because the Avengers disbanded with Brian Michael Bendis' Avengers Disassembled. And so when they broke up, the Earth no longer had an Avengers team. But because she was there and because the whole Elektra incident, it basically led to her reforming the New Avengers. And so she's kind of like, guys, I'm sorry. We now have a new Avengers team out there, which could be a problem down the road. Now, we do get a page where basically you do have Spider-Woman actually meet up with Hank Pym. Now, you have to remember that we already know by this point in our coverage in Secret Invasion, Hank Pym is not really Hank Pym. It is a Skrull. He was replaced by a Skrull. And matter of fact, we found it out at the end of, I want to say, Secret Invasion number 1. The very first issue of Secret Invasion, where you had the fake Hank Pym take out Reed Richards. And so with that being said, it's kind of Brian Michael Bendis reminding us, hey, Hank Pym was also replaced, and on top of that, he was replaced a long time ago. The question is, though, when? But then you have Brian Michael Bendis continue to show us, like, yeah, Jessica Drew was basically the Queen the entire time. Even when you had Jessica Drew, quotation marks, meet up with Madam Hydra, that wasn't Jessica Drew. That was the Queen of the Skrulls pretending to be Jessica Drew. But on top of that, though, we kind of find out this right here. Madam Hydra, she was not a Skrull this entire time. But on top of that, though, it seemed like she was not there when it came to the original Jessica Drew getting her powers back. That basically means that she was away from that surgery and the Skrulls just stepped in, did their thing, replaced Jessica Drew with the Queen, and moved out. And so Madam Hydra had no idea, and matter of fact, still doesn't know that Jessica Drew is basically a Skrull. Now, we do get a couple pages where we basically see Jessica Drew joining the New Avengers team. And back then, we had no idea the Skrulls were doing any of this. But now we know that the entire time the New Avengers had been formed, well, Jessica Drew was a Skrull. She was a spy, not just for Nick Fury or for Hydra. She was a spy for the Skrulls. She was a quadruple agent. Honestly, that sounds very weird to say. I have no idea why. Either way, though, it shows that she was Skrull this entire time. Now, as she joined the New Avengers team, it reminds us that basically that storyline right there takes place before the House of M event. And that right there is going to be somewhat important for today's video and other videos down the road. Because again, the Scarlet Witch did have a mental breakdown. It led to her kind of disbanding the Avengers, but also making the House of M event. Now, the next section really shows Spider-Woman meeting up with Maria Hill. Now, remember, after Nick Fury has stepped down, Maria Hill was put in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, with that being said, though, it is Maria Hill kind of showing to Spider-Woman that she does not trust anybody, especially Spider-Woman. And the reason why, because Spider-Woman used to work for Hydra. She used to be on Hydra's payroll. Even though now Jessica Drew is a good guy, it's still Maria Hill saying, I cannot trust you at all. And matter of fact, I am going to keep an eye on you this entire time, because at this moment you had Jessica Drew rejoin S.H.I.E.L.D. And so she is a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent on top of being a Hydra agent. But with that being said, though, it could also mean that Maria Hill kind of realized that Jessica Drew could not be Jessica Drew, that there is a possibility it is a Skrull. Because remember, Nick Fury did come to Maria Hill and warned her about things happening around the world, and be very careful who you can basically trust. Now, the last couple pages do reference House of M. Now, House of M was a very big storyline for Marvel Comics, because it was basically the Scarlet Witch warping reality, making a new world, and giving everybody she can the one thing they wanted the most in their entire lives. So, like, for example, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, he wanted Gwen Stacy back so that they could be married together in the future and have a kid. Now, in that new world, it was kind of like a whole different kind of world than what we saw in the main Marvel universe. But at the end of that event right there, you had a Scarlet Witch put everything back, but she did say no more mutants, where you had millions of mutants basically lose their powers, and only like a couple hundreds kept their powers. Now, with all that being said, though, House of M did affect everybody on Earth. But what really did kick off that event was the Avengers and the X-Men came together and said, okay, we have to do something about the Scarlet Witch. What can we do? And they had decided that maybe they should go ahead and kill her off, because her mental state was not good at that moment in Marvel Comics. And with her powers being on a completely different level, they were very afraid that with her mental state and her powers, she could do more harm than good for the Earth. And so they were going to kill her off. But by the time they arrived there, well, of course, that was when the Scarlet Witch warped reality. It affected everybody on Earth. That means if you were a Skrull, you were also affected, because the last page shows us that Spider-Woman, really the queen of the Skrulls, was also warped into the House of M event. Now, getting into New Avengers number 43, it does pick up where New Avengers number 41 left off at. And remember, at the end of that chapter right there, you had Steve Rogers appear. Now, of course, with Steve Rogers being there, it does ask the big question, is this really Steve Rogers? Because again, at the end of Civil War, Steve Rogers died. He was dead. There was no Captain America. And so to see Steve Rogers right now is kind of like, okay, is this a Skrull, or is this actually Steve Rogers? Because if it actually is Steve Rogers, you're now saying the one we saw die at the end of Civil War was actually a Skrull, not really Steve Rogers. But then you have Kazar, Spider-Man, and Sheena fight against this Steve Rogers. Now, this fight does last for a few pages, but then you have some other people of the Savage Land being able to shoot some tranquilizers into this Steve Rogers' neck to knock him out. The problem is, though, with those tranquilizers, it basically does kind of make it hard for him to keep control of his form. And the reason why I say his form, because it shows us that this Steve Rogers is a Skrull. So the Steve Rogers who died at the end of Civil War, that is Steve Rogers. He is still dead. So for right now, we still have no Steve Rogers. The one on the ground is basically a Skrull. Now, with Kazar and Sheena basically seeing that the Steve Rogers they fought against was a Skrull, now it's kind of like, okay, can we trust Spider-Man here? Now, even though this Spider-Man had helped out Sheena and Kazar fight against the Skrull Captain America, it's still kind of like, well, this could be another trick. You could still be a Skrull, so we cannot trust you. Now, with that being said, though, you did have Kazar ask this Steve Rogers, okay, who are you? Why are you here? What's your name, soldier? To the Skrull. Now, that is the moment where we actually do pick up with Pito Neely. Now, Pito Neely was basically the Skrull that was assigned to replace Steve Rogers. Now, in the past, we do actually see him meet the Queen. Now, by the time he does meet the Queen, she had already begun the process of replacing Jessica Drew, because she looks like Jessica Drew. But then they begun the process of turning Neely into Steve Rogers. Here's the thing though, they gave him false memories. They did give him all the memories of Steve Rogers they had up to a certain point, but then they gave him false memories. Now, here is the reason why. Because Steve Rogers was still on Earth still, and so the Skrulls did not replace the Steve Rogers on Earth at all. They left him there. And the reason why, because they had the idea to basically keep different kinds of tricks up their sleeves to use as a way to break the trust system that the people of Earth have. Because if the heroes cannot trust each other, then the Skrulls invasion just got stronger and better. And so they kept Steve Rogers, the real one, on the ground on Earth, but kept their Skrull one with them in space. And the reason why, because they knew once they do send down that ship, the same one we saw in Secret Invasion #1, they knew as soon as they send down that ship to Earth, they're going to have a bunch of Skrulls who are pretending to be heroes walk off that ship. And one of them has to be Steve Rogers, just in case we have the idea that, hey guys, the Steve Rogers you had, well, basically was a Skrull. Here is the real Steve Rogers walking off the ship. Even though we now know that the Steve Rogers who walked off the ship is basically a Skrull. It's very confusing. Either way, though, they wanted to keep their Steve Rogers as a trick to use against the humans on Earth to make them believe, hey, the Steve you have is a fake. Here's the real Steve right here. Now, of course, we saw at the end of Civil War, Steve Rogers died. But still, you can still use your fake Steve Rogers and be like, well, the one you buried was actually a Skrull. I'm the real Steve Rogers. Hi. But of course, now we know that this was a fake Steve Rogers. Now, the last page of New Avengers #43 basically shows us Spider-Man still with Kazar and Sheena. And of course, it's back in the present day. But this is the last page we're going to cover for today's video. But really, you have Sheena, Spider-Man, and Kazar going towards the gunfire they hear to basically help out anybody who could possibly be in danger. But on top of that, though, they do leave behind the fake Steve Rogers Skrull on the ground, just drooling, kind of like, oh my God, you know, I failed my mission. I was a Skrull and I was supposed to help the Skrull race win this invasion. And I basically failed. Today's video is going to be more tie-ins, but these tie-ins are actually being built off what Brian Michael Bendis did in Secret Invasion #1. Because with that being the first chapter of the main storyline of Secret Invasion, you have Bendis do a lot of different things to kind of help set up tie-ins to happen down the road as the storyline is coming out. And one of the things he did was you had Susan Storm of course, one of the members of the Fantastic Four, go to the Baxter building, and she walked into a certain room and she basically turned on a machine. Now, this machine was made by Reed Richards. And with that being said, this machine kind of created some kind of black hole in the middle of New York. And so part of the Baxter building plus other parts of other buildings that were near the Baxter building began to get sucked into this black hole that Susan had released. And the question is now, is Susan a Skrull? Now we know that Reed is not, because back in the main storyline for Secret Invasion, we saw Reed get taken out by Hank Pym. And so now we know he is a Skrull, but not Reed. But the question for this tie-in right here is Susan a Skrull? And what's going to happen to the Fantastic Four as the invasion is basically happening at the moment? Now, the opening pages of this storyline does confirm that Susan Storm is a Skrull. And what I mean by that is we actually jump back in time, where we actually do pick up with Susan Storm, but right now you have her giving a speech to what seems to be a college in Vancouver. Now, with that being said, though, it does seem like a normal day, because after she does give that speech, she does call in to check up on Ben Grimm and Johnny because they're watching her children. But while they're watching the children, we do get confirmation that Reed is not there at the Baxter building, that basically he's also busy with something else. And so it does mean that it comes down to Johnny and Ben to watch the kids. But then we continue to follow Susan throughout her day in Vancouver when she does go back to her hotel room. Now, when she walks into her hotel room, well, that is the moment she's confronted by Reed Richards, which she is surprised because she was just told that he was actually busy. But then he said, well, you know what? I thought with the guys watching the kids, you and I can spend some time together, some good old husband and wife bonding time. And so for Susan, this is great, and she's happy to see her husband. But of course, when she does get close to her husband, she comes to find out that he is a Skrull, which means that basically we can confirm that she is also a Skrull, because you do have this fake Reed Skrull begin to use his powers to knock her out. And of course, that means that she is going to be replaced. But then we jump back into the present day, and this is where we actually pick up where we left off at when it came to the Fantastic Four and Secret Invasion #1, where, of course, like I said earlier, you had Susan coming home to the Baxter building. She ignored Ben Grimm, she ignored Johnny, she ignored her children, she walked into the lab of her husband, she found a machine, she turned that machine on that her husband had made, which of course did open up some kind of portal. And with this portal opening up, it began the process of just sucking things in left and right, including parts of the Baxter building. And so you have Ben Grimm and Johnny freaking out while they're trying to protect the children of Reed and Sue from whatever is happening at the moment. Now for Johnny, he's a he, but he's kind of like, what in the world is going on? Susan, why are you doing this? Why in the world are you trying to destroy everything here right now? And you have Susan literally turn around to her brother and she says, Johnny, I'm sorry. Now, you could say right here, right now, that this could possibly be actually Susan Storm just being mind controlled, being forced to do this by the Skrulls. But at the same time, though, when it comes to the Skrulls, they're really more about kidnapping you and replacing you, having somebody pretend to be you. They're not really into mind controlling you and making you do things to help them win this invasion. Either way, though, with this machine being turned on and everything just being sucked in left and right, it's kind of like, okay, where is Ben Grimm, Johnny, and the children are about to go to? Like, what in the world is going on? Now, right after you have all our favorite characters being sucked into this portal, we do get confirmation that Ben Grimm and the children of Reed and Sue are okay. Now, for Ben Grimm, he's kind of wondering, okay, where in the world are we? Where in the world did we just get teleported to? And of course, when he opens up the blinds, he does see that they have been teleported into the negative zone. And for Ben Grimm, this is a problem because even though he has been inside the negative zone multiple times while being on the Fantastic Four, he does not know how to leave the negative zone just like that. And so he's kind of like, great, I have to somehow find a way for us to get out of here before we are basically killed off here in the negative zone. Now, here comes another problem though, because even though the Fantastic Four were sucked into the negative zone, that portal that Susan opened up earlier back in the Baxter building when it was still on Earth, is still open right now. And so you have more and more things being sucked into this portal. And the question right now is, will all New York be basically teleported into this portal into the negative zone? That is a very big question to wonder about. But of course, we do not have the answer to that question at the moment. But getting back over to Ben Grimm and also the children, we do see them still freaking out. Now, Johnny's not there because right before the Baxter building was sucked into the actual portal that led into the negative zone, Johnny left Ben Grimm with the kids to go confront Susan. And so right now, him and Susan are nowhere near Ben Grimm. And so it's up to Ben Grimm to protect the kids. And the reason why I say protect the kids is because while you have the kids and Ben Grimm realizing that they're in the negative zone, well, that is the moment they are attacked by a bunch of bugs, some negative zone bugs. And so now it's Ben Grimm having to basically protect the children while defeating these bugs. But getting back over to Johnny and Susan, well, that is the moment you have Johnny wake up and he's confronted by Susan. Now, with him being confronted by Susan, he's kind of like, okay, Susan, what in the world is going on here? Like, why in the world did you open up a portal that basically led us into the negative zone? And you have Susan tell Johnny that she was told by Reed that the Skrulls are basically invading the Earth. And to protect Johnny, Ben, her, and the children, he had a device in his laboratory that can open up a portal that leads into the negative zone. And of course, it was the one that she had opened up. And so this is Johnny kind of like, okay, so Reed did this to protect us? That's kind of, very strange, because usually when it comes to Reed, who wants me, Ben, and you out there helping the other heroes battle against the Skrulls? But then you have Sue say, well, on top of that, Reed found out that Ben Grimm is a Skrull. And so this is Sue telling Johnny that Ben Grimm is a Skrull. Now, we already know there's no way that he is a Skrull. But for right now, it's kind of like, hey, he could be actually. But then you have Johnny realize that something is off here. Something is really off when it comes to Susan Storm. And the reason why he's saying that is because he's kind of like, you're going to tell me Ben Grimm is basically a Skrull without any kind of hard evidence to show me that Ben Grimm is a Skrull. And so you have Johnny say, you know what? I'm going to ask you a series of questions and see how many questions you are able to get right. Now, he only asked her one question though. He's like, hey, what is your favorite movie? And of course, Susan here gets it wrong, which means that this is not Susan. That means this is a Skrull that is pretending to be Susan. Now, it's not the Skrull we saw earlier that had knocked out Susan. No, this is actually the ex-girlfriend of Johnny Storm from his past, who is a Skrull and they used to date, and that is Lyja. Lyja is back again, and she's the one who is pretending to be Susan, but also to get revenge against Johnny Storm because he had ruined their love life. Now, Lyja has been around for a very long time, but basically when it came to Lyja, she was part of a plan to get rid of the Fantastic Four. Now, back then, the Skrulls did not have the ability to copy someone else's powers, meaning that if they shapeshift into you, they couldn't copy your powers. Back then, they couldn't do that. They could change into you, but that was really it. Now, with that being said, though, well, the Skrulls found out that the Fantastic Four had basically left the planet Earth. And for them, that was the perfect time to begin the plan to get rid of the Fantastic Four. And so what the Skrulls did was they sent Lyja down and had her replace Alicia Masters. Now, Alicia Masters is better known as the girlfriend of Ben Grimm, but some fans do forget that there was a point in DC Comics we all believed that Alicia Masters and Johnny Storm loved each other. And so when Lyja had basically replaced Alicia Masters, she began to fall in love with Johnny, and Johnny fell in love with the fake Alicia Masters. Now, this storyline went on for a good period of time, but then Johnny found out that basically he was never in love with Alicia Masters, that really he was in love with a girl known as Lyja, a Skrull. And so, of course, they broke up. Now, there were other incidents where she came back and it caused more problems for them. They would get back together and then something else would happen. But basically, when it came to Lyja and Johnny, they're just two people who are doomed to never be together, because every single time they do get together, something else happens. And here we are right now where she is basically a bad guy again for this tie-in. Now, as we jump into the second chapter of this tie-in series for the Fantastic Four and Secret Invasion, we actually have the opening pages kind of remind us about the different lovers that Johnny Storm had over the years. Because Homeboy had a lot of girlfriends, and these are the ones you're seeing that Marvel saying, yeah, these are the ones that matter the most. Because there were some others out there that just weren't in these opening pages, but Johnny Storm did have a lot of different girlfriends over the years in Marvel Comics. But the one girlfriend he knows he has the most problems with is Lyja. And so when he sees her, he's kind of like, Lyja? You're here? You're back? Like, what in the world is going on here? Now, for Johnny here, he's really shocked because the last time he saw Lyja, he really assumed that she was dead. And so for him, he's kind of like, you're alive? What in the world is going on? Now, for Lyja, she's really upset about the idea that even though Johnny thought she had died, it seemed to her that he no longer cared for her, that he would no longer mourn for her, that he had basically moved on and forgot about her. And so in her eyes, Johnny should constantly always mourn over her death or her supposed death. He should always miss her all the time. But for Johnny, he's kind of like, what? I thought you died. I mean, I miss you and everything, but I thought you died. But then Johnny realized if she's here right now and she had teleported him and the rest of the Fantastic Four here to the negative zone, that means she's basically helping out with the invasion, which means that she's had part in the idea of kidnapping Susan, getting rid of Susan, and possibly getting rid of Reed. Had a hard time saying rid there. But either way, it does lead into Johnny and Lyja fighting against one another because, again, it's Johnny kind of like, you came back out of nowhere. You basically kidnapped my sister. My brother-in-law is also missing. But on top of that, you're being that crazy ex-girlfriend all over again, like you do every single time you basically pop up in Marvel Comics. And so they do begin to fight against one another. Now, getting back over to Ben Grimm and the children, you do have Ben Grimm still fighting against the negative zone bugs. So right now, this is plotline B. Plotline A is really more of Johnny Storm and Lyja, and plotline B is basically Ben Grimm fighting against these bugs. And you do have the children of Reed and Sue trying to find one of the hidden spots that Reed had in the building that could help the kids help Ben Grimm out to defeat these bugs. Now, I know a lot of you guys are going to say that, hey, why isn't Valeria helping out Ben Grimm by, making something really powerful to basically take out these bugs? Well, at this point in Marvel Comics, it seems to me, and honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of the Fantastic Four, but it seems to me that Valeria at this point was still a very young child. And so she hasn't really moved into the idea of being able to create all these different things like her father does. I could be wrong there because honestly, right after Secret Invasion, we had Dark Reign. And in that storyline, she's one of the smartest people on the team, like her father. But either way, though, you do have the children right now trying to find one of Reed's secret parts or secret rooms he hid around the Baxter building to find some kind of weapons to help Ben Grimm out. Now, getting back into the battle between Johnny Storm and Lyja, the battle does go on for a few more pages. Now, this time with Lyja being around, she did get some upgrades to her abilities, meaning that she's actually able to withstand the heat from Johnny Storm. And that right there is actually very important because usually when it comes to Johnny Storm, when he throws fire at you, definitely, if you are a Skrull, you get burned very easily. But for Lyja here, it's kind of like, but whatever, dude. Listen, I got some upgrades, and basically your fire does no longer hurt me. Now, you do have Lyja explain to Johnny that why they had to kidnap Reed and Sue first. One, because Reed is one of the smartest people on the planet. Two, Sue is really powerful. If you remove those two characters, to the Skrulls' eyes, the Fantastic Four are basically pointless. Yes, you do have Johnny Storm. Yes, you do have Ben Grimm, but they're nowhere near important as Reed and Sue. And so you do have Johnny and Lyja continue to battle against one another. But then by the end of the fight, you have Johnny actually save Lyja from being hit in the head by a car that was also brought into the negative zone thanks to the same portal. But after he had saved her, then you have the two look at each other in the eyes, which of course we all know what that means. They fell back in love, or they remember why they loved each other for. And so they continue their toxic relationship and kiss after just fighting against one another. Now, right after they do kiss, you do have Lyja basically get grabbed by a jellyfish creature of the negative zone. Yeah, you heard that right. A jellyfish character of the negative zone. Either way, though, you do have this creature grab Lyja. And when it does, you do have Johnny realize that he wants to protect Lyja because he still cares for her still. And so you have Lyja and Johnny actually work together to defeat this jellyfish-like creature of the negative zone. And of course, this continues the idea that these two like each other once again, and they may continue their toxic relationship. But getting back over to Ben Grimm and the children of Reed and Sue, you do have Ben Grimm at first by himself walking into another room where he basically sees a squid-like creature from the negative zone. Now for Ben Grimm, he's kind of like, man, it'll be nice to have some kind of backup right now to help deal with these creatures that just keep popping up left and right. But that is the moment you do have the children of Reed and Sue actually appear, and they actually have a robot suit to help Ben Grimm fight against this squid-like creature. Now, after you have our three characters work together to get rid of that sea creature, well, then that is the moment you have been wonder, where in the world is Johnny at? Like, he has been gone for the entire time since this story or this adventure had basically kicked off. And then you have the children point behind Ben Grimm and say, oh, he's right there. And he has some alien girl with him. And so I had a hard time saying that. Sorry, guys. And so you have the kids say, oh, look, he has some alien girl with him right now. Who is she? And you have been realized it's Lyja. And for Ben Grimm, he's kind of like, oh, not Lyja. Because even he knows that when it comes to Lyja and Johnny, they have a toxic relationship. Now, while you have Johnny catch Ben up about what's been going on, basically that Susan was not Susan, that Susan was Lyja, there's some huge invasion going on with the Skrulls right now back on Earth, and they need to find a way back to Earth to help the other heroes deal with the invasion. You then have Ben Grimm and Johnny wonder, okay, how in the world are we actually going to get back to Earth though? We're in the negative zone and we never learn how to actually properly make an access way or some kind of gateway back to Earth. So what in the world are we actually going to do? But then you have Franklin say, well, you forgot about Dad's prison. And this right here is actually very important because in Civil War, you had Reed on Iron Man's side. Because remember, when it came to Civil War was all about the idea that the American government wanted to police the superheroes, to basically control them. Now, if you were on Iron Man's side, you had technically agreed with the law. If you were on Steve Rogers' side, you disagreed with the law. Now, Reed Richards had agreed with the law alongside with Iron Man. And so with him agreeing to the law, you had Reed built a prison. Now, this prison was basically made to hold people who were breaking the law. And that prison was put into the negative zone. And so it's Franklin saying, why not try to find somebody from that prison to help us fix our problem right here? Maybe somebody there knows how to get out of the negative zone. And so that means that Ben, Johnny, Lyja, and the kids must go to the prison that Reed made to hopefully find somebody who can get them out of the negative zone. Now, getting into the final chapter for this storyline, we actually do pick up with Johnny, Ben, and the children right now traveling to the prison to hopefully find somebody who can actually help them get back to Earth from the negative zone. Now, with that being said, though, while they're traveling to that prison, of course, they do run into more negative zone creatures. Now, with these creatures, of course, they do grab the children of Reed and Sue. And so with them getting grabbed, you do have Johnny and Ben having to use their powers to go help and save the children before something bad really happens to them. So the next few pages is really more of Johnny and Ben Grimm just doing what they can to save the children, but to also make sure they can continue on to basically get to that prison to find a way home. Now, after a few more pages of them fighting against one another, you do have Lyja reappear. And this is Lyja saying that when she woke up after being knocked out earlier and realizing that Johnny was no longer there, she had to look for Johnny and she said, listen, we need to talk. And you have Johnny say, yes, we need to talk as well. But after this, we have to get back to Earth. Now, this is also Lyja saying that, well, possibly saying that she's going to switch sides because when she said that she had joined the Skrull army, she did not want to put any children in harm's way. And so when it came to Franklin and Valera, she's kind of like, hey, I'm not down putting these kids in danger. So she might actually help the Fantastic Four and the rest of the heroes to defeat the Skrulls. Now, when they do arrive at the prison, you do have Ben Grimm basically begin the process of breaking into the prison to hopefully find somebody who can get them out of the negative zone. We do pick up with the talk between Johnny and Lyja. Now, this conversation is really more of where was Lyja? Because I didn't mention this earlier, but Lyja actually pretended to be two different people over the time in Marvel Comics. First, there was Alicia Masters when she was originally trying to kill off the Fantastic Four. But a second time, she was a different character known as Laura Green. I want to say it was Laura. It could have been a different name. I know the last name was Green. Either way, though, she was pretending to be Laura Green. And of course, her and Johnny did continue their relationship. Now, here comes the big thing, though. Back in the late 1990s, you had a storyline called the Onslaught Saga, or the Onslaught something. A very huge X-Men, Avengers, really a whole Marvel crossover, where it was Marvel trying to rework a bunch of characters that were no longer selling, like the Fantastic Four. And so, thanks to Onslaught, the Fantastic Four had disappeared for a good period of time. But when they came back, Johnny said he could no longer find Laura Green. He could no longer find Lyja. And so he wondered where she was at, and that is why he assumed that she was dead. But she said she wasn't dead. Matter of fact, she was alive this entire time, and she was still in New York as Laura Green, pretending to be a human. If Johnny had just looked in the phone book, he could have possibly found her. Now, with that being said, though, she was living a quiet life, but then she was confronted by the Skrulls. Now, when the Skrulls have basically confronted her, of course, they told her about their master plan, this invasion, how the new queen wanted her help. They wanted her to basically kill off the Fantastic Four, Johnny, Ben, and the children. Not Reed and Sue, but just Johnny, Ben, and the children. But she couldn't actually go through it. And so even though she did open that portal and sent them into the negative zone, it was her kind of saying, I still was not down to basically kill you guys. And so it's kind of like her saying that she did what she did to protect Johnny, Ben, and the kids because she still cares for Johnny. Now, with all that being said, though, she does tell us that she did meet the queen. And when she did meet the queen was also disguised as somebody else. And once again, this is another piece of information that tells us that Spider-Woman is not Spider-Woman. That Spider-Woman is actually the queen. And this entire time, for the last few days, months, who knows, when we had the new Avengers around, Spider-Woman was never there. It was the queen of the Skrulls race. Now, getting back over to Ben Grimm, we actually do see Ben Grimm finding somebody who could actually help them get back to Earth. And that person is the Thinkerer. Now, the Thinkerer has been around for a very, very long time in Marvel Comics. But basically, when it comes to the Thinkerer, he's able to create a lot of different things. And so this is Ben Grimm hoping that the Thinkerer will be able to make some kind of device that could help them get back to Earth. Here's the problem, though. If you're in this prison, you basically broke the law, the superhero law, meaning that if you did not register and started working for the government, you were breaking the law and you got thrown into a prison. Now, when it comes to the Thinkerer, he said, I had retired. I was no longer doing any kind of bad guy stuff or even any kind of supervillain stuff or superhero stuff. I was just on the sideline minding my business, and that is it, when you had S.W.O.R.D come out of nowhere and basically arrest me. And the only reason why they did arrest me is because I did not register. And they arrested me while I was out with my grandchildren, getting them ice cream. And so it's him saying, why should I help you, Ben Grimm? Because you're part of the Fantastic Four. Reed Richards built this prison. He locked me up alongside with Iron Man. And all I was doing is getting some ice cream with my children. But because I did not register, even though I had retired and I am an old man, I got thrown into jail. And so he's wondering, why should he help out Ben Grimm? And so you have Franklin actually step in and say, because there is an invasion going on. And with that invasion going on, a lot of people are going to get hurt, including your grandchildren. And just like that, you have the Thinkerer say, nope, I got to help you guys out. I have to help you guys out because now you're saying my grandchildren could possibly be in danger. Let's go. And so you do have the story really wrap up very quickly here. And what I mean by that is you do have the Thinkerer begin the process of actually rebuilding the device that basically brought the Fantastic Four, really Reed and Ben and the children, here to the negative zone. But while you have the Thinkerer actually doing that, you have Johnny and Lyja have another conversation. Now, this conversation is really more of Lyja saying that she is going to stay in the negative zone. And the reason why, because she wants to be away from the war between the humans and the Skrulls. But she also wants to make sure that nobody she cares for does get hurt on either side. And so this is her saying, I am going to stay away from Earth. Like I'm saying here in the negative zone. Now, for Johnny, he hates this idea. To him, he's kind of like, no, come back with me and we can try once again and see where it goes. But it's Lyja saying no. She wants to stay behind. And so she does. And you do have our heroes get back to Earth. But when they do get back to Earth, they do see how bad things have become on Earth. The invasion is full on at the moment, which means that now they have to go help the rest of the heroes basically deal with this invasion. But then you have Johnny say as soon as they find Reed and Sue, they're going to go back and get Lyja because they need her. Or not they, he needs her. And this is where And so to begin today's storyline, we actually do pick up with Hank Pym. Now, this actually takes place in the past to kind of tell us when did Hank Pym actually get replaced and when does it fall in line in the Marvel timeline. Now, with Hank Pym right now at this moment, we do see him right now doing some kind of seminar, some kind of lecture. Now, at the end of his lecture, you do have certain people begin to ask him different questions like, hey, what about this? What about that? It all ties into his topic about genetics. But then a young lady at the end, she asked him a question about the Avengers and why did the Avengers break up, which tells us that this moment right here does pick up after Avengers disassembled, but right before the new Avengers came together. Either way, though, it's Hank Pym telling her, honestly, I think the Avengers are just taking a break. They'll be back very soon, which honestly, they do come back. But then we see that Hank Pym and this young girl, they do make eye contact and show that they do find each other very attracted to each other. Now, the next section really does show the relationship between Hank Pym and Janet Van Dyke. And what I mean is that when it comes to Janet and Hank, they used to be married to one another until, of course, you had Hank basically slap his wife, and it led to him being an abusive husband and also them kind of going through this trial period of, multiple trial periods of seeing that if the two characters could get back together and kind of reestablish their relationship. Now, with that being said, though, right now we're kind of seeing that these two characters have moved to a different area in America, and once again, they're trying to reconnect with one another to see if they are able to actually get back to that power couple once again. The problem is, though, when you do have Janet come home drunk, it makes Hank Pym very angry. And so you have Hank Pym hating the idea of his wife coming home drunk after being out with a group of friends. And so he tells her to go to bed. But the reason why I'm pointing this out is because it shows that even though they're trying to see if they're actually able to kind of reestablish their love life once again between each other, it doesn't work out because in the morning, you do have Hank Pym wake up to a note by Janet saying that she had basically left him. And it shows that once again, they're unable to actually, establish that relationship with one another once again. And so right after Janet had basically left Hank once again, you have Hank actually link up with the female student that we saw earlier in this video. The one who had asked him that question about why did the Avengers break up? Why did we get Avengers disassembled? But now we see that these two characters are now laying in bed together naked, which honestly, we saw it coming in the first section because they looked at each other like, I like you and you like me. Now, she does ask him about his status like, are you married? Are you single? Are you divorced? What in the world is going on with you and Janet? And of course, he tells her we are married, but we are technically separated. And we keep trying over and over again, but it does not work out. And for her, it's kind of like, great, this is my chance to actually get close to him and to hopefully replace Janet. Now, that is also the moment she wonders if he is going to leave for New York. And the reason why, because back in New York, you right now have the new Avengers announcing themselves to the public, which tells us that this section takes place at the same time the new Avengers came together. And so you have Hank say, no, I'm staying here. That's their thing. That's that Avenger group, not my group. I'm staying over here. And for her, this is great once again, because now she knows he is going to stay and he's now single again. And so you do have Hank actually ask this young female, do you want to have dinner? And she, of course, says yes. Now we see that over time, you do have the two characters actually spending time with one another. But while the two characters are actually spending time with one another, you actually do see this young female student begin to ask Hank Pym different questions about his past life being Ant-Man or being Yellow Jacket. It's really her trying to learn more about Hank Pym, which honestly, that right there should be some red flags right there, because honestly, why is this girl so interested into your superhero life while you guys are out in the middle of doing things as a couple? And so for Hank, it's kind of like, oh, it's okay. I'll go ahead and give the answers that she is looking for. But at the same time, this is a young girl who's basically gathering information about Hank Pym. Now, when we actually do see the two characters once again, we actually do see them right now kind of staying in for the night, eating a bowl of ice cream, and talking to one another about Skrulls. And this is the young girl showing that she's very intrigued about the Skrulls and want to learn more about them. Now, while she is talking to him, he's basically giving her all the information she needs to know about the Skrulls, the Kree-Skrull War, their abilities, and where they come from, like all the different things she needs to know about the Skrulls. Now, while this conversation is going on, you then have Hank Pym actually talk bad about the Skrulls. And that right there was a mistake, because this young female student is kind of like, I don't think they're that bad. But for Hank Pym, he's kind of like, I fought against them. I know how bad they are. I know what they've done in the past. Like, basically, they are bad. And so that is the moment we come to find out the young female student is actually a Skrull. And she was sent here to basically take out Hank Pym. And so it does lead into a small battle between the two characters, but it does end up with the Skrull being able to knock out Hank Pym. And this shows us and tells us that basically this is the moment where Hank Pym was replaced by a Skrull. Now, you do have Janet actually come back to see Hank. The problem is, though, Hank is knocked out. And so you do have our Skrull here being able to shapeshift back into the body of the young female student, open the door to just send Janet away, because now you have Janet thinking that her husband has basically moved on, found somebody else, and sooner or later they're going to get divorced. And so she just left just like that. But it shows us that she has no idea that her husband has been replaced or has been captured right now at this moment by a Skrull. And so as we get into the next section, we actually do see the Skrulls turning a Skrull into Hank Pym. Now, once they do that, we kind of find out that this was not actually part of their plan. Like, Hank Pym was not one of the many people that they were actually worried about, or they did not have Hank Pym on their plan to replace. Like, they were going to leave Hank Pym off the board completely. But because this one particular Skrull felt like Hank Pym is somebody very important who could actually help the Skrulls win their invasion, they had no choice but to turn this Skrull into Hank Pym. And we kind of find out very quickly why this Skrull had automatically assumed that Hank Pym was going to be a very valuable asset. Because you then have to remember what happened at the very beginning of Mighty Avengers. Because remember, for a long time, not really a long time, but for a good period of time, you had one Avengers title in the early 2000s, which was New Avengers. But by 2006 or 7, you then had the Mighty Avengers appear. And the Mighty Avengers was a separate team that came out of Civil War. And remember, in Civil War, it was basically a law that said if you're going to be a hero, you have to register and basically work for the American government. And so you had two Avengers team. One, the Mighty Avengers, actually liked the law and worked with the law. The new Avengers at that point after Civil War said, no, that law is fake, is wrong, and is completely bad for superheroes. And so they fought against the law. Now, the Mighty Avengers series, their first story dealt with Ultron. And we kind of find out the whole Ultron attack was basically done by this fake Hank Pym. And with this fake Hank Pym using the Ultron attack, it did learn that basically every information or intel they had on Iron Man's armor was outdated. That thanks to Ultron being able to hack into Tony Stark's system, they learned everything else new about Iron Man. How now he has gone more organic when it comes to his Iron Man suit. And they also learned how to actually weaken the suit. And so now it shows why Hank Pym is such a great asset, because Hank Pym was one of the people that helped create Ultron. And so when Ultron attacked, it was the perfect time for him to jump in and to basically take over. But the Ultron attack was actually planned by Hank Pym. And so it's this fake Hank Pym using his abilities of the real Hank Pym to gather the intel the Skrulls need to actually win this invasion. But now it's time for us to figure out, when did Elektra get kidnapped? When was Elektra replaced by a Skrull? Now, we actually jump back months ago where we actually pick up with Elektra. And this is Brian Michael Bendis tying back into what happened in New Avengers Volume 1. Now, remember, back in New Avengers Volume 1, you basically had Elektra talking to somebody about a huge plan. Now, we had no idea who that person that he was actually talking to, but they hired Elektra to basically cause a huge distraction at one of the prisons that was holding a bunch of different kinds of supervillains in. And of course, thanks to Elektra distraction, most of those villains were able to escape. Now, we come to find out the person that Elektra was talking to is Elektra. And that right there is kind of like, wait a second. Because by this point in Marvel Comics, Elektra was an anti-hero. Good and bad, but most of the time good. Now, with that being said, though, she's the one who had hired Elektra to actually go to that prison, cause a huge blackout, which then led to a bunch of supervillains being able to escape. But the question is, though, why did Elektra hire Elektra to actually do that? And so now we know that at this moment right here, that could have not been Elektra. It had to be a Skrull that had already replaced her. But then we jump back even farther back in time, where we actually pick up with Elektra right now, kind of just doing one of her usual ninja things, meditating. Either way, though, that is the moment she is confronted by another Elektra. And it's kind of like, wait a second, why do we have two Elektras? Now, we already know that the other Elektra that had just appeared, it is clearly a Skrull, because this Elektra is wearing a different color to kind of help us out as readers to know who is who. But as the fight goes on between these two Elektras, the one that appeared that's in a darker color outfit, she turns her head into Ghost Rider, which tells us that this is not the real Elektra, the one we saw at the very beginning of this section, the one that was meditating, that was our Elektra. Either way, though, you do have the two Elektras actually battle against one another. But while you have the two Elektras battling against one another, it does end up with our Elektra actually killing off the fake Elektra. And when she does that, of course, we do get confirmation that the other Elektra was just a Skrull. Now, when she does leave that fake Elektra behind and goes on the rooftop, she is confronted by Wolverine and Daredevil. Now, these are two characters who do have close ties with Elektra, especially Daredevil. But we already know that this is not Daredevil, that this is not Wolverine, because you have the two characters begin to actually fight against Elektra, and Elektra knows that basically the Skrulls are coming after her. They already sent in one, that one failed, and now they're sending in two more to hopefully outnumber me, to hopefully win, and to basically capture me. And so it's her trying to fight back against these two other Skrulls who are right now pretending to be Wolverine and Daredevil. Now, while the battle does go on, you do have Elektra actually being able to defeat these two guys. The problem is, though, you do have another Skrull appear, being able to actually defeat Elektra. And so there goes Elektra right there. She was defeated by the Skrulls months before the supervillains had broke out of that prison back in New Avengers Volume 1. But several weeks after the moment we do see Elektra actually get taken out, we do see Elektra actually meeting up with the Queen of the Skrulls. Now remember, the Queen of the Skrulls also replaced somebody on Earth. And right now, most of the clues basically tell us that she had replaced Spider-Woman. That the entire time we thought we had Spider-Woman on the New Avengers, it was actually the Queen of the Skrulls pretending to be Spider-Woman. Either way, though, you do have the two female characters actually meeting up, the fake Elektra and the fake Spider-Woman, the two Skrulls. And we come to find out that these two Skrulls are actually in a relationship with one another, but you do have the Queen right now very worried for the fake Skrull that is pretending to be Elektra. And the reason why, because it seems like they have basically planned her death. They plan her to die, and they plan for the New Avengers or somebody to actually find her. The problem is, though, if she does die, the Queen no longer has her girlfriend. But she realized what her girlfriend has to do if they want their plan to actually be done, their invasion to actually go well. But we also have to remember that when it came to Elektra, Elektra at that point in Marvel Comics was in control of the Hand. Well, we come to find out that our Elektra, the one we had and knew about for years and years and years, was not in control of the Hand. It was the Skrull that had gained control of the Hand. Because with the Skrull pretending to be her, she went back to the Hand, this evil ninja organization that basically worships a demon for their god. But either way, though, it came to the Skrull Elektra going back to the Hand and breaking the Hand free away from Hydra, because the Hand was working for Hydra, and to this fake Elektra, that is a huge downgrade for the Hand to basically work for an organization like Hydra. And so you did have the Hand test this fake Skrull Elektra, but you do have our Elektra this fake Elektra being able to actually win the battle against the Hand, to regain control of the Hand. And so when we saw the New Avengers being confronted by Elektra in the Hand, it wasn't our Elektra, it was a Skrull Elektra who had regained control of the Hand and was using the Hand for her own personal needs. But today's video is for one of the most random kind of stories we told for a tie-in for this event. And I feel like they knew no one would read this story, but they used the name of Spider-Man as a way to kind of get people to buy this book. And what I mean by that is, when it comes to Secret Invasion Spider-Man, the tie-in for today's video we're doing, it's not really even about Spider-Man. It's about the side characters who you see in Spider-Man comics at that time when they were doing Secret Invasion. Because if you have been following my videos for Secret Invasion, Spider-Man It's nowhere near New York. He's with the rest of the Avengers right now in the Savage Land, fighting against an army of Skrulls who are also pretending to be other heroes who may or may not been supposedly kidnapped by the Skrulls over the years in Marvel Comics. And so with that being said, right now, you do have this storyline, this 3-part storyline that really focuses on the side characters in Spider-Man comics that were coming out at this time when we had Secret Invasion. Now, the reason why we're doing this is, one, I want you guys to see how pointless this story was. But on top of that, I want you guys to realize how hard Marvel tried to make a certain character become really popular and was really hoping that fans would love this character so much that maybe, just maybe, she'll become the next big hit for Marvel Comics. And that character is Jackpot. And honestly, when I read this tie-in series, I was so confused on why it was called Secret Invasion Spider-Man. And now I know why. Because all the side characters in Spider-Man comics are in the storyline except Spider-Man, and that is it. Now, the first page of this story actually tells us what we're going to see later on in this storyline. Because right now, in the present day, we actually pick up with Jackpot right now fighting against a Skrull that has the powers of some of Spider-Man's greatest villains. Now, of course, we're trying to figure out how in the world do we get to this point right here? Because right now, this is point B. Where is point A? And so we are going to go back in time to basically lead up to this moment right here to figure out how in the world did Jackpot end up fighting against someone who is a Skrull, who's holding the powers of some of the greatest villains of Spider-Man, but this guy is looking for Spider-Man. Now, with that being said, though, I do want to mention one thing about Jackpot. This is actually the second Jackpot. Let me explain. So back in 2008, I want to say, in Amazing Spider-Man number 546, you had this character appear. This is the second Jackpot, Elena Jobson. The first Jackpot, Sarah, and I forgot her first name, was the original Jackpot, but she wanted to no longer be a hero anymore. And so basically she gave the identity over to Elena, the current Jackpot. Now, when Marvel made this Jackpot right here, it was really Marvel kind of playing around with the idea that this could be Mary Jane in a superhero costume. Oh my gosh, because no one actually knew her identity just yet. So when she appeared and when she was around, nobody actually knew who this character was. It's just that she was some female character out there in New York who was a registered superhero fighting along Spider-Man. And of course, because she had red hair, it was Marvel trying to tease the idea that she was Mary Jane. Unfortunately, though, it was not Mary Jane. It was Elena Jobson. And so that is her origin story right there when it comes to this second version of Jackpot. Now, when it comes to Jackpot, a lot of her powers actually comes from the mutant growth hormone. Now, this is technically a drug that is used to unlock different abilities for you to use. And so for Jackpot, she got really more superhuman abilities. So super speed, super strength, and super durability. And that's really it about the character. She only lasted for a couple years and then Marvel said, whoop, bye, later. But getting back into today's storyline, we actually pick up in the past as a way for us to begin the process of working our way up to figuring out how in the world did Jackpot end up fighting against a Super Skrull that is holding the powers of different villains of Spider-Man, but also looking for Spider-Man. And so we start off in the past, last night, where right now you do have Jackpot at this warehouse. Now, while she's at this warehouse, she is watching a bunch of men move a bunch of boxes. Now, all these men she thinks works for a guy known as Walter D. Clune. Now, Walter D. Clune is honestly not that important for this storyline, but it's Jackpot trying to prove that Walter is Well, a corrupt businessman. And what he's doing right now is doing some illegal moving and illegal things as well on the side. And so you have her at this warehouse taking pictures of these men who are moving boxes left and right and minding their businesses. Now you do have Jackpot go down there because she thinks she has enough proof to prove that Walter is a corrupt businessman. But on top of that, what he's holding in this warehouse is possibly more illegal things. Well, after she does fight against these guys and basically defeats them, she comes to find out that this warehouse is actually a legit warehouse business because all it stores in this warehouse is DVD players. And so she realized that she just basically raided a legit business warehouse. And now that looks bad for her as a superhero. But then we pick up with Vin Gonzalez. Now, Vin Gonzalez is basically a police officer in New York. And he's also at this point in Marvel Comics, the roommate to Peter Parker. Now, right now, he's looking for Peter Parker because it's the first of the month. And we all know what that means. Rent is due. And so basically, he's coming to Peter Parker for Peter's half of the rent. The problem is, though, Peter is not there because we know that Peter is right now in Savage Land fighting against the rest of the Avengers against an army of Skrulls. And so it's been kind of like, man, rent is due and I can't find Peter anywhere. What are we going to do for rent this time of the month? But then we jump over to the Coffee Bean. Now, the Coffee Bean is kind of like this hangout spot for a lot of different people, just a random coffee shop where you do have Vin Gonzalez meet up with the rest of the characters who are basically side characters in Spider-Man's comics. So like Harry Osborne, his wife Liz Allen, also Carly Cooper. Now, I don't know at this point if Peter and Carly are dating yet. I do know they do date down the road, but I don't know has it happened yet when it comes to the timeline where Secret Invasion basically takes place in. Either way, though, these are all different characters who are going to be somewhat important for this storyline, and they're all looking for Peter Parker. Now, Carly Cooper is actually not going to be that important for this storyline. She's just here to remind people like, hey, I'm also a side character in Spider-Man comics. Hey, and that's really it. But of course, you do have everyone tell Vin that no, they have not seen Peter Parker at all. And so then we actually pick up with Jackpot. Now, when we do, it is the following day after the warehouse incident, where right now she does see today's paper from the Daily Bugle. And right now, today's paper is calling her a bad superhero because she did raid a legit warehouse business. And so right now, she's very upset with the idea that the Daily Bugle is basically giving her name a bad rep. And so right now, her goal is to basically go confront the person in charge of the Daily Bugle. Now, when she does arrive, she also has this lady that was actually sent by the American government known as Helen, who basically is trying to help her fix her image after what the Daily Bugle has done. Because when it comes to Jackpot, she is a registered hero. Let me explain. So back in 2006, Marvel had this storyline called Civil War, where basically a law was made saying that if you're going to be a superhero, you have to work under the American government. Now, not every single hero liked that law. And so you had some people fight against it and some people actually worked with the law. And so when it came to Jackpot, she's one of those characters who actually agreed with the law. And so right now you have the American government or the people in charge of this act basically sent Helen down to go talk to the person in charge of the Daily Bugle to kind of rework the image that he's trying to say about Jackpot, because the person in charge of the Daily Bugle is right now giving Jackpot a bad image. Now, at this point in Marvel Comics, J. Jonah Jameson was not the one in charge of the Daily Bugle. Matter of fact, the one in charge right now is Dexter Bennett. Now, with that being said, though, when it comes to Dexter, he's basically a guy right now who has turned the Daily Bugle into a tabloid magazine, meaning that most of their articles are just trash articles. They're just stories about celebrities doing crazy things, and that is it. It's not really articles that have some interesting and very good viewpoints about different things happening around the city or the world. And so with that, you do have Robinson very upset with how Dexter has turned the Daily Bugle into. And so with that, with basically Jackpot raiding that warehouse business that was legit, of course, it gave Dexter another trashy article to basically use for his paper to get more money, because he knows that people really do love trashy articles. Now, you do have Helen try her best to kind of argue with Dexter to basically kind of write a news story that does fix the image of Jackpot. But of course, while you have all these different characters arguing with one another, it is going to lead into, of course, Secret Invasion. Now, when it comes to these tie-ins for Secret Invasion, it will focus on two different groups. The first group, or really the second group, will be Harry Osborne and Liz Allen, because right now you have the two characters going to buy a car, but of course, as they're on their way to the dealership, that is the moment the invasion has fully begun on Earth, and you have the Skrulls right now sending bunch of Super Skrulls with powers to different areas across the world, especially a lot of Skrulls to New York. And so with Harry Osborne and Liz Allen, as they were walking down and minding their business, they were confronted by a Skrull. Now, getting back over to the other group, we actually do pick up with Jackpot right now with the rest of the side characters in Spider-Man comics. So Robertson, Dexter, Betty Brant, and also Helen, I guess, for this storyline. And Vin is downstairs in the Daily Bugle, but he's going to work his way up. And the reason why we do jump over to these characters is because right now they basically have been confronted by Spider-Man. Now, at first, you kind of wonder how in the world can Spider-Man be here? But in the main storyline, Spider-Man is fighting with the Avengers in the Savage Land, fighting against the Skrulls. And so with that being said, you have everyone confused on why in the world Spider-Man is here. But then you have Spider-Man actually fight against Jackpot. Now, when he does begin to punch Jackpot, that is the moment you realize this is not Spider-Man. This is someone else. And then that's the moment we come to find out that this Spider-Man is not Spider-Man. It is a Skrull who has basically taken the form of Spider-Man. But the thing is, this Skrull Spider-Man is actually looking for the real Spider-Man. Now, once you have Jackpot realize that basically she is fighting against a Skrull that is right now pretending to be Spider-Man, but at the same time looking for Spider-Man, she does fight against him, and it does lead to a battle where they're basically sharing blows with one another. Now, at the end of the first chapter, once she's actually able to somewhat get a few punches in, but then he gives her one heck of a punch, that is the moment you do have this Spider-Man Skrull begin to actually change into this form where we can see that he is holding different powers of different villains of Spider-Man. So the Lizard, Venom, it looks like Green Goblin, or this could be his Skrull face, Electro, and Rhino. And so right now, she has to fight against a Super Skrull that is holding the different powers of Spider-Man's villains. And so as we jump into the second chapter, we actually do pick up with Vin right now running up the staircase of the Daily Bugle to hopefully figure out what he saw earlier, which was something crashing into the Daily Bugle, which was, of course, the Spider-Man Skrull, who's now basically the Sinister Six Skrull, possibly. Either way, though, when he does run up to the top of the staircase, he does see what's actually happening right now at the Daily Bugle. Because while he was running up the staircase, he did see a bunch of people running away, freaking out because what they saw on the top floor, which was Jackpot fighting against the Super Skrull. And so when he arrived at the top of the staircase, he does see Jackpot fighting against the Super Skrull. And he's kind of like, what do I even do in this situation? Like, there's nothing I can really do in this situation at all right now at the moment. So you do have Jackpot tell Vin and the rest of the staff of the Daily Bugle to run away because honestly, they're in the way. What can they possibly do to help her defeat something like this right now? Because of course, this dude is holding different powers of different supervillains that Spider-Man had fought over the years in Marvel Comics. And so she does tell them, you guys need to basically leave right now. Like, get the heck out of here while I try to hold him off long enough so that we all can be able and basically get out of here. So we do jump over to Harry Osborne and Liz Allen. Now, when we do see that they are surrounded by some Super Skrulls who are basically part of this invasion that's happening right now all over the earth. Now, of course, you do have these two Skrulls actually planning on killing off Harry and Liz. Now, right when the two Skrulls are about to attack Harry and Liz, they do cause a hole in the building right next to Harry and Liz, which of course does give Harry and Liz the ability to run away from these two Skrulls. Now, when they do that, they do run into a car dealership, which is perfect because you did have Harry and Liz find a car that has keys left inside of it, and they use that car as a way to basically get away from these Skrulls. Now, this section right here also shows how much that Harry Osborne does not like Spider-Man, because you do have Liz wondering, where are the heroes? Where is Spider-Man to come save the day? And for Harry, he hates the idea to hear Liz basically say the name Spider-Man to come save her. Like, he feels like as her husband, as her man, the only person that should be saving her is basically him. And so he tells her, we don't need Spider-Man. I got you. I'm going to protect you. I'm going to keep saving you all the time. But then we jump over to Jackpot in the Daily Bugle crew, where we basically see them right now still trying to get away from this Super Skrull. Now, we do see all of our characters get inside Robbie Robertson's car, and he's the driver of this car. And the reason why, because when it comes to Robbie in his past life, he was known as this amazing driver. Like, basically, when he was young, he was always losing cops left and right because of his driving skills. And so, of course, they're kind of like, you have to drive the vehicle because you're probably our best shot of losing this creature who is after us right now, while you have Jackpot on top of the car to protect the Daily Bugle crew. Now, the reason why this Super Skrull is coming after the Daily Bugle crew and Jackpot is because he is looking for Spider-Man, but these characters smell like Spider-Man because all of these side characters and Spider-Man comics have been around Peter Parker or Spider-Man over a certain period of time. And so, of course, with this Super Skrull looking for Spider-Man, he's kind of like, y'all smell like Peter Parker, or you smell like Spider-Man, and that's who I'm looking for. So somebody here is Spider-Man, or somebody knows where I can find Spider-Man. And so that is why you have this Super Skrull just basically chasing after the staff of the Daily Bugle and also Jackpot. But then we jump over to Harry Osborne and Liz Allen. Now, right now, they're still driving away in the car they basically stole from that car dealership. But at the same time, I guess it is okay because they do need the car to basically get away from the Skrulls. There's a whole invasion happening right now. Either way, though, you do have Harry Osborne right now getting very upset with Liz Allen, and not really at her, but what she's basically saying. And the reason why, because is right now you have Liz basically saying that she wished that a hero would come in and save the day, even Spider-Man. And this shows that Harry hates the idea of anybody else trying to save his wife's life, because he feels like that he is her man. The only person that should basically save her is him, nobody else. And so right now you have her kind of like, oh my God, where's Spider-Man? Where's Iron Man? You know, Thor, someone to come save the day. Is Harry saying, no, the only person that should save your life it's me because I'm your husband. Now, as you have Harry and Liz driving the car they had technically stole, they have to crash the car because they were attacked by a Skrull, which does end up with these two characters getting split up. Now, Harry does try to get back to Liz, but unfortunately he can't do it because a Skrull appears and begins to attack him. And right when it seems like Harry is about to die, well, that is the moment something or someone takes out the Skrull that was about to kill off Harry. And of course, we know it had to be somebody because they say, hey, you are not going to kill him at all. And they continue to fly away. But then we jump over to Jackpot in the cast from the Daily Bugle, where right now you do have Jackpot trying to defend the cast from the Daily Bugle against this Super Skrull, because Robbie right now is trying to use a car that he has as a way to lose this Skrull, but unfortunately this Skrull is not going to give up, and so it does continue to chase down the cast of the Daily Bugle, but also Jackpot as well. And so this does lead into another battle between Jackpot and the Skrull, but on top of Robbie's car. But while you have the two characters fighting against one another, you then have the Skrull actually throw Jackpot away. And that right there is a huge problem because she doesn't have that many different superpowers to give her the ability to actually catch up with the Skrull in the cast of the Daily Bugle. And so she's kind of like, how in the world am I going to catch up now? But that is the moment she does get caught by somebody else. And that person is Menace. And Menace was a character that was made in the mid-2000s to be a new kind of goblin for Spider-Man to fight against. And honestly, I am going to leave it at that right there because the whole Menace drama is actually very annoying. But now with Jackpot basically dealing with Menace, you do have this Super Skrull kind of like, cool, now she's gone, I can focus on you guys, basically talking about the cast of the Daily Bugle. But it's him saying, now I can focus on you guys because one of you guys is Spider-Man or know how I can find Spider-Man. And so the Skrull is about to attack someone in this car to hopefully get the information that he's actually looking for. And so getting into the final chapter, we actually do pick up right now with Menace fighting against Jackpot. Now, while fighting against one another, you do have Menace trying to kill off Jackpot. Now, this is not the first time these two characters had actually met. And matter of fact, Jackpot has been trying to stop Menace for a good period of time at this point in Marvel Comics. Now for Jackpot, she's trying to unmask Menace to finally learn who in the world is behind the mask of Menace. Because when Menace was made, nobody actually knew who was behind the mask of this new Goblin character that Marvel had basically made in the mid-2000s. Now you do have the two characters continue to fight against one another, and Jackpot is unable to actually unmask Menace because apparently the mask won't just come off that easily when it comes to Menace, but you also have Menace trying to drop Jackpot mid-air because Menace realized Jackpot does not have any kind of flying abilities to basically save herself if she's falling out of the sky. But getting back over to the Daily Bugle cast, you do have the Daily Bugle group right now still trying to get away from the Skrull, but unfortunately the Skrull was able to catch up to them. Now, once the Skrull has them where he wants them, he does begin to ask once again, who is Spider-Man? Because again, he can smell Spider-Man on them. Now, you then have Betty Brant actually begin to do this thing where she kind of points out how each character in the car right now cannot be Spider-Man. Starting off with Robbie, I think she said is too tall. For Dexter, he's too old. And so it comes down to her and Vin. Now, of course, Vin probably does fit the bill better than she does, but you had a Skrull basically grab her just in case this is her trying to trick him and say, oh, she's actually Spider-Man, but she just trying to trick everybody and say she's not Spider-Man. Now, we can tell she's not Spider-Man. We all know that. But for the sake of the story, it's kind of like maybe she is Spider-Man to the Skrull's brain right now. And so he does grab her, and it does look like he's about to kill her off. But that is the moment you do have Menace and also Jackpot appear. And when they do appear, they crash right on top of this Super Skrull. And that is huge because it does cause a huge explosion, which of course does kind of end everything, it seems, for Jackpot, this Super Skrull, Menace, and the cast from the Daily Bugle. And so once they crash, you do have Jackpot get up and show that she's okay. It does look like Menace has gotten away and the Super Skrull was basically defeated. And so you do have the cast of the Daily Bugle and Jackpot kind of celebrate the idea that they survived. But then the cast begins to run away from Jackpot. And that's when she realized, oh my gosh, the Super Skrull is right behind me, isn't he? And of course, he is. And so this does lead into another battle between the Super Skrull and also Jackpot, where you actually do have Jackpot being able to actually deal with the Super Skrull, where she's actually able to defeat him. Now, it does get wrapped up in a few pages, and honestly, I'm not going to sit here and try to explain how in the world she did defeat him, but she was able to actually defeat the Super Skrull to save her own life, but also the staff from the Daily Bugle. And so the day is saved when it comes to Jackpot dealing with this Super Skrull. Now, when it comes to Secret Invasion Spider-Man number 3, it was the last issue of this tie-in series, but it did come out at the very end of Secret Invasion, where basically at this point in the timeline, Spider-Man does come back from the Savage Land. And when he does, you do have him and Jackpot kind of catch up and tell each other everything they had went through thanks to the invasion. The problem is, though, while she's talking and telling Spider-Man everything she did for the staff of the Daily Bugle, well, that is the moment she comes to find out that Dexter basically took that moment to make himself look good, because the next day's paper shows him saying that he saved the day, or he saved his staff from a Super Skrull all by himself. And so for Jackpot, she's kind of like, seriously? I saved his life and he basically took my work and said it was him who saved the day? That is a complete, total you know what. And so she gets very upset, but you have Spider-Man leave to go enjoy the rest of his day. And really the story kind of ends on that note right there, because you do have basically Peter go back and meet up with the rest of his side characters from his book, where basically they're kind of like, Peter, where were you? He's like, oh, I was in Queens while the whole invasion thing was happening, even though we know Homeboy was with the Avengers fighting against the Skrulls in the Savage Land. But for Jackpot, she does go back home. Now, honestly, I feel like this book was really made to kind of, again, promote the idea of Jackpot, but also continue the idea of like, ooh, is Jackpot Mary Jane? Even though we know that she's not Mary Jane, because the last page does continue the idea of hinting that she could be Mary Jane and you guys have no idea about it, but we all kind of like, we know it's not Mary Jane. Getting back into the main story, we actually do pick up with Secret Invasion number 3. And with that being said, we actually pick up with Maria Hill. Now, at this point in Marvel Comics, we have to remember that Maria Hill was not the leader of S.W.O.R.D. Not just yet, because after Secret War, Nick Fury was removed from being the leader of S.W.O.R.D. But then after Civil War, Iron Man became the leader of S.W.O.R.D. Now, when Iron Man is not around, she is in charge. She's second in charge. Now, with all that being said, though, when we last saw her, she was on the helicarrier, the main base for S.W.O.R.D, as it flies over the country. And honestly, S.W.O.R.D has many different helicarriers across the country. Now, with all that being said, though, we saw at the very beginning of the main story for Secret Invasion that we learned Dum Dum Dugan was actually attacked kidnapped and replaced by a Skrull. And the reason why, because the Skrulls knew if S.W.O.R.D had their helicarriers in the air, it could do some heavy damage to the Skrulls' invasion. And so the fake Dum Dum Dugan went onto the main helicarrier, the one Maria Hill controls, and made sure that all helicarriers crash into cities, oceans, who cares, as long as they're out of the sky. And that right there is very key. Now, when Maria Hill and her team get outside to try to fix up the helicarrier to get it back in the air, they run into Jarvis. Now, Jarvis is the butler to Iron Man, and so they're very confused on how in the world Jarvis got here to the middle of the ocean on their helicarrier without any kind of help from the heroes. Well, because that's not Jarvis. That is a Skrull. And you had a Skrull telling Maria Hill, telling her team, I need you guys to go ahead and give up. Just go ahead and surrender and come here and be our prisoners. But then we actually jump over to Thunderbolt Mountain. Now, when we do, we actually pick up with the Thunderbolts. Now, with that being said, when it comes to the Thunderbolts, they were a team that was actually being controlled and working for the American government, but also being led by Norman Osborn. Let me explain. So in Civil War and Marvel Comics, the American government made a law in America saying, hey, listen, if you're going to be a hero, you have to work for us. You have to work for the American government. If you don't, you're going to be thrown in jail for basically breaking the law. And that what really led to Civil War. Well, one of the many things that led to Civil War, the storyline. Either way, though, even though that story was wrapped up, that law was still around. People still had to follow that law. And so what the American government did was they made a bunch of different teams to go out there and grab people who were breaking that law, like the Thunderbolts, who were led by Norman Osborn, because at that point, the American government thought that Norman Osborn was reformed. He's better. He's no longer that crazy Green Goblin person. He can now control a team and go out there and arrest people who are breaking the law, which they were doing that in his series somewhat. Now, with that being said, when it comes to the tie-ins for the Thunderbolts, the first chapter or two focuses on this moment right here, where you basically have a random Captain Marvel appear. Now, here's the problem though, because Captain Marvel, he died back in 1970s. But then this one appeared and everybody is wondering, is this really Captain Marvel or possibly a Skrull? Now, we already covered the Captain Marvel miniseries, which told us this is just a Skrull that was supposed to be a secret weapon. Either way, for this section right here, you do have the Captain Marvel appear. He sits down and actually talks to Norman Osborn, and that is it. It continues on in the tie-ins that we already covered. So matter of fact, if you guys want to watch that, go watch it. But then we actually jump over to a camp. Now, this camp is actually the camp made to train people who are going to join the initiative. And what I mean by the initiative is that with Civil War, at the end of that event, you had the American government say, okay, we are very serious about the idea of rounding up people who are super beings who are not going to work for the American government and throw them in jail. And so what they did was they made the initiative, basically saying that each state is going to have their own superhero team to go around and collect super beings who are really breaking the law. And so with that, we actually pick up at the camp who are right now training the next wave of heroes to be assigned to their state to help go out there and capture people who are super beings. The problem is, though, they are visited by Hank Pym, Yellow Jacket. Now, this is actually very important. And the reason why, because we have to remember this is not Hank Pym. We were told at the end of Secret Invasion #1 that Hank Pym was actually replaced by a Skrull. We did tie-ins that informed us how he was replaced. And so now we know that right now this Hank Pym is tricking the group of characters to go out in New York to fight against the Skrulls. Because when this Hank Pym appears, he's all like, hey man, listen, I don't know what's happening. All I know is that right now we have alien invasion and we need to go to New York so that we can actually help people fight against this alien invasion. And so you have these characters actually down to go help Hank Pym in the field against this alien invasion that they were just told about just briefly. But then we jump over to New York. Now, when we do, we actually pick up with the Young Avengers, another Avenger group. Now, let me explain here. When it came to the Young Avengers, they basically came a team because they realized the world still needed an Avenger team. And the reason why I say that, because they came right after Avengers Disassembled, but before the new Avengers had arrived and went public. And so with them thinking the world still needed a Young Avengers team out there, or some kind of Avengers team out there, they formed the Young Avengers. Now with that being said, they're right now trying to fight against this alien invasion in New York, but they're getting their butt kicked really badly. Now luckily for them, that is the moment you have the characters we saw earlier from the camp of the Initiative arrive in New York to help fight against this alien invasion. But then we actually jump over to Tony Stark. Now this is actually very, very, very important. And let me tell you why. Because when it comes to Tony Stark, we have to remember once again, he was put in charge of S.W.O.R.D. But on top of that, he built a system that was connected to S.W.O.R.D., his armor, and a lot of different things that he made to help protect America, but to also protect the world. The problem is, though, we saw in the earlier parts of Secret Invasion that the Skrulls were able to infect his system with some kind of virus. And right now, everything he built is just basically pointless. His armor right now is mostly shut off because, again, it was connected to his new system that he had built for everything. But with that virus now infecting his system, his armor is not working properly. And on top of that, he feels very sick and injured. Now, that is the moment he's actually confronted by Spider-Woman. Now, we already know at this point, this is not Spider-Woman. This is actually a Skrull. This is the queen of the Skrulls, the one who planned the entire invasion. She was Spider-Woman the entire time. And matter of fact, before this video, we had so many different videos that told us this is not Spider-Woman. The entire time from New Avengers #1 till now, you had a Skrull pretending to be Jessica Drew, pretending to be Spider-Woman. Either way, this is the queen right now trying to trick Tony Stark by coming to him and seeing how bad he is, how sick he is, and worn out he is. But this is her beginning the process of playing mind games by telling Tony Stark that he did an amazing job, that he actually accomplished his goal. Now that right there is very important because what she's doing right now is trying to convince Tony Stark that actually all of this was done by him because he's not really Tony Stark. He is a Skrull. Now, this is very, very huge because when it comes to Skrulls, most Skrulls, when they do kidnap someone and replace that person, their brainwaves, their body is completely changed into the person that they're trying to pretend to be. And so they don't think of themselves as Skrulls most of the time. They think of themselves as the person they are replacing. And so it's her saying, I warned you, when you took this task, you were going to believe that you were Iron Man, that you are Tony Stark, but you're not. You're a Skrull. And this is her hoping to remove Iron Man just in case he is not a Skrull. But if he's not a Skrull, he could possibly down the road help the heroes actually win this battle against this invasion. And so this is her trying to remove him just in case he is able to actually help to stop the invasion from actually winning. Now, when we actually jump back over to New York and see how the Young Avengers and the Initiative is actually doing against the army of Skrulls in New York, well, we kind of find out they lost. Like, basically, they have completely lost the battle. One of them had died. I forgot which one it was because, honestly, it's a minor character. But it does look like the Young Avengers and the Initiative was unable to do anything against this invasion of aliens. And right now, New York is about to be taken over by the Skrulls. But that is the moment you have Skrulls just dying left and right. And it's kind of like, wait a second, why are they dying left and right? Well, that is the moment you have Nick Fury appear with his secret warriors. Because remember, earlier in our coverage over Secret Invasion, we saw him form this Secret Warriors team, a team that nobody is actually going to know about because, again, Nick Fury is wanted right now for all the laws he broke at this moment in Marvel Comics. But he does come in at the very last second to say, hey, we are here to basically help and win this battle against the Skrulls. But then we jump into New Avengers number 44. Now, when it comes to New Avengers number 44, this book is actually very important. And the reason why, because we pick up with the Illuminati. Now, when we do, we have to remember that the Illuminati are basically a group of characters who felt like they had the right to make big time decisions for the entire planet. And so they would go out in the world and say, we are going to do this as a planet, and the rest of the world would not even know those choices were basically made. Because again, this group right here said, we are the smartest people on the planet. We have the right to make those big time decisions for the entire Earth. Oh, by the way, they meet up secretly. Now, this group right here is one of the two reasons why the Skrulls are invading the Earth. Let me explain why. Because years and years and years ago, in a prophecy, they were told that the Earth would be theirs one day. And so that's one reason why they're trying to take over the Earth. The second reason, the Illuminati, they went to the home world of the Skrulls and told the Skrulls, if you ever come back to Earth ever again, we'll make you pay for it. Meaning that we will attack you full force and you will lose. And the Skrulls hated that. And so they actually captured the Illuminati. Now, the Illuminati were able to escape, but this leads into the actual conversation. Now, this conversation right here takes place before everything we had done when it comes to Secret Invasion. And so when it comes to this conversation, it's really about the idea of, had the Skrulls actually begun the process of getting payback against the Illuminati? Because Charles Xavier called this meeting. Now, the reason why he called this meeting is saying that, listen, I feel like the Skrulls had actually begun the process of getting payback against us, the Illuminati. I feel like somebody in the room is actually a Skrull, because again, the Skrulls do have the ability to shapeshift. Now, this leads into the main point of the conversation, because the Reed, he's kind of like, well, listen, if they did, I have a way to actually detect if someone in the room is not human. So does Tony. And what Reed and Tony are saying, that with their machines, there's no way that anybody would be able to actually walk into this room and basically say, hey, it's me, Black Bolt. But in reality, they're a Skrull, because Iron Man's tech or Reed's tech should say, hey, that guy right there is a Skrull. Now, you have Charles say, hey, you know what? I can also read minds. But when I did read minds, everybody's mind seemed normal. But then you have Charles say, what if though what if the Skrulls were actually able to find a way to make sure they are undetectable when it comes to my abilities as a psychic, but also your tech? What if they found a way around all of that? Now, you do have Doctor Strange step in and say, well, there's still one thing left. Magic. Here's the problem though. When he does try to use magic, he can't do it. And then that's the moment they realize that this conversation is actually a trap. And what I mean by that is you have Charles saying, what if right now in this room, we're actually in some kind of VR or some kind of virtual world, because basically they never did let us go. We never did actually escape. What if right now we're still in their prison right now and they're playing mind games with us? So this whole conversation was actually fake, because that is the moment. And that is the moment we come to find out that Charles Xavier is actually a Skrull. Now, this is actually very huge. And the reason why, because we come to find out everybody in this room, the entire Illuminati, they were all Skrulls completely. Because this was a science experiment. And this is actually very huge, because this experiment was really more of the Skrulls trying to find a way to make sure when they begin their invasion, they can go down to Earth but be undetected by magic, machine, or psychics, because that is very crucial. If you're trying to invade the Earth secretly, you have to make sure there's no way that somebody can tell that you are not human, that you are a Skrull. And so this whole experiment was a way to find out how to do that. But they were trying to use the mind of Reed Richards, because when they had captured the Illuminati, it gave them the ability to actually clone the Illuminati. And so they cloned Reed because he is the smartest person, but he may have the actual key that could help the Skrulls go undetected when they begin their invasion, which honestly, in the present day, we see that right now. They were able to invade the Earth and no one knew about it. Not magic, not machine, not even man. And so, psychic. Either way, it shows the Skrulls did find a way, but they had to find their way by using the mind of Reed Richards. The problem is though, the clone they had right there, he failed. And so now the game is, how can we clone Reed again, but make sure we're able to pull out his darkest information that could actually help us? And so then we actually pick up with another clone of Reed Richards. Now, this clone of Reed Richards is actually going through a horrible session right now. And what I mean is that the Skrulls are constantly making clones of Reed's. And the reason why, because they're trying to dive deep into his mind to find what they need to find, a way to make sure that when they begin their invasion, they can go to Earth undetected. But Reed Richards has the key to what they need. And so they make clones left and right to dive deep into the minds of these clones. The problem is, though, this Reed Richards is going through a horrible session where he has to watch clones of Susan, Franklin, and Valeria all be killed off one by one. And they're hoping that with this serious moment, he'll just crack and then tell them everything they want to know. The problem is, though, this Reed right here is not breaking either. And so they kill him off and say, you know what? We need another clone. But the next one could possibly work, actually. But the final clone is the clone that actually helps the Skrulls find out what they need to know to make sure they can go undetected to Earth, because the next clone of Reed has the easiest moment of all the clones. And what I mean is that they're tapping into his family side, because then with this new clone of Reed, he is confronted by a Franklin Richards, a fake Franklin Richards. Now these clones, they believe to actually be the person they're pretending to be. And so this clone of Reed believes that he is Reed, and on top of that, his son is scared because the idea the Skrulls might come back to Earth. But while you have Franklin and Reed talking to one another, Reed actually writes down, this clone of Reed writes down what the Skrulls actually need to do to make sure they can go undetected when they begin their invasion. And so after Franklin and the clone of Reed had their conversation, he wrote down what the Skrulls need. which explains how the Skrulls were able to invade the Earth without anybody noticing, because Reed Richards had some kind of formula he was able to give over to the science team, and that what led to them being able to do what they want to do now, which is go to Earth undetected. And so we actually jump into New Avengers number 45. Now, when it comes to New Avengers number 45, and the reason why it's so important is because it's basically about House of M. And let me explain. So House of M was this event in the early 2000s where the Scarlet Witch went crazy, for one. She lost her children, two. And the Avengers made her forget about her children, and then of course broke her mind, and she warped reality, and she made a new world. Now with this new world, she gave everybody the one thing they truly wanted, like Peter Parker wanted Gwen Stacy, Magneto wanted mutants to no longer be second class, but first class. But when she did that, she made a brand new world. It made everybody forget about the old world. But here's the question. What happened to the Queen of the Skrulls? Because we have to remember, she was Spider-Woman, and apparently this entire New Avengers run, which means that she was part of a lot of big, huge things like Civil War in House of M. But what happened to her in House of M? Well, we come to find out she also remembers the previous world before this one, which is huge because apparently it seems like she was not affected because she's not a human. She's a Skrull. And so with her being a Skrull, she was unaffected by the powers of the Scarlet Witch. And so she remembers everything. But then we jump over to Hank Pym. Now we have to remember that this is not Hank Pym, that this is actually a Skrull that had replaced Hank Pym and pretending to be him. But just like the Queen of the Skrulls, who's right now pretending to be Spider-Woman, when the world had changed, he was also unaffected. Because again, he is not human. He is a Skrull. And with him being a Skrull, that means, okay, the powers of the Scarlet Witch does not affect me at all. And here I am now in this new world. Now, this is actually very huge because that means if there are other Skrulls out there, then most likely they were also unaffected by the powers of the Scarlet Witch. Now, for the Skrulls, they're very scared because Scarlet Witch at that time was a mutant and she's acting like a god right now. And that right there scares the Skrulls. But you didn't have the Queen say, maybe they are the reason why this world is falling apart. Because they're not human, because they were unaffected, and because they remember everything, it's making cracks into the system the Scarlet Witch made to make this world. And so it's the Queen saying, we're actually helping Wolverine as he goes around and tries to help other people remember the actual world and change it back to normal. What the Queen's saying is that while Wolverine's doing that, we're actually helping him because we're the cracks in her universe. And those cracks are only going to get bigger and make this world easy to crumble. But with the Scarlet Witch being labeled a mutant, that right there is actually very important. And the reason why, because the Skrulls were actually afraid of mutants because the mutants had a very high number. There were thousands, hundred thousands of mutants out there across the world. And if they all had came together to fight against the Skrulls would basically lose. And so with that, she's kind of like, the Scarlet Witch is a mutant. And right now, she's showing godlike powers, which means that I have to take her out, which she does try to. Jessica Drew Spider-Woman, the Queen of the Skrulls, who's right now pretending to be Jessica Drew Spider-Woman. Either way, it's the Queen saying, I have to kill off the Scarlet Witch, because if I don't kill her off, then she has the ability to wipe us out with a wave of her fingers. But when she goes to confront the Scarlet Witch and to actually kill her off from behind, she sees the Scarlet Witch unmaking Hawkeye easily. And that shows the Queen that she's afraid to do anything at all, because if she does, the Scarlet Witch can literally just snap her fingers and the Queen is dead. But then that is the moment you have the Scarlet Witch actually bring back the original main Marvel universe and getting rid of the House of M universe. But with the world being back to normal, you do have all the Skrulls coming together. Now, this last section right here, as a way to kind of wrap up today's video, the Queen is sad for one reason, but happy for another reason. And what I mean by that is, the Queen is upset because there was a prophecy that their home world was going to be wrecked, that many lives will be lost. And of course, it happened. And it happened because Galactus attacked the home world of the Skrulls. And that was told to them in one of their prophecies. The World Eater is going to destroy the home world of the Skrulls. Bam, it happened. And so with that happening, a lot of lives were lost. But then she says, we're lucky because right now the mutant race has dropped a lot. And the reason why, because the Scarlet Witch at the end of House of M said, no more mutants. Now, when she said that, she took away a lot of mutant powers away, a lot of them, and only left about 300, and that is it. And so now it's the Queen saying, with the mutant race right now basically almost extinct, this is our perfect time to attack, to get revenge against this universe. We lost our home world. We lost our brother and sisters, but we are not about to lose Earth. And that is where New Avengers number 46 actually jump in. Because when it comes to New Avengers number 46, it does pick up with the Hood. Now remember, the Hood was this character that Brian Michael Bendis really loved. But he also was trying to make this character the new kingpin of crime in New York. And matter of fact, if you saw our earlier coverage of Secret Invasion, we slowly watched the Hood become the new kingpin of crime in New York. And what he did was he went around and kind of recruited a bunch of characters, kind of like C-list characters, who are bad guys for different heroes across Marvel Comics, to say, hey, if we work together, we can be a powerful force. We can run New York. I can be the new kingpin of crime. Now, the reason why we actually pick up with them right now, because like I said earlier, what about the criminals? Did the Skrulls actually replace the criminals on Earth as well? And so we pick up with the Hood right now and his gang of bad guys interrogating a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. And the question is though, why? Why are they questioning this S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? And so we do jump back one day prior from that moment right there, where we actually do pick up with Madame Mask being escorted by a bunch of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to a room to be interrogated. Now, when it comes to Madame Mask, I know she was kind of big in the 80s and somewhat in the 90s, but by this point in Marvel Comics, she wasn't really a big time character. And matter of fact, she actually is the girlfriend of the Hood. And that right there is going to be somewhat important for this storyline. And the reason why I say that, because while you have Madame Mask right now being escorted to a different room by a bunch of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, of course, that is the moment you do have her kind of not answering their questions, and they want to get really rough with her. And so when they try to actually do that, well, that is the moment you have the Hood pop in. Now, again, when it comes to the Hood, he does have a very powerful magical hood, which gives him the ability to kind of teleport and do other magical things. And so he's right now just teleporting all over the place, but also coming in gun blazing, killing off all of these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Now, while he is doing that, Madame Mask is calling out to him to stop. Now, at first, you're kind of wondering, why would she do that? Why would she ask her boyfriend to stop killing off these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, which then could help her get free? Well, we come to find out the reason why, because all of these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were not actual S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. They were Skrulls. And so that tells the Hood and also Madame Mask something is going on. The Skrulls have done a secret invasion. What is happening right now? And so getting back to the other moment where you have the Hood surrounded by a group of his bad guys and they're all interrogating the one S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, they begin to question him to hopefully learn more about what is happening right now with the world. Now, of course, they come to find out that this S.H.I.E.L.D. agent is also a Skrull as well. But with him being a Skrull, that means they're able to get some kind of information out of him. And so you do have the Hood actually sit down with this guy and begin to question him. Now, this Skrull does tell the Hood and all the bad guys with the Hood everything they need to know. Like, hey, listen, we are doing a secret invasion. But our goal at first was to make sure we have someone on the inside in every single group. Fantastic Four, X-Men, the Avengers, and the list goes on, and on. But then you had the Skrull actually tell the Hood something very important. Well, for the Hood, it's actually very important. And what I mean by that is, like I said earlier, the Skrulls wanted to make sure they had someone on the inside in every single group that could possibly play a factor in the Skrulls actually losing their invasion. And so that came down to the Hood. And what they're telling the Hood and his group of bad guys right now, they actually think that the Hood and his forces could play an actual role in stopping the invasion, a very powerful force that could end everything for them. And so what they were trying to do was get somebody in the inside of the Hood organization. And that person who was supposed to be kidnapped, replaced, is Madame Mask. She was supposed to be kidnapped and replaced when she was earlier being escorted by those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. And so this is huge because now it's the Hood and his group of bad guys finding out that there is some kind of invasion and they're going around kidnapping people and pretending to be those people. But then that brings in a very important question. And that question right now is, if someone else in the group has been replaced by a Skrull. Because if Madame Mask was originally supposed to be kidnapped and replaced by a Skrull and they fail, does that mean someone else has been kidnapped and replaced by a Skrull? And then if that's true, then who? And so now it's kind of like, who can we trust? Now, this actually does lead into a problem I had with this storyline. And the reason why, because Brian Michael Bendis told us earlier that when it came to the Skrulls, they found a way to make sure that magic, technology, and whatever else humans can use to kind of detect if someone is a Skrull or not would not work. Magic included on that list. And so when it comes to the Hood, and when he does use magic to kind of figure out if everybody else here is human or a Skrull, and he was able to actually find out that someone was a Skrull, that kind of defeats what you said earlier in the storyline, that magic couldn't work. But here's the Hood right now using magic to figure out if anybody in the crowd of bad guys is actually a Skrull, which he does find someone and he does kill that person very quickly. Anyways, you do have the Hood tell his people like, hey, right now, go home, stay hidden, wait for my call. I am going to try to figure out what is going to be our next steps. But unfortunately right now, I have no idea. And so he does leave. And we actually do see him go home to his house. Now, when he does go home to his house, this is really more of the Hood finally asking the person who had gave him the Hood for help, because right now he feels like he needs to unlock the other abilities the Hood could actually do for him to make him even more powerful, to get him ready for this supposed invasion. And so that is the moment we come to find out that the Hood had actually came from Dormammu. And I really hope I pronounced that correctly. I feel like I always mispronounce that guy's name for sure. But either way, Dormammu, this very powerful other dimension being, was the one who gave the Hood the magical hood to use. And so now it's him begging Dormammu to unlock all the different abilities the Hood could possibly do for him to make him better, to get him ready for a secret invasion, or possibly do something else even bigger outside the Earth. Now, when it comes to New Avengers number 47, it really does focus on two characters that Brian Michael Bendis really cares for. If you're new to Marvel Comics and you don't know much about Brian Michael Bendis, let me explain. So, when it comes to New Avengers number 47, it does pick up in the past, way before the actual invasion had begun. But we pick up with Luke Cage and Jessica Jones. Now, Jessica Jones is actually Brian Michael Bendis' creation, but he also has love for Luke Cage. Now, by this point in Marvel Comics, Bendis had Luke Cage and Jones get married and have a kid with one another. And so right now in the opening pages of New Avengers number 47, we actually see him right now kind of wondering what to do with a baby. Like, this man is actually scared to fail as a father. He's scared to drop the baby. He's scared to do almost anything with the baby. And so it's Jessica Jones kind of reassuring him that everything is going to be okay. And he's also going to be a great father. Now, with that being said, it's also him saying, let me tell you a story. Let me tell you the story of when I realized I loved your mom. And so it's kind of like a love story. But we are not going to cover that love story. And the reason why, because one, it has literally nothing to do with Secret Invasion, and two, we don't have the time for it. Now, I do say it is a great story. I really do love it. Like, it's great. But unfortunately, we don't have enough time to actually cover it. So I'm going to give you a quick rundown of what happens in this story of how Luke Cage realized he fell in love with Jessica Jones. And what happened was that Luke Cage had actually hired Jessica Jones to figure out where his father was at, because he wanted to talk to his father, and he hasn't seen his father in a very long time. They're at bad terms. And so Jessica Jones was actually able to locate his father. Now, when she goes to the house where her father actually lives in, well, she is confronted by Luke Cage's stepmother, technically. Like, he got remarried to some woman, and this is Luke Cage's stepmother. Now, when Jessica Jones tells the stepmother, hey, I'm here to talk to, I forgot Luke Cage's dad's name is, but she says, hey, I'm here to talk to him about his son. Now, when she says that, the lady freaks out because she was already told about what's been going on between Luke Cage and his father. And so she tells Jessica Jones, no, you may not talk to him at all. Now, while the two ladies are actually talking, you do have Luke Cage walk up and try to talk to his father, but unfortunately, his father does not want to talk to him. And so you have his new stepmother close the door in their faces, and they have to leave. And so that was a hard moment for Luke Cage. And because it was a hard moment, he needed someone there for him. And Jessica was actually there for him to comfort him. And that was the moment he realized that he actually loves the woman. But then we actually jump to the present day. Now, when we do, we actually pick up with Jessica Jones freaking out. Now, the reason why she does freak out, because she realized something had happened when it came to her baby. Because remember, she left her baby with Jarvis. But we have to remember, Jarvis is actually a Skrull. And so she realized what's been going on, that she left her baby with a Skrull. And so when Luke Cage and Jessica Jones go back to Avengers Tower looking for their child, unfortunately, their child has been taken away. And so we're left to believe that their child was taken away by the Skrulls. And this is huge for Luke Cage and Jessica Jones, because now their child has been taken away. It's one of the hardest moments for a mother and father to actually go through. But that was New Avengers number 47. And so then we jump over to the main storyline once again, where we actually pick up with Secret Invasion number 4. Now, with that being said, we actually do pick up with Mr. Fantastic. Now, the first few pages of this book right here is kind of like a reminder of what has happened so far when it came to Secret Invasion. So the first page reminds us, hey, don't forget, Mr. Fantastic was taken away by the Skrulls. He has been removed. And that is a huge blow to the human race because he is the smartest person on the planet. Now, the next thing we do get reminded about is S.W.O.R.D, Abigail Brand. Because remember, S.W.O.R.D was to warn the Earth if anything big was on its way coming from other parts of the universe. And so they were taken out by the Skrulls. And so now S.W.O.R.D space station is gone and Abigail Brand and her crew are just floating in space, stuck there until someone is able to come save them. Then we also get reminded that the Sentry was also removed as well because they made the Sentry believe that he is completely evil, that the Void will come out. And if the Void does come out, that's the end for the entire universe. And so the first few pages were kind of used as a way to remind us what happened to some of the big hitters when it came to this invasion. But then we pick up with Miss Marvel. Now remember, this is Carol Danvers, not Kamala Khan. Kamala Khan wasn't made yet in Marvel Comics. Either way, right now, you have her flying back to New York. And the reason why, because Iron Man asked her to kind of check up on New York to see how bad New York was when it came to this invasion, which honestly, you should already know is pretty bad, which we already know it is pretty bad. But when she gets back there, she's like, oh yeah, it's pretty bad. Now, when she arrives, she is confronted by Nick Fury and his secret warriors. Now, this is a huge moment for her because she is surprised to see Nick Fury. And the reason why, because remember, after Secret War, Nick Fury had to go underground because he broke a lot of different laws. And so if he was actually caught, he would have been locked away for a very long time. But because he got away and went underground, no one has seen him since Secret War until this moment right here. And so she is surprised to see him and his new team called the Secret Warriors. But unfortunately, when they're able to handle all the Skrulls in this area, he does shoot at her as well, because this is Nick Fury believing that she is a Skrull. But we have no idea if this is Carol Danvers, a Skrull, or this Carol Danvers is the one we all know and love. But then we jump over to the Savage Land. Now, when we actually jump over to the Savage Land, we actually have to remember that in the Savage Land, you do have this big battle happening at the moment. Because remember, the heroes found a spaceship. When that spaceship opened up, a bunch of other heroes popped out. But the question is, though, are those heroes actual heroes that have been lost over the years? Or those heroes are really Skrulls pretending to be the heroes? Either way, in our last main storyline video, we found out that Spider-Woman was the queen of the Skrulls, meaning that the Spider-Woman that we have been following since New Avengers #1 and forward was never actually Jessica Drew. It was actually the queen of the Skrulls pretending to be Jessica Drew. Now, in our last video, we saw her try to trick Tony Stark by saying, hey, Iron Man, you're not human. You're not Iron Man. You are actually a Skrull, a deep undercover Skrull. We had to kind of play with your mind to make you actually believe that you are Tony Stark. But in reality, you're a Skrull, and you have been helping us this entire time. Now, we as the readers know by this point, that's false. But at this moment in time, no one knew if that was actually true, if Iron Man was actually a Skrull or not. But you do have Black Widow jump in the room to take out this fake Jessica Drew, the queen of the Skrulls, but she does get away. And when she does get away, it's now Black Widow trying to help out Iron Man. Now, Iron Man has begun the process of actually believing what the queen had told him, that he is a Skrull, that he was sitting here to help them out to win this invasion. But you have Black Widow say, Tony, stop, shut up. You are not a Skrull at all. You are human, and you are going to figure out how to save the day. Now, Wolverine does appear, but the way to tell if that's Wolverine or not is shoot him If he heals up, that's cool. And so she does, he heals up, and they know that is actually Wolverine. Either way, it's now time for Iron Man to kind of regather himself and figure out how to save the day. But getting back over to Abigail Brand and her crew of S.W.O.R.D agents, right now, they're just floating in space. And they're protected by the space environment thanks to their tech. But you didn't have Abigail Brand being able to kind of float over to a Skrull spaceship. And when she does, she's actually able to sneak onto the spaceship. Now, at first, you're kind of wondering, okay, maybe Abigail Brand is going to begin the process of where the heroes are able to kind of turn this entire thing around. Because, guys, we're only technically halfway through Secret Invasion. This is only the 4th issue of the main storyline. But either way, once Abigail Brand is able to kind of reach the main control room of this spaceship that she has snuck onto, she is confronted by some Skrulls. And it's kind of like, great, you literally got on a spaceship and about 5 minutes in, you got captured. Well, there goes Abigail Brand. But then we actually pick up with Maria Hill. Now remember, in our last main story video, we saw that Maria Hill's helicarrier crashed into the water. But when she walked outside with her group of S.W.O.R.D agents to kind of fix up the helicarrier and get it back in the air, she was confronted by Jarvis. But we have to remember, this is not the Jarvis we all know and love. This is a Skrull that is pretending to be Jarvis. And so this fake Jarvis is telling Maria Hill, hey, listen, Maria, if you want to live and survive, go ahead and surrender. But if you don't surrender, I'm going to kill you off and we're still going to win. So let me help you decide what is the best choice you should do right now. Because right now, you and your crew are not in the best position to try to fight against us or try to make some kind of deal. But then we actually pick up with the Hood. Now, this is only for a very brief moment. But what happened is that you have the Hood tell his crew right now it's time for them to go. Honestly, he tells them that the Earth is bad business and kind of hints that maybe him and his crew are going to leave the Earth. Honestly, who knows? But either way, you have the Hood say it's time for us to leave. Like right now, the Earth is bad business. But to wrap up today's video, we actually do pick up in the central part of New York, where you do have a bunch of innocent people right now just trying to get away. They're trying to get away from the Skrulls who are trying to kill them. But while they're trying to get away, the Skrulls are killed off by lightning. Now that tells us right off the bat, it has to be someone with lightning control abilities. But the question is though, who? Well, the last page gives us a hint. It's Thor, or possibly someone else pretending to be Thor and trying to kill off the Skrulls. But at the same time, we do see that someone else is also trying to pretend to be Captain America. Because we have to remember, by this point in Marvel Comics, Steve Rogers was dead. And so it's kind of like, are we getting a new Thor and a new Captain America? Who knows? But getting into today's video, we actually do pick up in space. Now, we do pick up with some kind of creature or some kind of person right now in pain, because right now that person is on fire, but that person's right now heading towards Earth. And of course, that means they're going to crash very hard on Earth. But the question is right now, who is this person right now heading towards Earth and right now in some kind of serious pain? But then we actually pick up with Thor. Well, really, we actually pick up with Donald Blake. Let me explain. So back in the early days of Marvel Comics, when Odin had basically sent Thor to Earth, Thor used a secret identity known as Donald Blake to kind of hide the idea that he was Thor. On top of that, though, Donald Blake was a doctor in some areas. Now, in the early 2000s, they actually brought this concept back into Marvel Comics, the idea of Thor being Donald Blake, as a way to kind of hide his Thor persona. And so even though Asgard is right next to Broxton, Oklahoma, he does kind of go back to Broxton to kind of make sure the town is okay. aka, as being Donald Blake. And so right now we do pick up with Thor, but he's right now Donald Blake, and he's being a doctor right now, where he's trying to see how this lady and her unborn child are actually doing, which we're kind of told good news, like, hey, she's supposed to have a healthy baby. It should come very soon. When it does, he'll be there to kind of help deliver the baby. Now, while he's talking to this lady, well, that is the moment something crashes outside, which of course does send a shockwave through Broxton, Oklahoma, through the house that Thor and this lady was actually in. And so when Thor hears that, he's like, okay, I have to leave, change into Thor to figure out what happened, because it sounded like it hit Asgard. And so he does tell the lady, hey, I have to go because I feel like someone might need some help. Now, right when he's about to leave, that is the moment she tells him, hey, my water just broke. The baby is coming now. Now, Thor is kind of like, okay, I have to get her some kind of help so I can help my people out and then come back here to help deliver the baby for her. And we actually do see Thor tell us that he did have a nurse stay behind with her so that he can go and see what had crashed into Asgard. And so as he walks towards Asgard, we do see him change into his actual Thor persona and fly over to Asgard. Now, once Thor actually arrives to Asgard, he is confronted by his brother, Baldur. Now, Baldur is one of the many different siblings that Thor has. For some strange reason, Marvel forgets that Thor and Loki do have other siblings like Tyr as well and Angela. Either way, though, when it comes to Baldur, he does come to Thor and say, hey, brother, listen, I saw what actually crashed into Asgard. And let me say right now, we should be a tad bit worried. Now, when they go see what had actually crashed into Asgard, they come to find out it was Beta Ray Bill. Now, this is actually very, very important. So let me explain a tad bit about Beta Ray Bill. So Beta Ray Bill actually belongs to an alien race known as Corbinites. But basically, Beta Ray Bill was one of the first few characters, I want to say he was the first character, to actually have the ability to pick up the hammer of Thor. Now, that was very huge back then because, honestly, no one else besides Thor or Odin could actually pick up the hammer of Thor. And so when Beta Ray Bill did it, it was kind of like, oh my God, this is huge. And so Odin gave Beta Ray Bill his own hammer called Stormbreaker. And so it kind of gave Beta Ray Bill the ability to kind of rival against Thor. But these two characters, they're like brothers because they're both basically God of Thunders in their own kind of way. Now, with that being said, it's Beta Ray Bill coming to Thor with a warning saying they're coming. And it's kind of like, okay, who's coming? And you have Beta Ray Bill tell Thor the Skrulls are coming to Asgard. They're trying to take over the earth, and they don't care if humans survive or live, but they do know one thing though. They don't want any Asgardians left alive at all. Meaning that they're coming here to make sure that we, the Asgardians, are completely wiped out. On top of that, they took my hammer and they're trying to do something big with my hammer. And so right now, it's Beta Ray Bill seriously injured, but also scared to see what's to come to Asgard with the Skrulls on their way here to basically get rid of Asgard and also the Asgardians who live in Asgard. And so after that moment right there, you do have Thor realize that he needs to give some kind of speech as a way to motivate the people of Asgard to get ready to fight against the Skrulls. And which, of course, he does give a very good speech in the way of motivating his people, and they're ready to fight against the Skrulls. Now, after that, you then have Thor go up into the sky. Now, when he does, this is Thor basically using his powers to bring in a bunch of storms that look like tornado storms are about to hit the area. And the reason why, because he's trying to warn the people of Broxton to get somewhere safe. Get into your shelters. Because if the Skrulls are coming to Asgard for one big battle, there is a possibility that Broxton is going to get hit as well. And so you have Thor say, in Oklahoma, usually they get hit by a lot of tornadoes because it is tornado season. And so with that, I'll bring the idea that tornadoes are coming soon, but in reality, they never are coming. And with the idea right there out in the open, it will make the people run to their shelters and get somewhere safe. And of course, it'll protect them from the big battle that me and the Asgardians are about to have with the Skrulls. Now, something else I do want to mention that at this point in Marvel Comics, Loki was actually a woman. And the reason why, because every single time he dies and when he's reborn, he comes back in a different way. And so in this point in Marvel Comics, when he died in Ragnarok but came back to life, he came back as a woman. Now, let's not forget, when it comes to Loki, he or she right now is the Lord of Mischief, meaning that he's always trying to play tricks on people. And so with everybody getting ready for this battle against the Skrulls, you actually have Loki kind of begin a rumor to be spread across Asgard by saying that how do we know the Skrulls are not here right now? Because they have the ability to actually shapeshift, which means that there could be some Asgardians right now who are not actual Asgardians. Instead, they could possibly be, a Skrull. But then it kind of brings in the idea, what if Beta Ray Bill is also a Skrull? What if the Skrulls had sent Beta Ray Bill down here and pretended it was Beta Ray Bill, but in reality, it was actually a Skrull? And so now you have the Asgardians kind of freaking out, because now the idea that, oh my gosh, there could be Skrulls in Asgard right now, who can we trust? Now, Baldur tries to calm everybody down, but no one is listening. And matter of fact, they want to go into the room where Beta Ray Bill is trying to heal up in right now to see if that he's actually Beta Ray Bill or possibly a Skrull. Now, you do have Thor crash back down to Asgard and say, stop it. Stop it right now, because you guys should know that person in there right now is Beta Ray Bill. But if you can't trust me, if you can't trust him, there's a way to actually prove it is Beta Ray Bill. And so what Thor actually does is that he walks into the room where Beta Ray Bill is actually trying to heal up in. Now, of course, he throws his hammer towards Beta Ray Bill. Now, when he does that, this is the ultimate test to prove if Beta Ray Bill is actually a Skrull or not. Because again, if Beta Ray Bill is actually a Skrull, then he's not worthy enough to actually lift the hammer of Thor. And so when Thor throws his hammer towards Beta Ray Bill was able to grab the hammer and show that, one, he's still worthy to lift Thor's hammer, but two, it's actually Beta Ray Bill. It's not a Skrull pretending to be Beta Ray Bill. Now, you then have Baldur, the brother of Thor, realize without the hammer, Thor is not Thor. Thor is right now Donald Blake. But the reason why Thor did that, because he's kind of like, someone has to be there to help the people of Broxton. And so, yes, I may just be Donald Blake with no powers, but at least I can be out there to help people in Broxton while you guys stay here and fight against the Skrulls. Now, for Baldur, he's kind of like, wait a second though. Who's going to lead us against the army of Skrulls? And you have Donald Blake / Thor tell Baldur, you are. Brother, you are the best person to actually lead Asgard against our enemies. And so as Thor leaves, it's Baldur and Beta Ray Bill now getting ready for the big battle against the Skrulls. So as soon as he arrives at the shelter where most of the people of Broxton have gone to, which is a middle school, you have Thor go straight towards her and say, hey, listen, I'm back. I'm here to help out. Let's make sure your baby is delivered without any kind of complications at all. And so they're about to begin the process. But of course, while he is about to begin the process of bringing in her baby, that is the moment the Skrulls have arrived to Asgard, and now Asgardians must get ready to fight against the Skrulls. The war is about to happen now. Now, getting into the second chapter, we can say that basically the war has started between Asgard and, of course, the Skrulls. And so this is going to be one of those big, huge battles that we are going to see, where basically it all comes down on maybe one or possibly two different moves that could help either side actually win the battle. But either way, it's Baldur and Beta Ray Bill right now leading the army of Asgardians against the Skrulls to hopefully protect Asgard, but also Broxton as well. Now, we actually do jump back over to Thor. Now, when we do, we actually do see Thor right now still trying to take care of his patient. Now, while he's actually trying to do that, she doesn't give birth to her child right now, but it's really him kind of getting her ready to give birth to her child very soon. Either way, once they do take a small break, he steps away. He is confronted by the nurse he had left for her earlier when he was out there being Thor, and he had Elise on with her to make sure that everything was a-okay. Well, you do have the nurse coming to Thor, kind of like wondering if he's okay. Now, at first, I thought she was a Skrull because she just appears randomly throughout this story, and you're kind of thinking like, oh my gosh, she's probably a Skrull and she's going to do something to the mother and her child. She's not going to. But what she actually does is that she comes to Thor to see if he is okay. Because with them all being in the shelter right now, and you have everybody in the shelter actually thinking that it is a tornado outside coming very soon, she's kind of like, if this your first time being in a storm like this, don't worry. Most times the storms just pass us by. But in reality, is Thor really more worried about Asgard as the Asgardians fight against the army of Skrulls? Now, that is the moment you do have Thor overhear a conversation. Now, this conversation is really more of a bunch of men right now saying to themselves that they're going to go help put out the fires they see in Asgard, because one of them just had arrived at the shelter and he told everybody else that basically there are a bunch of fires happening right now at Asgard. And because they look at Asgard as their neighbor city, they're kind of like, hey, we got to help them out. There's so many fires there right now, and we're firefighters, so let's go out there and basically help out. Which, honestly, it is a bad idea. And you do have Donald Blake try to convince them not to go, but in their eyes, people need help. And so they have to help the people who are in need. They are firefighters. And so they do leave to go help the Asgardians with their supposed fire. Now, jumping back over to the battle between the Skrulls and also the Asgardians, while you have the two sides fighting against one another, you do have the Asgardians actually being able to win the battle against the Skrulls. Like right now, as this war goes on, the Asgardians are actually kind of doing some heavy damage to the Skrulls. Now, it's not like the Skrulls are not doing any kind of damage to the Asgardians. It's just that the Asgardians are kind of doing more damage to the Skrulls rather than the Skrulls doing damage to the Asgardians. Now, while you have the two sides fighting against one another, you do have those regular people from Braxton actually with their fire truck trying to put out the flames that are all over Asgard right now at the moment. But while you have them trying to do that, those people, but also Beta Ray Bill, they realize that the Skrulls are about to release something really, really powerful. And when they do, it's really Beta Ray Bill realizing that things just gotten worse for him and the rest of the Asgardians. And that is the moment we come to find out that basically the Skrulls has sent in a Super Skrull. Now, a Super Skrull is basically a Skrull that has the abilities of some other person from Earth. So, for example, this Super Skrull has the combined powers of Tundra, Titania, Volcania, and also Battle Axe as well. And so with those 4 different characters' powers all in one body, it makes this Super Skrull actually a very powerful Super Skrull. Now, this is not the first time we actually seen a Super Skrull have multiple powers of other characters in Marvel Comics, because the original Super Skrull actually appeared back in Fantastic Four comics, and it had the powers of all the Fantastic Four members at that time. So Ben Grimm, Human Torch, Susan Storm, or Susan Richards, and also Reed Richards. Either way, though, with this Super Skrull right here, it's a really powerful threat for the Asgardians to actually go up against. On top of that, though, when it comes to Beta Ray Bill, he realized that they were able to actually clone the hammer he uses, Stormbreaker, and give this Super Skrull a similar version of Stormbreaker to basically use against the Asgardians. Asgardians. Now, you do have Beta Ray Bill try to hold his own against this Super Skrull, but it's going to be an actual challenge for him. Now, while the battle goes on, those men from Broxton who were trying to help Asgard put out their fires, well, they realize they cannot put out the fires because the fires are not your normal kind of fires. And so they're like, okay, you know what? We have to leave. We can't stay here. We can't actually help out at all. Now, we briefly actually go back over to the shelter in Broxton where you do have those firefighters come back and say, yeah, we were basically wrong. We realized that we cannot actually help out at all. So we came back here for shelter. But while they're talking to everybody else about what they saw out there, the big war happening right now in Asgard, you didn't have basically Donald Blake's patient begin to give birth to her child. And so Donald Blake really can't leave her now because her child is about to come into the world. Now, getting back over to Beta Ray Bill, we kind of get this section where it's only 2 pages, but we get this section where you do have Beta Ray Bill trying his best to actually fight against this Super Skrull. But the problem is, though, he's unable to actually do anything to this Super Skrull, to the point where he's trying to make the Super Skrull fall down and give up, but the Super Skrull tells him, no, I'm not going to give up. Matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and continue to beat down on you to have my side win this war between our two armies. But then we actually do jump back over to Donald Blake and his patient, where we actually do see him right now be able to help his patient actually give birth to her child. It is a healthy baby. Now, the reason why the story is actually doing this because it's playing around with the idea that every time a baby is born, someone else is dying in the world. And so that baby is actually replacing somebody in the world. Now, with that being said, right now it's kind of like with this baby being born, that means like Beta Ray Bill is about to die. And so after the child is born, the child's name is Faith, and you didn't have the nurse kind of give Donald Blake some congrats on being able to help this child come into this world. You didn't have Donald Blake actually leave. But then we actually jump back over to Beta Ray Bill right now getting his butt kicked by the Super Skrull to the point where we are actually left to believe that he is going to die here. And if he does, this will be a very huge loss for the Asgardians, but also for Thor as well. And by this point in Marvel Comics, Thor has lost so much already. But right when a Super Skrull is actually thinking that, yeah, I'm about to win, I'm going to kill off your best fighter, that is the moment she's actually stopped. And when she stopped, she realized who stopped her. It's Thor. He came back to Asgard and he does tell Beta Ray Bill, don't worry, man, you're not going to die here, but I'm going to make sure that I'm going to end this war. And so you have Thor getting ready to pick up his hammer and become Thor once again to fight against this Super Skrull. And so getting into the final chapter, we actually do pick up with Thor right now, getting ready to beat down on the Super Skrull. Matter of fact, he does beat down on the Super Skrull because the Thor, he's kind of like, listen, I come back here, I see my city is wrecked, I see my people got wrecked, I see my brothers got wrecked. No. It's time for me to go ahead and basically stop you. And so you have Thor go ahead and begin the process of actually fighting against this Super Skrull. And so while the battle's going on, you do have other members of the Asgardians coming in to actually help Thor fight against this Super Skrull. But once they think they have the chance to say, okay, you know what? I think we won. I think we're able to actually say we have defeated the Super Skrull. You then have the Super Skrull say, no, I'm not done yet. You may have seriously injured me, but I do have one more plan up my sleeve. And so what we see is that you actually had a Super Skrull pick up the hammer she was using, Stormbreaker, and begin to spin around in circles. Now, when she does that, of course, it gets faster and faster and faster to the point it does have a lot of energy. And so when she throws it, we know that she's trying to destroy something in the hammer's path. But it's not Thor, it's not Asgard, it's not really anybody on Asgard. She's trying to destroy Broxton, the city as a neighbor to Asgard, where Donald Blake works out of. It's her right now trying to wreck that city with the power of the hammer behind it. And so you have her just throw her hammer in the sky, it goes into space and then comes right back down, and it's about to destroy the entire city. And so you have Thor really having no choice but to go out there and to hopefully meet the hammer head on, and hoping that he's able to actually stop the hammer. And right now, Stormbreaker is holding a lot of energy in that one throw that the Super Skrull have basically did with Stormbreaker. But you didn't have Thor being able to go head on with the hammer and actually stops it. And when he comes back, he has both hammers in his hands. And then he hands one hammer over to Beta Ray Bill. So Beta Ray Bill now has his hammer back. Thor has his hammer, and so does Beta Ray Bill, which means that now we can enter in the final battle. Now, it's not a final battle like you think it would be, like, oh my gosh, this is where they're basically going to go 2-on-1 on this Super Skrull and just beat down on this Super Skrull. But instead, what they actually do is that they tell Asgard to fall on top of them, but also the Super Skrull, to basically crush them along with the Super Skrull. And so it's kind of like we're seeing Beta Ray Bill and also Thor sacrificing themselves to save Asgard, to save Broxton. And so when Asgard actually falls on top of Thor and Beta Ray Bill, we're left to believe that they're actually dead. But we come to find out they didn't die. Not at all. Instead, the Super Skrull got squished, but Thor and Beta Ray Bill are now pushing Asgard back up. And this shows that they are both very powerful, but they also have a lot of trust in one another to make sure that neither one of them had actually died in that moment right there. And really, the story kind of ends on that note right there, where basically you have Thor and Beta Ray Bill and the rest of the Asgardians begin the process of actually helping out Broxton, because there was some damage done in that big battle between the Skrulls and the Asgardians, but also kind of making sure that everybody is okay in Asgard as well, and get rid of the dead bodies of the Skrulls. But then on top of that, it also is showing how much trust that Beta Ray Bill and Thor have in one another. How basically they're more than just friends, they're brothers. Now, the opening pages of this book does give us a small recap of what happened in the earlier parts of the main storyline of Secret Invasion. Because when the heroes actually found out that the Skrulls were doing a full-on invasion, one of the things the Skrulls did was remove Iron Man from the equation, because they know if Iron Man is able to move freely when it comes to this war between the humans and the Skrulls, Iron Man could really help take out the Skrulls just like that. It would be over very quickly. And so what they did was they were able to actually hack into Iron Man's system. And when it comes to Iron Man, he used the same system for almost everything he had created on Earth. That means things he made for S.W.O.R.D, things he made for Avengers Tower, and also his armor as well. And so with Tony Stark's system being completely fried, everything he made has now become useless. It's the Skrulls removing Iron Man off the board so that they have a better chance to actually win this invasion. Now, there is a very good reason why I'm telling you guys this right now. And the reason why, because the big question is, what about War Machine? Because let's not forget, Tony Stark was the one who had created War Machine's armor for James Rhodes. And so right now, the big question is his armor also infected by this alien virus that's shutting down everything Iron Man had technically made that is connected to Iron Man's system? And of course, when it comes to War Machine's system is not connected to Iron Man's Man's new system that he built for everything else around the world that he had created. And so that gives War Machine the ability to actually move freely. Now, with that being said, you do have Iron Man tell War Machine, listen, if you're getting this message, that means two things. One, I have died, or two, I can no longer connect with you, and an alien invasion has happened right now, and my system has been compromised. Because this is Tony Stark really trying to be like Nick Fury. And what I mean by that is, because Iron Man was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had to be prepared for anything to happen down the road. And so right now, this book right here is telling us Iron Man thought about the idea of an alien invasion happening, but on top of that, taking over his computer system. And so right now he's saying, listen, listen, War Machine, I need you to follow directions. I'm giving you a location to go to. Please go to that location, and I will tell you more once you arrive at that location. Now, because War Machine is able to move freely, you do have Hank Pym freak out. Now, let's not forget, this is not Hank Pym. Because we learned in the earlier parts of our coverage over Secret Invasion, Hank Pym was one of the many heroes that was actually replaced by the Skrulls. And so right now, this is a Skrull pretending to be Hank Pym. Now, this fake Hank Pym realized that War Machine is not shut down. And the reason why he's freaking out, because he knows his fellow Skrulls had released the alien virus into Tony Stark's system. And they thought that War Machine should also be shut down, but he is not. And so you have War Machine leave because Tony Stark told him, listen, if you're getting this message, I have died, or an alien invasion happened, and right now my system has been compromised. But I need you to go to a particular location, but make sure you're not followed or you tell anybody at all. And so you do have War Machine leave. Now, when he does leave, the fake Hank Pym realized something is wrong. War Machine should be offline. And so he does tell other Skrulls to follow War Machine and make sure he cannot become a problem down the road. And so we do jump over to War Machine right now, flying away and trying to go to that particular location that Tony Stark told him to go to. Now, here's the thing though. By this point in Marvel Comics, we already had Civil War. And because of Civil War, there was a new law. Now, with that new law, it said if you're going to be a hero in America, you must register and work under the American government. Now, with that being said, though, when it comes to War Machine, he was actually training some new heroes who were going to be part of the 50-state initiative. Now, when it came to the 50-state initiative, it was kind of like this program where each state is going to have their own team of heroes to go after other heroes who are not trying to follow the new law. And so with that being said, War Machine was kind of getting ready heroes to go to their different states that they were assigned to. He was making sure that they were ready. He was their teacher. But now he feels very upset in the idea that he had to leave them behind to handle some kind of problem that he has no idea about. But when he flies in the sky, that is the moment he realized, oh, I see, there is a full-on alien invasion happening all over the earth. Okay, yeah, this is why I am needed. I am War Machine, a weapon to be used to kick some butt. And so you do have War Machine fight against a bunch of Skrulls and their ships as well. Now, when it comes to War Machine, at first, he does feel a tad bit confident because he's winning the battle right now that he is in against these Skrulls in the sky until he meets a Super Skrull. And let's not forget what a Super Skrull actually is, because when it comes to a Super Skrull, they are really important for this storyline. And the reason why, because they are able to copy the powers of different characters from the planet Earth. Let me explain. The first Super Skrull we met was back in the early days of Fantastic Four, where that Super Skrull had all the powers of the Fantastic Four. And so when it comes to this invasion right here, you have Super Skrulls all over the earth. And each of them have a different set of powers that they have copied from different characters from the planet Earth. And so right now for War Machine, this is his first time actually dealing with a Super Skrull. I mean, he did in the past, but for right now, he's realizing that there's more than just one. There's a full-on army of Super Skrulls around the earth that are right now causing damage left and right. But either way, this is War Machine remembering that Tony Stark told him to go to a particular location. And so right now, you have War Machine going ahead and dealing with all these Skrulls that he's surrounded by so that he now has a clear path to go to that location that Tony Stark told him to go to. And so we do see War Machine actually go to the location that Tony Stark told him to go to. Now, when War Machine goes to that location, he does find a satellite base. Now, this is huge. And the reason why, because Tony Stark did build this satellite base, but it's heavily cloaked, which means that if War Machine wants to hide inside this satellite base, it would be the perfect hiding spot because other people will be unable to actually find it, and that gives War Machine time to think about his next steps. Now, here's the big thing though, because as soon as he gets on the spaceship, that is the moment he's confronted by Susie Endo. Now, when it comes to Susie Endo, she's from the 1990s, and she was part of a series known as Force Works. Yes, that was a superhero team name. And matter of fact, that was Iron Man's team. Now, Susie comes from, I forgot what country, but she was part of Tony Stark's company, the East Division, over in Asia somewhere. Either way, though, when it came to her character, she was saved by Force Works, and then Iron Man brought her over to America. Now, she was arrested after Civil War, and the reason why, because she did not know about the new law. And so when she came back to the US, she had no idea that if you're going to be a hero, you have to register. And of course, she had no idea she was arrested. Now, because she had no idea, they did send her back over to China. But here's the thing. The reason why she's on this base right now in space is because she also got the message as well from Tony Stark. And that right there is very huge. But the problem is, though, while you have the two characters right now on this satellite base, you have the message from Tony Stark continue to play more information for War Machine to listen to, and also Susie as well. The problem, though, at the end of the message, you have Tony telling War Machine, you may not trust anybody at all because I only gave this message to you. And that right there tells War Machine, wait a second. If Tony's telling me right now in this message that the message was only meant for me, that means that Susie could be a Skrull, because why in the world would she be here if Tony just said the message was only for me? And that was kind of like the main point when it came to Secret Invasion. Who can you trust? Because the Skrulls went around the earth kidnapping people, then replacing those people with Skrulls, and then had those Skrulls pretend to be the people that they had kidnapped. And so right now, it's War Machine wondering, is Susie right here the real Susie or possibly the fake Susie? Now, something else I forgot to mention is that when it comes to War Machine, in a previous storyline, he was heavily injured, like so bad that Tony Stark had to ask somebody to give War Machine some cybernetic body parts. And so James Rhodes right now is technically a cyborg, or half cyborg, half man. Either way, he is a cyborg right now, currently in this storyline. But the reason why he has to trust Susie right now, because she does tell him what she sees on the computer screen. And right now, it's waves of Skrulls who are heading towards the satellite base, because they follow War Machine to this satellite base. And so even though it was heavily cloaked, because they follow him, they now know where it's at. And of course, they want to take out the satellite base. Now, here comes the cool part of the storyline, because you have Susie tell War Machine that she did look around and she realized what Tony Stark did here when it came to this satellite base. It's kind of like an armor suit. meaning that it can transform into a huge Iron Man armor suit to be used in space. And this suit is only able to connect to War Machine's armor, which means that as soon as War Machine is connected to this satellite-based spaceship that can now turn into a huge Iron Man battle armor suit, he can now use that suit as a way to battle the Skrulls in this particular area in space. And so getting into the second chapter of this storyline, we do actually pick up with War Machine right now using the satellite-based armor suit thing. I have no idea what to call this, but he does use what Tony Stark had built to fight against the army of spaceships that belong to the Skrulls. And honestly, this lasts for a couple pages in the second chapter, but is also showing how great of a fighter War Machine is. But on top of that, it shows his heart. And what I mean by that is it's showing him right now telling himself that he is not going to give up, that he is going to keep pushing forward and on until he's able to actually win the battle, because he knows if he does give up, one, he'll die, but most likely innocent people are going to die because he gave up or he had lost. And so this is him right now telling himself, do not give up and keep pushing on. And so in the middle of the fight, you then have James Rhodes, our War Machine, actually think back to some different moments in his life. He has these flashbacks. Now, when it comes to these flashbacks, at first, it really shows him it really does show him being beat down by different groups of people. Now, at first, it seems like he was beat down because the skin of his color. Now, the second reason why he was beat down because he didn't act hood enough in his town. But then after that, he has other flashbacks where he just never gave up. And that's the point of these flashbacks. Even though he was beaten down, he got back up. Even though the odds were against him, he got back up. And that's the point of these flashbacks. Because when we jump back to the present day, it's him right now where it seems like he is being overrun, but he's not being overrun. He just keeps fighting on. He keeps pushing forward. He keeps getting back up. And that's the point of this entire section with those flashbacks as well. Now, with that being said, while he does take out a bunch of different spaceships that belong to the Skrulls, one does get away. And so with that, he does change back into his regular War Machine outfit. And by the way, because the regular War Machine outfit was inside this satellite-based armor, it did get repaired, which means that his suit right now is completely repaired and fully charged to keep beating down on the Skrulls and their army of spaceships. And so he does follow after the one that got away, and then he makes sure to blow it up. But now the question is, what should he do next after being able to take out a bunch of ships that belong to the Skrulls? Now, because he was fighting in space, when he did go back down to Earth to blow up that last spaceship, he actually arrives in Russia. Because he was battling all over space, where he thought he was still over Manhattan, he's no longer floating over Manhattan, he's now floating over Russia. Now, when it comes to Russia, they're really big on, if you're not a hero from Russia, we don't want any kind of help at all from you. But either way, right now, they do need help. Because right now, the Skrulls are trying to attack a nuclear base in Russia. And if they get the nuclear bombs, that could lead to more problems for the heroes of Earth. And so right now, you have War Machine say, you know what? Let me go ahead, go down to Russia to help out. Because right now, that could lead to more problems down the road if those nuclear bombs are used against us humans. Now, here comes the problem when it comes to him going to Russia and actually trying to help out. Because when he arrives to fight against the Skrulls, you already had Russia release their superhero team known as the Winter Guard. And the Winter Guard, like I said, they're just the superhero team from Russia. But here comes the problem though. Because as soon as War Machine arrives to help out the Winter Guard fight against an army of Super Skrulls, you do have Crimson Dynamo tell War Machine, you have to leave. Because I was just told by my director that we do not want any kind of help from S.W.O.R.D. You are America. And because we did not ask for help, you are technically breaking laws right now by entering in Russia illegally. So I need you to go ahead and fly away before I had to take you down as well. Now, War Machine is so surprised by that because right now the entire Earth is being attacked by the Skrulls. But he's kind of like, you know what? Fine. I am going to respect your wishes. I wish you guys the best of luck. Now, War Machine was going to go to Wakanda to help out Black Panther, but then he realized, listen, one, I'm in Russia right now already. I should stay here to help out Russia. 2, because right now their nuclear bases are being attacked. And 3, no offense to Winter Guard fans out there, but it's the Winter Guard. And so when it comes to this invasion, Russia's chances of actually surviving this battle right now is very low. And so you have War Machine go back to help out Russia fight against this army of Skrulls to help out the Winter Guard. But like we saw earlier, when it comes to the Winter Guard, they were told earlier to tell War Machine to leave because right now he's here illegally. He should not be here at all. And so with that, you have Crimson Dynamo tell him again, you should leave. He's like, no, I'm going to stay. You need my help. Now, when War Machine does get overrun by a bunch of Super Skrulls, he does call out for help because the Winter Guard is there. But like I said earlier, Russia does not want any help from him, America, or S.W.O.R.D. And so when they see him being overrun by a bunch of Skrulls and they have the ability to actually save him, they tell him, nope, we warned you to stay away. And I was just told by my higher ups to leave you to die. And so the Winter Guard leaves War Machine there as they continue on to fight against the Skrulls in different parts of Russia. Now here comes the problem though, because while he was being overrun by the army of Skrulls, he was knocked out. But when he does wake up, he does not wake up in Russia. Matter of fact, he wakes up in a spaceship that belongs to the Skrulls. They technically took him off the battlefield, and right now they're trying to dissect him. Not dissect him, dissect him. I have no idea why I say dissect him. Either way, they're trying to cut him open to see inside his body to see how he works. Because right now, War Machine is technically a cyborg at this point in Marvel Comics. Once again, in an earlier storyline, he was badly injured and lost a lot of body parts. And so, of course, you had a friend of Tony Stark kind of give Jane Rhodes some upgrades. I say upgrades, I really mean more of cybernetic body parts. So technically upgrades because he's now a tad bit stronger without the armor on. Either way though, right now they're trying to break him apart. And so getting into the final chapter of today's storyline, we actually do pick up with the Skrulls right now, getting ready to cut open Jane Rhodes. Now, while they're about to do that right now, the Skrulls feel very confident that everything is going to be okay. And what I mean by that is, the Skrulls had removed Jane Rhodes from his War Machine armor, and so they feel like he shouldn't have any kind of weapons on him that could be used against them. On top of that, even though he is a cyborg right now, they still made sure that everything was turned off. Well, almost everything, because we kind of find out they forgot to turn off his eye beam, his laser beam from his eye. Because right when the Skrulls are about to cut him open, that is the moment he does use his eye beam on the Skrulls as a way to begin the process of escaping. And once he's able to break free, he does find his armor right in time before more Skrulls appear in the room. And you have War Machine being able to actually break free from being captured by the Skrulls. And so then we see Jane Rhodes actually go to Russia. Now, the reason why he goes back to Russia, because remember, when it came to the Skrulls, they were trying to use the nukes as a way to help them win the invasion. And so right now, it's Jane Rhodes saying, let me go back to Russia and help out Russia. Now, let's not forget, Russia told him earlier, we do not want your help at all. Not America, not S.W.O.R.D., not even you at all. We don't care how bad things get here. We do not want your help. You're in our country illegally. Now, he still goes back there because, again, if the Skrulls get their hands on those nukes, that'll be a lot of bad things for the human race down the road. Now, when he does arrive, he does expect the Winter Guard to not help him once again. But then you have the Winter Guard realize, you know what? Stop it. We should help him out. He left America, came to Russia to actually help us save our country. So why in the world are we being stubborn right now? And why in the world are we ignoring his help? Because right now, his help is very needed. And so you have Crimson Dynamo tell the rest of the Winter Guard, hey, heads up, guys. We're now going to ignore all orders from higher chains. And the reason why, because right now, War Machine needs our help. And he's been here helping us out left and right. So let's pay him back. And so you have the Winter Guard and War Machine actually team up. And they do take out a bunch of Skrulls left and right. Except one Super Skrull got left behind. And that Super Skrull is a problem. And the problem is that one of the Super Skrulls is turning into pure energy. Now, the reason why that is a problem, because with that Skrull turning into pure energy, when he explodes, he's going to cause a lot of damage to the area that he's in right now. And so War Machine knows that he has to take this guy out of here before Russia gets heavily wrecked by this explosion. Now, the problem is that, though, War Machine could most likely die if he stays too close to the Skrull that's been turned into pure energy. But War Machine wants to make sure that when he grabs the Skrull, it does get far, far away from Russia or any country at all in the area. And so he does fly up in the sky and really to space. And so when the Skrull actually explodes, we're left to believe that he died, that War Machine died as a hero by protecting Russia. But we already know he did not die because, like I said earlier in this video, after this storyline right here, they gave War Machine his own mini-series or solo series. Either way, he got his own book. And so that is the moment he comes back down and we realize that he is A-OK. And everybody celebrates, the Winter Guard celebrates, but not Russia military. Because as soon as you had War Machine come back down from space to show everybody that he was okay, he was confronted by some jets who are part of Russia's Air Force. And they tell him, hey man, listen, because you came into our country illegally, we're going to arrest you. And do not try to fight back because we'll make sure we bring everything we have to take you down because you came here illegally. Now, you do have Crimson Dynamo step in and say, no, let him go. Now, the way you have Crimson Dynamo get War Machine out of this situation is by saying that because the Skrulls have the ability to shapeshift and they have been going around kidnapping people and replacing those people with fellow Skrulls and then having those Skrulls pretend to be the people that they had kidnapped, you have Crimson Dynamo say, I believe our leader has been replaced by a Skrull. And so right now, we have no idea if it actually is our leader or it's actually a Skrull. Either way, for right now, we need to ignore orders and figure out if our leader is exactly our leader. And so that got War Machine out of Russia. And then this leads into War Machine's solo book, his brand new series after Secret Invasion. But and so getting into the main storyline, we actually do pick up with the royal family right now traveling in space. Now, while they're traveling in space, this is really the royal family right now kind of questioning Medusa's idea about leaving behind the people of the Inhumans to go find her husband. Because when it comes to the rest of the royal family, especially Crystal, the younger sister to Medusa, she feels like they have made a huge mistake. And what I mean by that is Crystal and the rest of the royal family kind of saying to themselves, we should have stayed with our people. we should have stayed at New Atelian and protected our people from the Skrulls' attack. Yes, we want to see Black Bolt return back home, but at the same time, if we go out there and save him, we may not have a home to go back to. But this is Medusa saying, no, the people will be okay. They can protect themselves. But on top of that, they need the real king back. They need Black Bolt back. And so right now, it's them out there in space traveling to go find Black Bolt. Now, as they're traveling in space, they do go to a certain kind of point because this is Medusa trying to meet up with somebody who could possibly help her find her husband. It's her trying to make alliances with her enemies to find her husband. Now, who she actually teams up with is very, very important. And we kind of find out that she is meeting up with Ronan the Accuser. And let's not forget, Ronan the Accuser is part of the Kree. And the Kree, they hate the Skrulls just as much the Skrulls hate the Kree. Because let's not forget, the Kree-Skrull War has been going on for hundreds and hundreds of years in the main Marvel universe. But let's not also forget that when it comes to the Kree, they were the ones that had created the Inhumans. They were going to use the Inhumans as a way to take down the Skrulls. But the Inhumans said, no, we are going our own way, which they did. They moved away from the Kree. And so this is Medusa realizing that she has to work with one of their worst enemies to stop another enemy to basically get her husband back. And so when you have Ronan the Accuser see her, he's very shocked. He's kind of like, okay, so you're here. What do you have to offer that is going to make me want to actually help you save your husband? And so then we jump over to Black Bolt. Now, when we jump over to Black Bolt, we actually do see him right now still being held captive by the Skrulls. Now, here's the thing, though. The Skrulls are still trying to find a way to actually access his sonic scream. Because remember, when it comes to Black Bolt, his powers, if he does speak or say anything at all, he could technically do some heavy damage to the area that he's actually in. Even a whisper could do some heavy damage in the area that he's actually in. And so right now they're trying to turn that scream into a weapon to use in their invasion on Earth. The problem is, though, they have to find the access point in his brain that does control his voice. And so if they're able to actually find that access point, then they'll be able to actually use his scream as a weapon on the people of the Earth. Now, they're doing this whole torturing session right in front of Black Bolt's son. And that would be Aurora or Haura. I don't know how to pronounce that name, but I'm going to say Aurora. Either way, though, right now he's being tortured in front of his son. And so with that happening, it's them trying to find that access point so that they'll be able to actually access the sonic scream of Black Bolt to use as a weapon. But then we jump back over to Medusa and Ronan the Accuser. Now, this meeting is actually very important because this is really Ronan the Accuser reminding us that when it comes to the Kree and the Inhumans, they do not get along with one another at all because the Kree made the Inhumans as a way to take down the Skrulls. But the Inhumans said, nope, broke away and became their own people. And so right now, this is Ronan kind of like, why are you here? We are technically enemies. And matter of fact, your husband and I had a deal to stay away from one another. But this is Medusa saying, I need your help. If we are able to actually work together, we'll be able to save my husband and then everything will be good. But of course, for Ronan the Accuser, he's kind of like, no. If you're going to want me to help you guys out, you have to give me something. And so you do have Medusa ask him, okay, what do you want? And he says, I want Crystal, your little sister, to be my bride, to marry me. Now, you would think that Medusa would say no to that, but you have Medusa saying, no, I'm going to say yes because we need his help. He is going to help us. So yes, I will accept this deal. After you help us, then Crystal can become your bride. You can marry my sister without her own permission. Now, after that, you do have Ronan the Accuser allow the royal family to actually get onto his spaceship. Now, as soon as they get on his spaceship, that is the moment you have Ronan the Accuser actually let Karnak access his files. And the reason why, because the Kree has been keeping a lot of intel about the Skrulls' computer system, but also their communication system as well. And so right now, it's Karnak, one of the members of the royal family, hoping that with him having access to their communication system, he'll be able to locate Black Bolt. The problem is, though, the system is heavily protected. And so he has to find a weak point, which he does. Matter of fact, he finds 3 different kinds of weak points. But here's the big thing, though. All 3 weak points have to be hit at the same time to break down this protection system so that he'll be able to find something that could help him locate Black Bolt. And so right now, the team has to break up into 3 teams to go to 3 different locations to kind of help with this plan to find something that could help them to locate Black Bolt. And so the first team is going to be Medusa and Crystal, because right now they're going to go back to Earth to find a Skrull communication officer. Now, when it comes to this officer, he'll be able to actually access the communication system, but Crystal and Medusa have to get him from Tundra. And Tundra is this female warrior who really believes that females should be the ones to rule the Earth. And so she does kind of have her own area on Earth to herself and her fellow female warriors. And apparently this Skrull officer went to her area and got captured by her. And so if Medusa and Crystal want to get him, they have to go through Tundra. The next person is going to be Gorgon and Karnak going to Wriggle 3. Now, Wriggle 3 is another planet, but here's the big thing though. They have to find a recorder android, and this recorder android could actually help Karnak and Gorgon actually crack the Skrulls' communication system. And once it's cracked, that gives Karnak another step into actually accessing the system to find out where Black Bolt is actually at. And then that leaves Triton, because Triton has to go to an all-water planet to find a beacon that the Skrulls had apparently buried deep into the ocean. And once all 3 things have been found, the officer, the android, and the beacon, that will let Karnak be able to actually access the Skrulls' system to hopefully find Black Bolt and to bring him back home. And so then we actually pick up with Triton. Now, when we do see Triton right now trying to go deep into this all-water planet to find this beacon. Except when he does, he is confronted by people of this planet who actually look like him. Except they have no idea who he is, which honestly, why would they? And so when they see him trying to go deeper and deeper into their planet to get that beacon, they're kind of like, we have no idea who you are, and you do seem very sketchy, so we should totally take you in. And so then we jump over to Gorgon and Karnak. Now, when we do, this is Gorgon and Karnak on Wriggle 3 trying to find a particular recorder android. Because remember, this android is going to help them to actually crack the communication system of the Skrulls. The problem is, though, when they reach a certain room hoping to find that recorder android, they find a bunch of different kinds of recorder androids. And so now it's up to Karnak to access the computer system of this place to find the particular one that they're actually looking for. And so while Karnak is doing that, Gorgon is just walking around and seeing that there are so many different recorder androids in this one particular room. And so then we jump over to Medusa and Crystal. Now, these two are looking for that Skrull officer, but of course they had to kind of get into Tundra's empire. When I say empire, I really mean her village because it's not that big. But either way, though, when they get there and pretend to be part of the village, you then have Crystal and Medusa kind of share that there's bad blood between the two characters. And the reason why, because let's not forget what just happened earlier, that technically Medusa told Ronan the Accuser that he is allowed to marry Crystal without Crystal permission. And so right now it's Crystal saying, look at what you're doing right now. You're doing everything you can to hurt your family, to hurt your loved ones, to just get your man back. Like, what about your sister? What about your people? Like, really, this man is so important to you that you are going to ruin everything you can to get this man back, including your own sister. Now, when it comes to Medusa, she feels like Crystal is just immature. And the reason why, because Crystal had actually married somebody from Earth, a regular human, not an Inhuman. And so that is Medusa's problem, because she feels like Crystal should have married someone who is also an Inhuman, not just a regular human. And so this little sister battle right here does catch the eyes of Tundra. Now, Tundra has no idea that this is Medusa or Crystal, but either way though, this is Tundra saying in her village, they don't fight each other unless it's a fair fist-to-fist fight in some kind of ring. And so right now, it's Tundra saying you two are going to fight in the ring to see who's right and who's wrong. But getting back over to Black Bolt, we do see that right now Black Bolt is still being tortured, because right now it's the Skrulls trying to find that access point in his brain to be able to actually access his sonic scream. And so right now you have the Skrulls just continuing to torture him to get what they actually want. And unfortunately for Black Bolt, they do get what they want. They do find that access point. And when they do, this is them saying, look at what we found. We finally got you. Now we know how to access your sonic scream. It's all that anger that you held inside of you. If we're able to take that anger and actually access it, then we can turn you into our weapon and attack the Earth. But getting into the final chapter of this series, we actually do pick up with Karnak and Gorgon. Now, when we do, we see that Karnak was technically caught breaking into the computer system trying to find that recorder android. And so, of course, the person who caught him is not really a killer. And what I mean by that is this person never killed anybody at all. And so even though he did catch Karnak breaking into their computer system looking for a recorder android, this guy is too scared to actually pull the trigger on Karnak. And so Karnak is able to get the upper hand on this guy and then call up Gorgon and say, hey, listen, I figured out which recorder it is. Look for this particular serial number. Once you find it, we can leave and our job is done here and we can move on. And so then we jump over to Medusa and Crystal. Now, when we do, we kind of see the two characters right now fighting against each other to just get an audience with Tundra. Because again, they came here for an officer of the Skrull race. Now, the problem is though, while the two sisters are fighting, they're talking to each other, but they're telling each other why they hate each other. Because even though they're sisters, there's bad blood. Now, when it comes to Medusa, she feels like Crystal has not done enough for the family. That when it comes to Crystal, she never sacrificed anything for the family. She's always about herself. She's always watching out for herself, but not for the family. Now, on top of that, Medusa also hates Crystal because Crystal married out of their race. That Crystal did not marry an Inhuman. She married a regular human. And ever since then, Medusa kind of had a tad bit of hatred towards Crystal. But then you have Crystal say, no, you're just mad at me because I didn't follow your path. I didn't follow the path where I was told to do everything to just make the family happy, even though my happiness was never going to be there. That's not fair. That's not a life at all. A life should be where I'm happy and everybody else around me is also happy. But of course, in this family, in this race, no, that can't happen. I have to follow rules and laws to make everybody else happy except me. And that is not fair. And you hate me because I found true love, actual true love, unlike you and Black Bolt. And so then you have Crystal say, let me show you what I learned while living with the humans for a short period of time. And so then you have Crystal say, I want a meeting with Tundra here and now. And of course, they give it to her. And so getting over to Triton, we do see that Triton is still at that underwater planet. But of course, right now, he's being carried away as a prisoner because, again, he just arrived. And even though he does look like the people of this planet, none of them knows who he is. And so they think he's some kind of spy that's going to help bring down their planet. And so right now he's being carried away as a prisoner, even though he said he's just here for some kind of beacon that belongs to the Skrulls. Either way, he does break his bonds and say, listen, I'm not going to be taken away to prison because you guys have a hard time believing what I'm trying to tell you guys. And so getting over to Crystal and Medusa, we do see them right now having a meeting with Tundra. Now, this is Crystal trying to show Medusa what she had learned by living with the humans. And so you have Crystal actually talk to Tundra. Now, when Crystal does this, this is Crystal saying, listen, we need that officer that you're holding on to. And the reason why, because that officer is the key or one of the many keys that could help us find my sister's husband. Now, for Tundra, we have to remember that her area is just women only. They kind of look down at men, not really in a bad way, but more kind of like they don't need men in their lives to actually succeed in life. And so she's kind of like, all of this for a man? Seriously? But then you have Crystal say, no, you don't understand. My sister's husband is a king. And my sister is a queen. But to run an empire, the king and the queen have to be together. They have to be on the same page. And so right now, it's Crystal saying, Tundra, if you're a human, you understand that. How you protect your people by being a powerful queen. But for our people need a powerful king and queen to work together. And so my sister needs her king. But then we get this page where you do have the Skrulls continuing to work on Black Bolt, but you do have the Skrull tell us, the readers, that they're getting very close into controlling Black Bolt's powers, which means that sooner or later, his sonic scream is going to be used as a way to do damage to the Earth. And that right there is a very thing to think about, because the Earth would be wrecked easily by the powers of Black Bolt. And so right now it's kind of the story telling us the royal family has to hurry up or Earth is going to have a very bad day along with that secret invasion. And so this is where you kind of have the story wrap up very quickly. And the reason why, because you do have the royal family bring together the three things they were looking for. So the recorder, the beacon, and also the officer. Now, with those three things coming together, Karnak was able to actually find a location of where Black Bolt is being held at. And so with that, you have Karnak tell the rest of the royal family, hey guys, I was able to figure out where Black Bolt is being held at. Let's go there right now to actually save him. And so you do have the royal family and also Ronan the Accuser go to where the spaceship that is holding Black Bolt at. And so when they get there, you do have our heroes actually breaking in. And while they're breaking in, you do have Black Bolt and his son actually breaking out. And so this is literally perfect timing. Like while they're breaking in, Black Bolt and his son are trying to break out. And so right when they're able to actually meet is one of those moments where you kind of feel happy for Black Bolt and Medusa because they finally came back together. They can finally be that power couple in Marvel Comics. It's a great moment. And so the royal family mission was an actual success. And so the way this story actually wraps up, you do have Medusa, the royal family, and Black Bolt go back to the Atelian, the home of the Inhumans. Now, when they get there, you do have Black Bolt make this speech. And this speech is all about family. And what he is saying is that right now, when it comes to the Inhumans, they all need to come together to work together to be a strong force so that they'll be able to actually protect themselves from any future enemies down the road. And what Black Bolt actually mean is that when it comes to the Inhumans, you do have different groups of Inhumans across the universe. Of course, they do look at Black Bolt as their true king, but in some areas, they don't look at Black Bolt as their true king. And so what Black Bolt is actually saying is that when it comes to the Inhumans, they should all come together, his group and also his brother's group, and work together so that they'll be able to protect themselves from future enemies. Now, after that speech, you do have Black Bolt say, okay, guys, let's work together right now and take out the Skrull invaders who are attacking the Earth. And that actually ends the tie-ins for the Inhumans when it comes to Secret Invasion. Now, most of the first chapter is really more of the Thunderbolts going after a character known as Swarm. Now, I do want to remind you guys something about the Thunderbolts, and that is basically when it comes to the Thunderbolts, remember Norman Osborn is in charge because after Civil War, the American government basically made a law, and that law was if you're going to be some kind of super being in America, you have to register under that law. Now, of course, you have some people who did not follow that law, and so the American government gave Norman Osborn the ability to be in charge of the Thunderbolts to go after these different characters who are, of course, not registered at all. Now, with that being said, though, right now they're going after Swarm. And Swarm is a D-list character. Basically, it was a scientist, a Nazi scientist that was working on an experiment to control killer bees. And so that is what we're seeing right now. Some kind of dude who hasn't died off yet, who is basically controlling a lot of killer bees. Now, the last time Swarm did appear, he was a smaller size, but this time he's really huge and giving the Thunderbolts a very hard time. Now, this tie-in is basically being written by the same guy who did all those one-shots we covered before covering this book right here. So, Breaking Point, International Incident, Reason of Madness, all those one-shot storylines for the Thunderbolts was written by the same guy writing this storyline right here. And the reason why I'm bringing that up because you do have Moonstone and Norman Osborn trying to give Songbird an idea on how to take down the bees, but she's still upset with Norman Osborn and Moonstone. And you have both characters wonder why she's so upset, and they both think that because Songbird thinks that they had killed off her mother. But we come to find out neither of them actually did kill her mother. And remember, her mom died supposedly in a drunk accident. But for Songbird, she believes Norman Osborn or Moonstone killed her mother. And we come to find out now here that basically neither one of them actually killed her mother. Now, after that moment, you basically do have Norman Osborn and Moonstone realize that when it comes to Swarm, they come to find out they're able to actually see his body. But when they do see his body, they come to find out the only thing that is left is his skeleton. Meaning that the scientist, the Nazi scientist that basically went through the experiment to be able to control a bunch of bees had died years ago. And so the only thing that is left is his skeleton body. But because his powers were tied into his body, it's kind of like his powers have a mind of their own. And so they're still able to actually control the bees, even though he's been dead for who knows how long. And so that is the moment you have the Thunderbolts actually send in Venom. Because remember, when it comes to the 90s and the early 2000s, Venom was down to eat people. At first, it was just brains. Then it evolved into him actually eating people. And so they sent in Venom to actually bite off the head of the skeleton as a way to cancel out the powers to make the bees go away. But of course, the day is now saved. Now, of course, right after Venom does that, you have Norman Osborn very upset with his team because he feels like his team are not doing what they should be doing at their top potential. Right now, they're going around and acting like a bunch of frat boys trying to be heroes when they cannot be heroes. But you didn't have Moonstone realize that, not realize, but you have Moonstone tell Norman Osborn that he has to realize that he put together a team of villains who are not used to working together, but at the same time, they're not really down to be heroes. You're forcing them to be heroes to make yourself look good in front of the American government. And so it's Moonstone saying, get off your high horse. You're mad at us because we're not being like the Avengers or the Fantastic Four. But at the same time, we're still getting the job done, and we have gotten better over the time with you being in charge. And so it's right now Moonstone and Norman Osborn kind of butting heads against each other. Now, once you have the team being able to actually go back to their base and relax, that is the moment you do have Norman Osborn get word from Moonstone that something is going on. Something very important is going on. And so you do have Norman Osborn go back down to see what's happening. And that is the moment he comes to find out that the twin sister of Andrea Strucker, and remember, Andrea Strucker is Swordsman, the twin sister of Swordsman is alive again. Now that is huge because you have to remember the only reason why Swordsman was on the team is because Norman Osborn had promised Swordsman a clone of his dead sister so that Swordsman can be close to his dead sister again. But of course, Norman Osborn wasn't really going through with that promise. And so back in the one shot we covered, which was Thunderbolts International Incident, Swordsman made a deal with Arnim Zola to make a clone of his dead sister. And so we know that this clone right here has to be Arnim Zola's creation. He made the clone of the dead sister of Swordsman. Now, Norman Osborn is ticked off about this. He's kind of like, what? How is this possible? Know what? No. We're going to test her and make sure that this is actually your twin sister and not some kind of mess up thing pretending to be your sister. Now, of course, after being able to run some tests and to find out that basically this is the twin sister of Andrea Strucker, Swordsman, they are like, okay, it's her. This is a perfect clone of her. It's not a shapeshifter. Okay, now we know. But of course, for Norman Osborn, he hates the idea that somebody was able to actually fulfill his promise to Swordsman, because his goal was to never actually fulfill that promise to keep Swordsman on his team for however long he wants him on the team. Now, with that being said, Norman Osborn does know that it had to be Arnim Zola, the one who actually made the clone for Swordsman. Because remember, in the International Incident storyline, Arnim Zola got away thanks to Radioactive Man and also Swordsman, because Swordsman did make a deal with Arnim Zola to make a clone for him, a clone of his twin sister, which Arnim Zola technically did. Now, with that being said, Norman Osborn doesn't want to keep her around, nor Swordsman around. But at the same time, he knows that if Swordsman leaves, that means the rest of the team is going to try to leave. And so his main goal is to kind of get rid of the twin sister of Swordsman as a way to kind of keep Swordsman on the team a whole lot longer. And so it's Norman Osborn just plotting to get rid of Andrea Strucker, the twin sister of Swordsman. Now, this is where we actually do jump into the actual storyline of Secret Invasion. And the reason why I say that is because while you have Norman Osborn, Moonstone, Swordsman, and Songbird having a meeting about the twin sister of Swordsman, that is the moment they do get attacked by Captain Marvel. The problem is, though, this is Marvel, and Marvel has been dead for a good amount of years in Marvel Comics. Now, with that being said, the question is, though, Why is he here now? Now, you do have the Thunderbolts try to fight against Captain Marvel, but of course, they do not stand a chance at all. But while fighting against him, that is the moment they realize that something is wrong with Marvel. Like, he's talking weird. He's acting weird. He's acting like he doesn't know if he's actually himself or could be somebody else. Now, you do have Songbird mention his son, and to Songbird, she's mentioning his first son, Genis, who of course was Captain Marvel, then Photon, and then a different name. Like, that dude has so many different code names over the years in Marvel Comics. But either way, when it comes to Marvel, he had no idea he had two sons. He only knew one son. So when it comes to Genis, he has no idea about Genis. He only knows about his other son, Teddy, of course, Hulkling. And as you know, Hulkling is the half Kree, half Skrull. Of course, Hulkling is the son of Captain Marvel and also the son of the princess of the Skrull race. Now, with that being said, for this fake Marvel, he has no idea about Genis, only Teddy, but he is able to take out the rest of the Thunderbolts team. Now, you actually do have Norman Osborn actually confront this Captain Marvel, and you have Norman Osborn tell Captain Marvel that Norman Osborn thinks that this is not actually the real Captain Marvel, that this is something else, could possibly be a Skrull, because again, this is the tie-in to the Secret Invasion storyline. And so this is Norman Osborn saying, let's have a drink, let's talk, because I don't think you're Captain Marvel. And the reason why you're freaking out because you're having a hard time balancing two different personalities at the same time, your real self and your fake self. Now, getting into the second chapter of this storyline, we actually do pick up with Norman Osborn talking to this fake Marvel. Yes, it is a fake Marvel because we know it is a Skrull because of Secret Invasion. Now, you do have Norman Osborn talk to this Marvel about the idea of having two different personalities in one body. Because remember, in the old days of Marvel Comics, Norman Osborn would turn into the Green Goblin and not really remember being the Green Goblin. And so when he turned back into Norman Osborn, sometimes he would not remember being the Green Goblin. Now, later on, it was changed, of course, to the idea that Norman Osborn did know when he was the Green Goblin. Like, the Green Goblin is his more insane side of his personality. But it's Norman Osborn talking to this Marvel, this Skrull, with the problem it's having right now, which is trying to balance two different personalities, the Skrull side and of course its Marvel side, or pretending to be Marvel. But of course, after their conversation, you do have this fake Marvel actually fly off to go do his own thing. But basically, it's Norman Osborn kind of being able to get rid of this Marvel, this fake one, and then telling his soldiers they need to get ready for war because he already knows what's happening right now across the world, which of course is that the Skrull invasion has begun and his team must get out there to fight against the Skrulls. And so right now you do have the Thunderbolts on their way flying over to Washington, D.C. to kind of help protect the Capitol. Now, with that being said, you do have Moonstone actually go over to Norman Osborn to tell her what she thinks about the twin sister of Swordsman, because it's just crazy how the same time she appears, there's a whole Skrull invasion happening. And so now this is Moonstone and Norman Osborn both believing that maybe Armin Zola did not have a hand in the creation of the clone of Swordsman's twin sister, that maybe this clone is actually a Skrull. But of course, you do have Norman Osborn telling his team that right now, the Avengers and Fantastic Four, they're going through a lot because in the main storyline and their books as well, there is a lot of mistrust going on. But when it comes to the Thunderbolts, they never trusted each other at all, which of course helps them out. And so right now, this team is going to be used by Norman Osborn. He's going to fight as well as a way to protect the capital of Washington, D.C. Now, that is the moment we actually do pick up with the Thunderbolts fighting against the army of Skrulls that have basically invaded Washington, D.C. Now, of course, this is a great moment for Norman Osborn because you do have a lot of cameras recording this scene right now. And so it does help Norman Osborn look great in the eyes of America because him and his team right now are fighting against the Skrulls as a way to protect the capital of the U.S. Now, of course, that is also the moment Norman Osborn realized he needs all hands on deck, which means Venom and Bullseye, they have been released to do whatever they can to help the team win the war. Now, Venom is usually under control, but Bullseye is not. He's a wild card. He's down to kill anybody he wants to, and he's down to kill you even if you're paying him. And so this is Bullseye being released to cause a lot of damage across the board, which is a huge problem. Now, that is the moment we do see a couple Skrulls watching the Thunderbolts fight against their army. And that is the moment you have these Skrulls basically tell us that the Captain Marvel we saw earlier was a Skrull. And of course, he was sent to kill off the Thunderbolts. But we know he did not because he was having a hard time balancing the two different personas, his Skrull persona and also his Captain Marvel persona. But either way, you do have the Skrulls sending their big hitters to actually fight against the Thunderbolts for the time being. Now, that is the moment we actually do pick up with Swordsman and his twin sister, Andrea, as you have these two guys right now just running around, blasting Skrulls left and right. But as they're running around, that is the moment you do have Moonstone actually blast Swordsman in the back to knock him out. Now, the reason why she did that is because she wants to have a one-on-one conversation with Andrea because she believes that Andrea is actually a Skrull. And so it's really Moonstone trying to join the side of the Skrull, hoping that they'll basically protect her if they do actually take over the Earth. And so this is her asking to have a one-on-one conversation with Andrea while Swordsman is knocked out. Now, things only get worse from here because while you have the Thunderbolts fighting against the army of Skrulls, that is the moment they begin to play with the minds of the Thunderbolts, starting off with Menace. Now, remember, Menace used to be Speedball, but with that being said, thanks to him, Civil War, or really him and his team, Civil War was started because of him and his team, because they were being cocky and going after a certain villain named Nitro. That villain exploded and killed 600 people, including 60 children. And so right now you have the Skrulls playing mind games with Menace to make him see a bunch of zombies of the dead people that he had killed or basically helped kill. And so of course is playing with his mind right now and messing him up. Now for Norman Osborn, that is the moment he does see a bunch of Spider-Men, because remember, when it comes to Norman Osborn at this point, he's taking medicine as a way to keep the Green Goblin persona locked away. But of course, now with the Skrulls kind of playing mind games with Norman Osborn's mind, making him see a bunch of Spider-Men, of course, that Green Goblin persona is beginning to pop out. And if it does, it could technically lead to more problems for the Thunderbolts down the road in this storyline. Now, getting into the third chapter of the Secret Invasion tie-in for the Thunderbolts, we actually do pick up with Norman Osborn just shooting up Skrulls left and right, because remember, they're trying to play a mind game on Norman Osborn as appearing to be a bunch of Spider-Mans hoping to unlock that Green Goblin persona once again to make him go crazy and cause more problems for him and his team in front of the eyes of the public of Washington, D.C. Now, once you have Norman Osborn actually being able to get rid of these Skrulls, of course, he realized that there were no Spider-Mans in front of him. It was just a bunch of Skrulls shapeshift into Spider-Man to basically trick him. And he's able to kind of calm back down and lock away that Green Goblin persona once again. Now, getting back over to Moonstone and the twin sister of Swordsman, Andrea, you have to remember that Moonstone basically did knock out Swordsman to talk to Andrea, because Moonstone believes that Andrea is actually a Skrull, because Andrea has been dead and now she's here in front of the entire team. It has to be a Skrull. But that is the moment you have Moonstone find out that Andrea is actually not a Skrull. She is a clone. She's a clone body made by Armin Zola, which of course is a huge surprise for Moonstone. But this right here ticks off Andrea, because one, Andrea watched her brother get attacked by one of his own teammates, and two, is now some random lady calling her a Skrull. And so you have Andrea use her powers to knock out Moonstone. Now, right after doing that, you do actually have Andrea getting ready to kill off Moonstone, because Andrea is very angry at Moonstone. But that is the moment you do have Bullseye kind of giving Andrea the Elektra stab. And what I mean is that he stabs her right in the back, killing her off. And so that is the death once again of Andrea Strucker. Now, Swordsman has no idea how Andrea died, because he's right now knocked out. And Bullseye and Moonstone are actually going to use this in their advantage. And the reason why I say that, because when Swordsman wake up, he's going to ask what happened to his sister. Moonstone and Bullseye can say that basically a Skrull was the one that killed his sister, not Bullseye. And they can also say that it was a Skrull who knocked out Swordsman, not Moonstone. And so this actually works out for Moonstone and Bullseye as they try to regroup with the rest of the team, carrying the body of Andrea Strucker and the knockout body of Swordsman. Now, this leads into the next part of Norman Osborn's plan, which is the Radioactive Man, because right now he's about to explode. And the reason why he's about to explode is because the Skrulls have basically shot him with enough energy to kind of make his powers go crazy. Now, remember, when it comes to the Radioactive Man, he's able to absorb a lot of different kinds of radiation, but at the same time, he's able to release a whole lot of different kinds of radiation. And so right now it's him right now being a ticking time bomb. But the problem is, though, if he explodes, that's a lot of radiation just floating around in Washington, D.C. And so Norman Osborn going to use him like a bomb to blow up a bunch of spaceships of the Skrulls in space. And so you have Moonstone fly the Radioactive Man up in the sky, really into space, to blow up, to kill off a bunch of Skrulls. And then she's able to actually bring him back down to Earth, because Moonstone is able to make her body kind of like Shadowcat, intangible, had a hard time saying that word, so that she can avoid the attack, grab the Radioactive Man and actually bring him back down to Earth. But then this leads into another thing for Norman Osborn. And so getting into the next part of Norman Osborn's plan is to basically use Swordsman. Now, the reason why, because right now some of the Skrull spaceships have some kind of shields around them. And so they need Swordsman as a way to break through those shields. Now, the reason why I'm pointing this out is because as soon as Norman Osborn is able to wake up Swordsman, you have Norman Osborn actually tell Swordsman that the reason why his sister died is because of a Skrull, not because of Bullseye. And so, of course, it's a way to kind of tick off Swordsman. Now, Swordsman is still upset with Norman Osborn because it was Norman who basically forced her to kind of help out the Thunderbolts in this battle. And so she technically died because of Norman Osborn. But either way, is Swordsman still mad at the Skrulls because he believes that they were the ones to actually kill his twin sister, not Bullseye, because we know it was Bullseye. And so this kind of leads into a bunch of pages where you actually do have the Thunderbolts just wrecking havoc. They are literally cleaning house of the Skrulls left and right. These Skrulls do not stand a chance at all against the Thunderbolts and Norman Osborn. Now, of course, this is Norman Osborn kind of setting up the idea that he should be the one in charge of protecting America, because right now is him protecting the capital of Washington, D.C. with his team. And nobody on his team had basically failed yet. Nobody on his team has been taken over by the Skrulls yet. And so this is Norman Osborn showing the world that him and his Thunderbolts are a great team, but also is him standing in the middle of the capital of Washington, D.C., claiming this country as his, saying that he's going to do everything he can to actually protect his country. Now, the first few pages of the 4th chapter is really more of Norman Osborn using his success of saving the capital of the United States of America as a way to kind of push the idea that he should be the one in charge of S.W.O.R.D. or be the one in charge of protecting America over Tony Stark. Because after Civil War, basically Nick Fury left S.W.O.R.D. and Tony Stark was placed in charge of S.W.O.R.D. And so this is Norman Osborn kind of using this moment as a way to paint the picture that basically he should be the one in charge. Now, in the main Secret Invasion storyline, it was told to us that thanks to Tony Stark's tech, the Skrulls were able to use his tech as a way to kind of move behind the lines without being detected by different kind of sources to tell the world that these guys are Skrulls. And so this is Norman Osborn saying that if the world had used Osborn tech instead of using Tony Stark's tech, then basically none of this would happen. They would have known that Skrulls were on the planet this entire time. And so this is Norman Osborn really using this as a way to tarnish Tony Stark's reputation. Now, you do have Norman Osborn tell his team it's time to go to join the rest of the heroes in the big battle in the course, the ending of the main story of Secret Invasion. Now, you do have the Thunderbolts actually go over to Manhattan, and that is where the big battle is actually taking place at. Right in the middle of Manhattan, you have the Fantastic Four, you have the Avengers, you have everybody there fighting right now in the big battle between the Skrulls and the heroes of Earth. Now, with that being said, though, you do have Norman Osborn going to use this moment in his favor. And what I mean is that as soon as the Thunderbolts do arrive and they do fight against the Skrulls alongside the heroes of Earth, well, most of them. Bullseye actually tries to kill off Spider-Man and Daredevil because, hey, he saw Daredevil and he's all like, this is the perfect chance to kill off that guy right here and now. But either way, you do have the Thunderbolts actually fight alongside the heroes. But here comes the big problem, though. Because we are actually going to use this moment as a way to wrap up this storyline, because you actually have Iron Man leave the battle. Now, of course, we know Iron Man is leaving the battle as a way to fix his armor, but you do have a camera actually pointing to Iron Man, and it shows the world right now, to their eyes, that Iron Man is actually running away. And of course, the American government actually sees that. They see Iron Man running away after putting Iron Man in charge of S.W.O.R.D. And so it's kind of like the world's being invaded right now. America has been invaded, and Iron Man, their main guy who's supposed to protect America, is flying away. That is the problem. And of course, this right here, plus another moment that actually takes place in the main storyline for Secret Invasion, will help Norman Osborn actually be in charge of protecting America. Now, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up this video, but before I do want to tell you what else happens that basically helps Norman Osborn become in charge of protecting America, because he's the one who actually ends up killing the Queen of the Skrulls who were trying to take over Earth. And so with him doing that on live television, it kind of shows the American government that he should be the one in charge of protecting America. But with that being said, I do hope you enjoy today's comic book video. And if you do, please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later. And so to begin our coverage, we actually do pick up with Secret Invasion number 5. Now, when we do, we actually do pick up with the Thunderbolts. Now, remember, by this point, when it came to the Thunderbolts, they're being led by Norman Osborn. And this was his first version of his team. And matter of fact, if you do want to learn more about the Thunderbolts, I do have an entire playlist that does cover when Norman Osborn was in charge of the Thunderbolts. Now, with that being said, though, right now, they're trying to deal with Captain Marvel because their base was attacked by Captain Marvel. Now, if you saw our earlier videos, you already know that this is not actually Captain Marvel. This is a Skrull that was technically changed to look like Captain Marvel. Now, the thing is about this particular Skrull is he actually believes that he is Captain Marvel, that technically he was a sleeper agent. But even though now he knows his origin story, that he is a Skrull, he's having a hard time deciding who he wants to be, a Skrull or Captain Marvel, because his mind has been modified so much into believing that he is Captain Marvel, he wants to be a hero for Earth. Now, you do have Norman Osborn actually talking to him, which honestly is kind of crazy because it shows that Norman Osborn does understand what this guy is actually going through, trying to decide who he is, because right now he has two different kinds of identities, kind of like Norman Osborn does with the Green Goblin and Norman Osborn. And so Norman is able to kind of talk to this guy and calm him down, but you didn't have this fake Captain Marvel leave to hopefully think more about what he should do as Captain Marvel. And so that is the moment where we actually pick up with Nick Fury. Now, when we do, this is Nick Fury right now alongside with his superhero team known as the Secret Warriors and also the Young Avengers. Now, when it comes to the Secret Warriors, they were basically a team of characters that Nick Fury collected, and I hate saying collected, but technically he did collect because he only knew about these characters. No one else did. And so he decided that he needed a team for himself that was technically off the books. Hence the name Secret Warriors. Now, in the earlier parts of the series of Secret Invasion, we saw the Secret Warriors along with Nick Fury being able to save the Young Avengers. Now, after doing that, they came back to his base. And luckily for them, they came back to his base right on time. And the reason why? Because right now you have the Skrulls broadcasting a message all over the world. Now, when it comes to this message, it's really the Skrulls saying, hey guys, listen. We're not here to kill you off. We're not here to blow your Earth up. We're actually here to take over your world, but at the same time, to help you guys out, because we have been watching the human race and we realize something. When it comes to the human race, it is a dying race. You're always fighting against one another. Your diseases are never getting cured. You're technically a dying race, and we're here to actually help you guys and lead you guys in the right direction and to tell you guys that you are going to join the Skrulls Empire. It's them sending that message on every single kind of media source, TV, internet, whatever they could do, radio, they're saying across the world right now. So humans will go ahead and give up because right now the Skrulls are saying we have technically won already. We have defeated your heroes, the Avengers, Fantastic Four. They're all gone. It's now just you guys, and you guys should go ahead and give up. But that is the moment where we actually pick up with Abigail Brand. Now remember, when it comes to Abigail Brand, she is technically a mutant. Now, before we are able to dive into her mutant ability, I do want to say one more thing. When it comes to Abigail Brand, actually, she is the leader of S.W.O.R.D. Now, when it comes to S.W.O.R.D, S.W.O.R.D is just like S.H.I.E.L.D., except they protect the Earth from any kind of space attacks, which honestly right now, they have failed at that mission. Now, with that being said, in the earlier parts of our coverage over Secret Invasion, we saw Abigail Brand's spaceship get blown up, her S.W.O.R.D base. Now, after that, she was technically just floating in space. but luckily for her, she was able to float onto a Skrull spaceship. Now, when she got on that spaceship, she did begin to walk around, but then she was cornered. And here's the problem. It did look like she was going to be captured, but luckily for her, she did not get captured. And the reason why? Because of her mutant ability. Because when it comes to Abigail Brand, she has the ability to speak any language across the universe. And so right now, she's speaking the Skrull's language. Now, when it comes to the Skrulls, they actually believe that she is a Skrull. And the reason why? Because remember, right now, the Skrulls are pulling off their secret invasion, where technically a bunch of Skrulls went down to Earth, they kidnapped people and replaced those people and used their shapeshift abilities to look like those people. And so right now, they believe that Abigail Brand is just another Skrull that has shapeshift into this form. And so at first, they do believe that she is a Skrull. But the thing is, she's not a Skrull. And so once she's able to get close enough, she then attacks these other two Skrulls, and then she begins to attack the entire spaceship. Now, when she does, she's able to find Reed Richards. And guys, remember, he was captured at the very beginning of the main storyline for a secret invasion. But this is her now releasing him. And that right there is going to be a problem for the Skrulls. Because when it comes to Reed Richards, he is one of the most powerful threats on Earth. He could technically take out the Skrulls by himself if he wanted to. And so right now, it's technically him coming back into the picture to win the day for the heroes. And so that is the moment where we actually do pick up with Maria Hill. Now, when we do, we have to remember that Maria Hill is technically second in charge of S.W.O.R.D. right after Tony Stark, because after Civil War, the American government put Tony in charge of S.W.O.R.D. Now, with that being said, though, when it came to Maria Hill, she was actually riding one of the helicarriers that S.W.O.R.D. has. Now, on top of that, though, her helicarrier did fall out of the sky. And the reason why it fell out of the sky is because of Tony Stark's computer system. Because let me explain. When it came to Tony Stark, he gave a lot of different things on Earth his great Tony Stark computer system. They were all connected into one big system. But when the Skrulls began their secret invasion, they didn't upload an alien virus to Tony Stark's computer system. And so anything that was on Tony Stark's system is now technically pointless, like the helicarriers, like Maria Hill helicarrier. And so it fell out of the sky. Now, once it did, she was confronted by Jarvis. Now, remember, Jarvis is usually the butler to Tony Stark. But that was the moment we came to find out that this is not Jarvis. This is a Skrull. And right now, he's trying to have her give up. But here's the thing about Maria Hill, because she did have a meeting with Nick Fury. Now, when she had this meeting with Nick Fury, he told her, hey, listen, if you're going to be in charge of S.W.O.R.D., you need to have life model decoys just in case you have to go somewhere and you don't feel like the place you're going to is going to be safe. And so with that being said, the Maria Hill we have right now right here is actually a life model decoy. And so when it comes to this Skrull Jarvis, who's right now believing he has Maria Hill right in his grasp, he comes to find out he doesn't. It's a life model decoy. The real Maria Hill is right now getting away, and she does blow up the helicarrier, killing off a lot of Skrulls that were on that helicarrier trying to take her down. And so that is the moment where we actually jump over to Reed Richards. Now, when we do, this is a huge moment. And the reason why, because it's Reed right now showing us why he is such a powerful threat. His mind. Because this man has the ability to actually make something that can help the humans win. Which is now, they now have the ability to detect Skrulls on Earth thanks to his device. Because remember, in the earlier parts of Secret Invasion, the Skrulls made sure that humans could not detect them at all. And so they had all their bases covered. Now, with that being said, though, here's Reed right now saying, don't worry, I found a new way. And with this way right here, we can now figure out who is a Skrull and who is not a Skrull. Now, when it comes to Reed, he wants to go back to the Baxter building, his home, to make sure his family is okay. But you have Abigail Brand say, dude, listen, your family, I'm sorry, that sucks. But right now, the entire Earth needs you. And we need to go get the Avengers to get them to save the Earth. So right now, your family is going to be on the back burner. Now, that is the moment where we actually do pick up in the Savage Land. Now, when we do pick up in the Savage Land, this is going to lead into a very sad moment. And the reason why I'm saying that, guys, is because we do pick up with Tony Stark, Black Widow, and Wolverine. Now, you do have Tony Stark right now not feeling well, and the reason why, because he was infected by the alien virus thanks to his Iron Man suit also being connected to his computer system. Now, right now, you do have Black Widow and Wolverine trying to get him out of here, but unfortunately, they are confronted by Spider-Man, Kazar, and Shannon. Now, the reason why I say unfortunately, because remember, the big question about Secret Invasion is that who can you trust? Who can you actually trust? That is something very important to actually mention. And the reason why, because remember, the Skrulls do have shapeshift abilities. They can change their appearances. And so right now for Black Widow, Wolverine, and Tony, they have no idea if this is Spider-Man, Kazar, and Shannon. Now we know it is because we covered some tie-ins that follow those characters. Now, that is the moment you do have more folks appear, like Clint Barton and Mockingbird. And this leads into a very sad moment. And the reason why, because we have to remember, when it comes to Clint Barton and Mockingbird, they used to be married, but then got divorced and she died. Now, in the earlier parts of Secret Invasion, though, a spaceship did crash in the Savage Land, and you did have a bunch of heroes appear off that spaceship. Now, of course, the question is, though, were they Skrulls or actually real people? Now, when it came to Mockingbird, she was one of those characters that appeared off the spaceship. And so for Clint Barton, he believes that he got his wife back because he did ask Mockingbird one particular question that no one else should be able to answer except him and Mockingbird. And of course, it is about the death of their child. She was pregnant, but then she lost the baby. Not she, they lost the baby. And so when they lost the baby, that was their secret to one another, and that is it. And so when he asked this Mockingbird right here that question, she was able to answer that question. And when she did, Clint Barton actually believed that she was Mockingbird. And this is the very sad moment. Because you have Reed appear, and when Reed does appear, he does use his device. And remember, his device does show everyone who is human and who is a Skrull. And when it comes to Mockingbird, she is a Skrull. It was a hardcore trick on the Skrulls on Clint Barton. And so he does get angry. And so when our heroes are able to take out the Skrulls in this area, you have Clint Barton say, I want to kill them all, because this man really believed that he had his wife back, and he lost his wife technically all over again. Now, that is the moment where we actually do pick up with Mighty Avengers number 19, a tie-in. Now, it's going to focus on one particular character, really two characters, but one of those characters is going to die and help change another character. Now, we do pick up with Marvel Boy. Now remember, at this point in Marvel Comics, Marvel Boy was actually a bad guy. Now he will become a good guy thanks to this book right here. But right now, you do have him trying to call out for help. Because remember, when it came to Marvel Boy, he is a Kree. And he came to Earth to kill off the human race for the Kree, his alien race. Now with that being said though, he was stopped. and he was locked up. Now, the Illuminati came to him and said, you have two choices. Be a bad guy and stay in here forever, or be a good guy, get out of here and help us protect the Earth. Now, of course, when it came to Marvel Boy, he said, no, I am going to be a bad guy. I'm going to stay here. Now, at this point in our coverage over Secret Invasion, he has taken over the prison that he was kept in. But right now, he's trying to call out for help. He's trying to call the Kree, his alien race. Say, hey guys, I'm on Earth. Come here and help me out, please. I'm stuck here with no way off this planet, because he came to Earth to kill off the humans for the Kree. Now, with that being said, that is also the moment he comes to find out that Captain Marvel is alive. Because right now the news is saying that, oh my gosh, Captain Marvel's alive again. But we already know this is not Captain Marvel. It's a Skrull that believes that he is Captain Marvel. Either way, for Marvel Boy, he's very concerned because he feels like this is the real Captain Marvel. And on top of that, he knows when it comes to Captain Marvel, he was a celebrated hero on Earth, which means that if he finds out about Marvel Boy, he might come after Marvel Boy. He already knows there's no way he'll be able to stop this Captain Marvel. And so he is very concerned about his future. And so then we jump over to the fake Captain Marvel. Now, when we do, the guy is still struggling right now. And what I mean by that, he has no idea which part of him is true. Is he a Skrull? Is he a Kree? Is he Captain Marvel? And right now, he has no idea which to believe. Because right now, the way he looks, he is Captain Marvel. But on top of that, when it comes to his memories, they're all Captain Marvel memories. But at the same time, his Skrull ones are coming in very, very slowly. And so it's him right now believing, oh my gosh, I may be a Skrull. But at the same time, he's wondering it could be another trick by the Skrulls. And so right now, he's having a hard time believing who he is, because he also just keeps replaying the memories of the original Captain Marvel. But while he's flying around, that is the moment he is attacked out of nowhere. And we come to find out that he's been attacked by his own fellow Skrulls. Now, the reason why the Skrulls are doing this because they realize this Skrull right here, this Captain Marvel Skrull, is someone they can no longer trust, someone they can no longer use. And so right now, you do have these fellow Skrulls, these Super Skrulls, trying to take him down. Now, here's the problem, though. This is a Skrull that has the powers of Captain Marvel, which means that he is a powerhouse. He's not someone that can be easily stopped. And so even though you have these other Skrulls right now just trying their best to stop him, they're having a hard time. They're getting their butt kicked. Matter of fact, they're dying because this is a Captain Marvel Skrull, a very powerful one. But while he's technically killing off his fellow Skrulls, he's right now kind of believing more and more that he is Captain Marvel, that he was sent here to protect the Earth. Not sent here, but he came here. Now, he kind of has an idea that he's not Captain Marvel, but at the same time, he still believes he is. It's kind of weird because in some panels he knows, yeah, I'm not Captain Marvel, I'm a Skrull. But at the same time, he's like, yeah, I am Captain Marvel. His mind is going back and forth. Either way, this dude does go on a rampage on Earth, killing off a bunch of Skrulls. Now, this leads into the sad ending for today's video. And what I mean by that is you do have this fake Captain Marvel go to the sky, really space, sorry, and he begins to attack more spaceships that belong to the Skrulls. Now, when he does that, of course, they're trying to bring him down. They're trying to stop him. But unfortunately, they can't stop him. They made him a powerhouse, and so here he is, being a powerhouse. This is one of the many mistakes the Skrulls had actually made when it came to their secret invasion. Now, while he's fighting in space, blowing up spaceships left and right, he is confronted by more Super Skrulls. Now, as the battle goes on, the more damage he takes, and with the damage he takes, the quicker he is to his death. He begins to die to the point where he does enough damage to the Skrulls, he begins to fall out of the sky. And when he does fall out of the sky, he begins to remember everything about Captain Marvel's life. And this is him again believing that he is actually Captain Marvel. Now, when he does crash on the ground, he does crash right near Marvel Boy. Now, when he does, this leads into a very important conversation with Marvel Boy. And this conversation actually happens in Secret Invasion number 6. And so then we jump over to Secret Invasion number 6, where we actually pick up with the conversation between Marvel Boy and Captain Marvel. Now, when it comes to their conversation, this is really more of Captain Marvel dying, the fake Captain Marvel. He is now dying, and goodbye to him. But before he actually dies, he does have a conversation with Marvel Boy, where he does tell Marvel Boy that he had learned so much when it came to living on Earth. Now remember, this Captain Marvel believes that he is the real Captain Marvel, but he's not. But because he does believe that, he's telling Marvel Boy, you were sent here for a reason. You came here to most likely take my place. When it comes to the humans or the Kree, they have honor in what they do. They are great people. But when it comes to the Skrulls, they are not great at all. They have no honor. And so this is me telling you that if you are a Kree, Marvel Boy, you were sent here to Earth for a reason, to help out the human race. And then he dies. And when he dies, he turns back into his Skrull form. And so then getting back into that broadcast that's being played over the entire world right now, is the Skrulls trying to continue the idea of telling humans to go ahead and give up. Because to them, at this point, they have already won. Who can stop them? No one can. They have technically won the war. Earth is now theirs. And if anybody's out there trying to fight against us still, please go ahead and give up. Because we know for sure you are going to die without actually being able to accomplish anything. And so right now we're telling you, give up before you actually die. Now, with that being said though, it's the Skrulls trying to have the public go against the heroes. And you see what I mean here in a moment, because the Skrulls are also saying, look at your race. You guys always have wars between each other left and right. You have diseases out there that have not been cured left and right. You have folks dying from crazy things left and right. So here we are trying to help you guys, but to also add you guys into our empire. And with them saying that right there, the public is going to play a small role in this section right here. But that is the moment where we actually jump over to a camp. Now, this camp does belong to the Skrulls. Now, here is something very important about this camp, because right now you have a bunch of Skrulls reporting to Hank Pym. Now, let's not forget though, guys, this is not Hank Pym. This is a Skrull that had replaced Hank Pym and pretending to be Hank Pym to help the Skrulls win this invasion. Now, with that being said, of course, this Hank Pym right now is getting updates about what's happening all over the world. And technically right now, it seems like the Skrulls have won the war. The world is there. Earth is theirs. Nothing can no longer stay in their way. Except you didn't have a Skrull say, well, we do got one problem, which is the Savage Land. Because right now, a bunch of Avengers are still out there right now fighting against the forces of ours in the Savage Land, and we have not heard back from them. But again, to this Hank Pym, this fake Hank Pym, he still believes they have won the war. The world is theirs now to control. Now, that is the moment you have Jessica Drew appear. And let's not forget, this is not Jessica Drew. This is actually the Queen of the Skrulls, Varanki, who's right now pretending to be Spider-Woman. But here's the big thing though. Right now, she's telling Hank Pym and the rest of the Skrulls that they have technically won. the Savage Land was a loss. But here's the thing, they do have a secret weapon to kill off the rest of the heroes so that they'll be able to technically take over the Earth. And that secret weapon is actually the Wasp. And you see what I mean down the road. And so then we jump over to the heroes who were in the Savage Land. And right now, they're making their way back over to New York. Now, on their way there right now, they're trying to figure out how bad New York is, because they left New York defenseless. I mean, yes, there are other heroes in New York, but not enough heroes to actually protect New York. And when it comes to New York in Marvel Comics, it's always ground zero. Like literally, anytime something big happens, it always starts in New York or it's going to end in New York. Either way, right now, they're trying to get back to New York by using a Skrull spaceship as a way to travel from the Savage Land over to New York. Now, on their way there, they're wondering how bad it is. But when they arrive, they see how bad New York was hit by the Skrulls. And it was hit pretty bad. And so now the Avengers know New York was hit pretty hard. Now, remember what I said earlier, that you right now have the Skrulls out there telling the human race to give up. And the reason why, because they'll be able to actually save the human race and stop the wars on Earth, to basically cure all diseases on Earth. And so right now, you actually do have a small crowd of people who are believing in what the Skrulls are actually saying like, hey, we should go ahead and welcome them to Earth. Give the Earth over to them so that they can make the Earth better. Like right now, they are believing what the Skrulls are actually saying, even though the Skrulls are technically lying. I got dying and lying confused. Sorry, guys. Either way, right now, the Skrulls are lying. They are lying hardcore. But the public, the ones who want to end all war across the world, to cure all diseases across the world, to fix all the problems Earth has, and the Skrulls saying, we can do that for you, they are now believing in the Skrulls. Until you have some Super Skrulls who are more aggressive try to attack that same group of people in New York. And so getting back to the heroes, they do arrive in New York, but not just the heroes. You do have Nick Fury and his Secret Warriors and the Young Avengers. They also arrive back into New York. You also have the Thunderbolts, Norman Osborne team also arriving into New York. You also have the Hood and his bad guy group. They also arrived to New York. You have all these different groups of characters all coming back to New York for one big final battle against the Skrulls. Now, with that being said, that is also the moment you have Thor appear. Now, when he appears, apparently to Varanki, the Queen of the Skrulls, in one of her prophecies, it was told that Thor was going to appear, the God of Thunder. And so right now, it's her still believing that, yes, we can still win this. If that happened right there, that is proof again that our prophecies are actually telling the truth about our future. Now, at the same time, that is the moment we have a new Captain America at this point in Marvel Comics. Because remember, Steve Rogers died. He died back at the end of Civil War, or really right after Civil War, but he died. And so to replace him, we did have the Punisher and Hawkeye, but then at the end, we got Bucky. Bucky is Captain America at this point in Marvel Comics, and the heroes are just finding out about that, but for right now, they have to trust him, that he'll be a good Captain America, but at the same time, they need his help to fight against the Skrulls. And so right now, it's time for one final battle. And so we then reach the point where you have both sides go to a battlefield, which honestly seems to be the park in the middle of New York. Either way, you have the Avengers, Fantastic Four, well, just read. You also have the Young Avengers, Nick Fury, the Secret Warriors. You also have the Thunderbolts. You even have the bad guys who work for the Hood. Everybody is here right now to fight against the Skrulls. And this is huge. But on top of that, right now, you have Reed say, listen, you are a liar. You're telling the world right now that you guys are here to actually help us. But you're not here to help us. You're here to kill us off and take over our Earth. And you have Ranky, the queen of the Skrulls, say, yes, that is true. We are here to kill you off. But it makes it easier for us if we have the rest of your people believe that we are actually here to help you guys. But in reality, once you guys are gone, we'll take care of the rest of the humans. And then the Earth is ours. And we are going to use everything you guys built to destroy what you built. And so with that being said, it leads into a final battle. You have the Skrulls and the heroes fighting against one another. Guys, we are here. We are here at the ending of Secret Invasion. Y'all, this is crazy. I love the ending of this book. Honestly, I love the ending of this event right here because it was one heck of a way to wrap up this event. Now, with that being said, I do want to say something real quick. Why in the world are we now hating on this event 15 years later? Like originally, I remember correctly, a lot of people loved this event. And now we're going to say, oh, it was trash. It was horrible. It was never good. Hold up now. Why are we going to switch up here for? Because I remember this event getting praised years after it was wrapped up. I remember back in 2016, folks were still talking about Secret Invasion. And now we're going to say in 2023, oh, it was never good. It was bad. It was trash. That's crazy, y'all. It's actually pretty good. Stop with the fake hate. Either way, though, getting into Secret Invasion, the ending, if you're new to Marvel Comics and you have no idea what is the actual idea of Secret Invasion, let me explain. So back in 2008, Marvel had this crazy idea to try something new with the alien race known as the Skrulls. Now, Skrulls have the ability to actually shapeshift. And with that ability right there, they were going around the earth kidnapping people and then replacing those people with fellow Skrulls. And then those fellow Skrulls would pretend to be the people that they had kidnapped. It was a secret invasion as a way to make the earth weak so that they'll be able to actually take over the earth and add the earth into their empire. Now, with all that being said, they were replacing people in governments, but also heroes as well, and villains as well. And like I said, as a way to make the earth weak enough so that they'll be able to take over the earth. That was their big master plan. Now, with all that information being said, though, we're now at the end of the storyline, the final battle, because now the heroes know who is a Skrull and who is not a Skrull. And right now, they're going to have a final battle in the middle of New York City. Now, here is the big thing, though, with the final battle. Because even though it looks like the Skrulls are about to lose, the Skrulls still have one more plan up their sleeve. And they're hoping this final plan can still help them win in some kind of way. But on top of that, though, our heroes are about to lose one of their loved ones. And it's someone who was a founding member of the Avengers. That is how huge this ending is. And so getting into Secret Invasion number 7, I do want to point out something real quick. When it comes to the opening pages of this book right here, it is literally just big on time fighting. Yes, I said big on time fighting because the fight is big time, y'all. Literally, it's Brian Michael Bendis saying, if this is going to be the final battle between the Skrulls and the heroes of Earth, then we need a lot of action, and we need that action to be spread out across most of the book to show the readers that things have popped off. The heroes are very serious about the idea of taking down the Skrulls and getting the earth back in their hands. And so right now, you have a big final battle in the middle of New York. Now, here's something else I want to point out real quick. When it comes to our heroes right now, as they're fighting against the Skrulls, they're also fighting against Skrulls that are using powers of people they know. So for example, Wolverine, as he fights against the Skrulls, he may run into a Skrull that has the powers of Cyclops or Nightcrawler or even Jean Grey. And that's the point of the Skrulls. When they had kidnapped you and pretended to be you, they're also able to use your powers as well. And so right now, our heroes are just trying to adjust to the idea of fighting against an armies of Skrulls that may have the powers of their fellow friends. Now, on top of that, you do have our heroes trying to get to Spider-Woman. Now remember, this is not the real Spider-Woman. That is Queen Varanki, the queen of the Skrulls. But let's not forget, she had also replaced one of the heroes of Earth. And of course, that was Spider-Woman, because it gave her the ability to join S.W.O.R.D, the Avengers, Hydra, and try to make all three organizations weak enough so that it'll be easier to take over the Earth. It was her who said in their prophecy that the Earth would be theirs one day. And because of her prophecy, she had a lot of backing from fellow Skrulls because they believed her. Oh, you're telling us in our prophecies, our gods told us the Earth is going to be ours one day? Cool, we're down to actually help you. And so that is why she was able to get an army here to fight against the heroes of Earth. But right now, you have our heroes just trying to get to the Queen and to hopefully kill her off. Now, real quickly though, we do pick up with Spider-Man and Iron Fist, and I kind of find this moment very funny. And the reason why, because you have Spider-Man actually talking to Iron Fist and saying, you know what, we might actually win this battle. Now for Iron Fist, he's wondering how in the world are you going to declare that so easily? And you have Spider-Man say, this is a huge event. And you know what happens usually when there is a huge event? The Watcher is watching us, but the Watcher is not here watching us, which means that we are supposed to win this battle and technically take out the Skrulls so easily. Except that is the moment when Spider-Man looks up, the Watcher is there. Him and his big head is right there watching this battle happen. And so for Spider-Man, he's now wondering, okay, maybe we're about to lose, because if the Watcher is here, he wants to know how the outcome is actually going to be. Are we going to lose? Are they going to win? Are we going to win and they're going to lose? Like right now, it's the Watcher just watching the Skrulls fight against the heroes of Earth. But then we jump over to Avengers Tower. Now, when we do, this is the moment where I'm going to have to ask you guys to think back to the earlier parts of our coverage over Secret Invasion. And what I mean by that is, remember, in the earlier parts of Secret Invasion, we had saw that Luke Cage and Jessica Jones' daughter was technically kidnapped by the Skrulls. Now, we had no idea how that happened. And this section right here is going to tell us. Because right now, you have Jessica Jones telling us that she feels like she needs to help out the rest of the heroes to fight against the Skrulls. And so she leaves her child with Jarvis. Now remember, this is not Jarvis. We saw that in the earlier parts of our coverage over Secret Invasion, that Jarvis was one of the characters who was also replaced. And so with that being said, this is a Skrull right now pretending to be Jarvis, but this is Jessica believing it's the real Jarvis. And so she does give her child over to the fake Jarvis to hopefully join the rest of the heroes to fight against the Skrulls, but not realizing that she just gave her baby to a Skrull. And right now, this Skrull is going to take her baby away. But then we get another cool moment, and this is where you have a particular hero turning bad to good. And what I mean by that is we pick up with Marvel Boy. Now remember, in the earlier parts of our coverage, we learned that Marvel Boy was a bad guy. He is a bad guy, or was a bad guy. And of course, when it came to the Illuminati, they told him, you have two choices. Be a bad guy and stay here in this prison, or be a good guy, get out of this prison, and then help us protect the Earth. Now, at first, Marvel Boy did not want to do that at all, but that was the moment he met the fake Captain Marvel. Because remember, Marvel Boy is from the Kree alien race. When it comes to Captain Marvel, the original one, he's also part of the alien race known as the Kree. But in Secret Invasion, we had a Skrull that was turned into Captain Marvel as a way to awaken the Earth. The problem was, though, that Skrull truly believed that he was Captain Marvel so much that he wanted to die as Captain Marvel. But he was able to make Marvel Boy change his mind and actually help out the heroes. But getting back to the battle continues on. You literally have our heroes being able to take out Skrulls left and right. And it does seem like the heroes are about to win this battle. It does seem like the Earth is about to be saved once again by the heroes of Earth. But unfortunately, something big is about to happen because this is only Secret Invasion number 7. We still got one more chapter of the main series to actually cover. And so that is the moment we actually pick up with Hawkeye right now, just killing off Skrulls left and right. Bam, 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 bam. But when it comes to Hawkeye, he does shoot one particular arrow through the mouth of the Queen of the Skrulls, Varanki. And so when that happened, you had a fellow Skrull see her and he freaks out. And of course, that Skrull that freaked out is the fake Hank Pym. Because again, we learned in the earlier parts of our coverage, Hank Pym was another character that was replaced as well. But when it comes to this Hank Pym, he actually had a backup plan just in case his queen had failed. And that was turning, of course, the Wasp, Janet, into a living bomb. Yes, you heard that right. Because when he had replaced Hank Pym, he actually tried to fix the relationship between Hank Pym and Janet. And so he gave her a new growth serum. And as a way for her to get big, of course, it was also a way for him to put a bomb inside that growth serum so that she'll blow up the entire Earth. And so it seems like the heroes are about to lose. And so getting into the 8th and final issue of the main storyline, we do pick up with the death of the Wasp, because they did make her into a living bomb, a bomb to be used to technically kill off the heroes of Earth, but also everything else on the Earth if she has the ability to actually do that. It was a way for the Skrulls to actually win. And the Skrulls who were on Earth with this bomb, they knew what could possibly happen to them if they stay on the Earth. And so they were okay with actually dying. But this was a huge scene because you're technically talking about the death of the Wasp. Now, you do have Thor jump in and say, listen, because right now she's technically just energy and explosive energy, what I'm going to do is spread her particles across the world, meaning that I am going to literally break her apart and spread her across the world so that she cannot explode and do much damage to the Earth. And so, of course, you have Thor actually do that, but it was the only way to save the Earth. But again, it was the death of the Wasp, a huge loss for the Avengers. Now, this is the moment where we actually jump into Dark Reign, or begin the process of actually jumping into Dark Reign. And what I mean by that is we do pick up with the heroes right now wanting to kill off the Queen of the Skrulls, because apparently she's not dead. She was able to survive an arrow through her mouth, which honestly makes no sense. Either way, it does come down to the heroes actually wanting to kill her off. But that was the moment you have Norman Osborn take the shot, blowing her head off, which of course kills her off. But because he did that in front of a bunch of news channels, of course that led into Dark Reign, where you had the American government look at him and say, he's the hero. He took out the Queen and he saved the day. That right there broke the Skrulls' invasion, and it's all thanks to Norman Osborn. But then that leads into Iron Man realizing that there's still more spaceships out in space right now who are trying to attack the Earth spaceships, but at the same time continue the attack on the Earth. And so you do have Iron Man and Thor go out there to do some more damage to the Skrull spaceship. But when you have the two characters actually doing that, you have Iron Man see something. And what he sees is something inside a particular spaceship. And he realized what's inside that particular spaceship. And so he grabs his shuttle and he takes it all the way down to the Earth. And when he does, we come to find out it's all the heroes that have been kidnapped over the years in Marvel Comics by the Skrulls now coming down to Earth. They're now on Earth now, and they're back together with their family. Now, this is going to be a very crucial moment. And you see how it begins right now with this section, because one of the characters who did get off is Hank Pym. Remember, he was taken in the earlier parts of our coverage over Secret Invasion. And when he comes on to Earth, he's excited to finally be free. But someone has to tell him, hey, bro, your wife just died. She's dead. And he's like, what do you mean she's dead? Another person is Jarvis. And let's not forget what just happened earlier. Jessica left her child with Jarvis, or what she believed was Jarvis, but in reality it was a Skrull. And so with that being said, she realized, oh my God, if Jarvis is here and he's being held by the Skrulls, then who did I leave my baby with? And so she flies back. But of course, when she does, like we saw in the earlier parts of our coverage over Secret Invasion, the fake Jarvis took the baby with her. They're gone. And so now Luke Cage and Jessica Jones have to find their daughter. The next big moment is Mockingbird, because remember, in the earlier parts of our coverage, when it came to Clint Barton, aka Hawkeye, when he thought he found Mockingbird, his dead wife, he was so excited. He was happy. But unfortunately, though, when he found out that the person he was with was a Skrull, he was so angry. And at first, he truly believed it was not a Skrull, because he asked that Skrull who was pretending to be Mockingbird a very important question about the death of one of their kids. And so when it came to Hawkeye right now, when he sees the real Mockingbird, it's very emotional. And the same thing for her as well. And so it's a great moment. Now, you do have Reed realize, oh my God, there goes Susan, my wife, because she was also taken. We saw that in our coverage over the tie-ins for Fantastic Four. But once they do hug, they realize, what about our children? They run over, and of course they find Ben Grimm, they find Johnny Storm and their kids as well, and everything is okay. Everything is going great for the heroes right now as they're able to reunite with one another. But then here comes Iron Man. Because you didn't have Iron Man try to talk to Thor. Because when it came to Thor, when he was dead, he missed a lot of different things. World War Hulk, he also missed Civil War, and a couple other things as well. And so when Homeboy came back and he found out that a lot of people have died, that the heroes are now fighting against one another, he looked at Iron Man as the main problem for the superhero community. And so it's Thor right now telling Iron Man, nah, man, listen, I came here to help out them, the other heroes, but not you, because you are literally the main reason why we have so many problems right now. And honestly, I can't believe that you thought one big, huge battle in New York, I'm going to forget and forgive you. No, I told you I would never fight by your side. This right now was not really me. It was more of me just helping out my other friends. And you have Thor leave right after saying it to Iron Man. Now, the ending to Secret Invasion does actually pick up with the American government saying Norman Osborn will now be in charge of Homeland Security. He will now take over as the leader of S.W.O.R.D, which means that Iron Man, Tony Stark, is no longer the leader of S.W.O.R.D. And this begins Dark Reign right here. It was Brian Michael Bendis saying things are about to get a tad bit darker for our heroes now, because now Norman Osborn is in charge of S.W.O.R.D. And we know with him being in charge of S.W.O.R.D, S.W.O.R.D goes bye-bye and gets replaced with Hammer. But this begins Dark Reign and also begins Tony Stark realizing that maybe he was the main problem for a lot of different things. Now we're going to cover one more chapter, and we're going to cover Mighty Avengers number 20. Now, when it comes to Mighty Avengers number 20, it is the book where it's all about Hank Pym and him he feels bad about the idea that he was not there to save his wife, to hopefully be able to have his wife in his arms right now. Because remember, the Skrull that had replaced him is the reason why she is dead. The Wasp is dead. Because that person gave the Wasp some kind of growth serum, but instead it turned her into a living bomb. And so right now, it's Hank Pym just upset with the idea that this man was not there for his wife. And so the opening pages is really him kind of thinking back to the time where he first said, "I love you" to the Wasp. And it was a very big moment for their relationship. Now, we also have to remember that when it comes to Hank Pym, though, this dude right here, him and the Wasp, they had a lot of different problems over the years. I mean, a lot of different problems. But for right now, it's just him kind of realizing that now she's gone. He realized that he was not a good husband for her, that he should have been there for her. And there's so many other kinds of emotions going through his mind, especially when after the flashback, you have them right now trying to talk to him about her funeral. And this man is having the worst time trying to even think about trying to give his wife a funeral. Because again, he had to go through the idea that because he was kept away, his wife was used as some kind of secret weapon to help the Skrulls win their invasion. But unfortunately, they lost. But still, this man also lost his wife. And so that leads into another problem for Hank Pym. And that problem right now is the fact that this man's face was used by the Skrulls to cause a lot of problems for the Earth. Because we have to realize, when he got replaced, when he got switched out, it was that fake Skrull going around the world right now saying, "Hey, I'm Hank Pym," but doing a lot of different things using the name Hank Pym, but in reality, it was not Hank Pym. Now, even though the Avengers told the public, "Hey, listen, guys, Hank Pym is innocent," it wasn't even him. But to the public, they don't believe anybody because all they saw was his face causing a lot of different problems. And so right now is Hank Pym hurting in different kinds of ways. Because right now, the person, the Skrull that had replaced him did so much harm to his own name. Now, he does look over to Carol Danvers and he wants Carol to tell him everything he missed when he was switched out. And let me tell you guys, he missed a lot of different things. And that is the moment you have Carol tell him everything he missed. This man missed the House of M when the Scarlet Witch said, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to warp reality." He missed that part right there. He missed the Civil War, meaning that the entire time they thought they had Hank Pym there, it wasn't Hank Pym. That was a Skrull. And so this man missed the Civil War. But because he missed the Civil War, he also missed something very important that had happened at the end of Civil War, and that would be the death of Captain America. And so this man lost someone else close to him that he was not there to actually bury. He was not there to be with that person, and that was Steve Rogers as well. But after that, let's not forget, World War Hulk happened as well, and that was the Illuminati's fault once again. And you had the Hulk come to Earth and name the people that he was mad at. Now, the reason why I say that because it's going to be very important very soon. But he also missed that event as well. And then he missed the death of his wife. It was so hard for him to realize that this man missed so much in that short period of time that he was replaced by a Skrull. But that's not it, guys. We have to remember in the earlier parts of our coverage, we saw what happened right before Hank Pym was replaced. Him and the Wasp got in a huge fight. And because of that fight, they were separated. And because they were, this man went and got a new girl. But that new girl was a Skrull who took him out. And now he's kind of like, if I had just stayed with her, I could have been here for her. It's all my fault. If I fought for our relationship, stayed with her, and not go that other girl, I could have been here. And I could have saved her life. It's this man's fault in his own mind right now. And he's hurting so much. But then we get into the funeral. My gosh, man, this last chapter is rough, guys. But we get into the funeral. Now, when we do, this is actually huge because right now you have all these different heroes here right now to say goodbye to Janet, to say goodbye to the Wasp. But here is the problem, though. You have Hank Pym go up there to do a speech. And when he does at first, it's kind of him, expressing his feelings. But then he looks over to one particular person, and that person would be Tony Stark. Because all the different events that he missed, he's right now blaming Tony Stark. House of M, I have no idea why he blames Tony for that right there, but he does. But Civil War, that is Tony's fault. The death of Steve Rogers, also his fault. World War Hulk, his fault. Secret Invasion is partially his fault as well. The last few things that had happened to the Earth right now is all on Iron Man, Tony Stark. And so you have Hank Pym just going at him because right now, this is a man who's grieving so hard and he's trying to figure out, why did this happen? And right now, all the fingers are pointing right back to Iron Man. It's Iron Man right now being blamed for something else, which actually he is at fault for that actually happening to the Earth. But either way, it's Hank Pym saying, I'm done. And you have Thor just take him away. Now, the last few pages are honestly not that important. And the reason why I'm saying that, because when it comes to the funeral, after it's done, you do have Clint Barton, Hawkeye, go and find Norman Osborn. Because remember, by this point, Norman Osborn has now officially taken over S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. is now his. And we know what's next. S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to be dismantled and replaced by Hammer. But on top of that, when it comes to Norman Osborn, he is going to come after the heroes who are not following that one particular law. Because remember, back in Civil War, a law was made. If you're going to be a hero in America, you're going to have to register. If you don't do that, he has to arrest you. And so when you have Clint Barton kind of express that he hates the idea of Norman right now being in charge of Homeland Security, you have Norman say, by the way, you, my friend, are technically breaking the law. I should arrest you right now, but I can't right now because right now we're at a funeral. So I'm going to respect everybody here. But just know, I'm coming after you. And so this is where we're going to end today's comic book video. But at the same time, we wrap up Secret Invasion. And now we move on to our next coverage, which I have no idea yet. But this is the end of Secret Invasion. Guys, I do hope you enjoy today's comic book video. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later.